Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook. Devour Volume 4, Bloody Storm Ancient God. Chapter 68 Testing Each Other. The magnificent Qiongqi temple was filled with silence. Deans Si Bao, Luo Yue and Chu Banian led the temple legion and stood in front of the open-air hall in silence. The main hall covers a vast area, with the altar in the center high up. There is a lake between it and other hall passages. Neither the stairs nor the ground can be seen going down, and hundreds of corpses of temple disciples are floating on the lake. The lake formed here is not very deep, so how could so many people die? Wei Yu, the eldest senior brother of Qiongqi Temple, turned pale and said after a moment of stunned silence, "Master hasn't come back yet, what should I do?" Chu Banian sighed and said, "The ancient god has been born, and catastrophe is coming." Si Bao took off his eye patch. He was not one-eyed. His right eye was a sacred eye that he had cultivated through the secret art of double pupils. It contained double pupils of different colors that could see through illusions and see everything. He looked at the altar from a distance and saw a small hole on it with a stream gushing out. It was the source of the lake. He asked, "Where does the water come from? Can it be blocked?" Wei Yu shook his head and murmured, "Those junior brothers thought they could block the cave entrance, so they ended up like this. Let me try." Luo Yue didn't believe in evil, so he reached out and took a cup of special mud for filling the gaps, and used his floating duckweed skill to walk on the waves towards the altar. He was the fastest and most agile among the three deans, and his steps on the water were elegant, like a banished immortal who was extraordinary and otherworldly. At first, the scene was calm, but when you reach the center of the lake, the water suddenly rolls up like a vast ocean with raging waves, making a rumbling sound, like the sound of drums in a valley or thunder in a ravine, with a huge momentum. Luo Yue's face changed color with horror, and he displayed his unique martial arts skills, stepped differently and twisted his body, skimming across the waves like surfing, with a nimble figure and graceful movements. Si Bao and Chu Banian watched and secretly praised his good kung fu. Who knew that before Luo Yue could stand firm, the waves came like thousands of troops? No, it was really thousands of troops. Some waves looked like magic leopards, some like dragons and crocodiles, and some like scorpions and lions. They actually formed an army of monsters and swarmed towards him. Luo Yue fought with it, using the Academy's two famous unique skills, Dragon Elephant Palm and Earth Demon Leg technique. He was agile, punching and kicking, defeating several water beasts, and realized that their fighting power was no less than that of the monster itself. His floating skills were not enough to stand on the water and exert his full strength, so he could not get close to the altar. He simply threw away the mud in his hands and fought the enemy with all his strength. He was horrified and said, "No wonder so many temple disciples died here. If I fall into the water, it will be even more dangerous." A bigger wave surged, and the subsequent legion materialized into hundreds of Rakshasa troops, all of whom had bull heads, black skin, red hair and green eyes, 4 goose-wing knives in their 4 thick upper arms, and rode on black mist magic leopards. The murderous aura was overwhelming. This half-human, half-beast monster has extraordinary combat power. The strength of an individual can rival that of any dean, let alone when they attack in groups. Luo Yue was immediately caught up in a tough fight. He was flustered and at a loss as to what to do. If he had reacted a little slowly, he would have been hacked to death by the monsters. Si Bao hurriedly shouted, "Quickly retreat." Luo Yue secretly cried out in misery. How could he retreat when he was besieged by the Rakshasa army? On the ground, he could still escape by relying on his extraordinary Qinggong and swift movement, but now he was on the water. Just when he was getting anxious, a rope suddenly appeared from nowhere and magically wrapped around Luo Yue's waist, pulling him up into the air with great force. Luo Yue was overjoyed. He used the force of the attack to leap backwards to get rid of the Rakshasas and return to the hall. Strangely enough, as soon as people left the lake, the raging waves quickly subsided and the Rakshasa monsters all disappeared. It was Cheng Bai who made the move, throwing out the void rope to rescue Luo Yue. The new treasure worked exceptionally well, and he put it back into his bag, secretly delighted. What a good thing, it comes and goes without a trace, and is hard to guard against. It lives up to its name of void. Looking at the open-air hall that has become a water town, he thought to himself, the sealing of the ancient gods here is related to the water system in the way of phantom. The power controlled by each altar is different, and the strength is far higher than any known strong man. It's a world of difference. No wonder Zhou Zibang hopes to use the ancient gods to fight the enemy, but how can it be so easy to control them? Si Bao said hurriedly, "The water is still rising. Hurry up and seal off the open-air hall." If it floods into the city and spreads everywhere, water beasts will surely become a disaster and bring disaster to the entire Qiongqi city. As the water accumulates more and more, it will eventually overflow the wall. This method can only delay it temporarily, but it is better than being able to do nothing. I'm Luo Yue. Thank you very much, young friend Lei Dao Wang, for your help. Luo Yue was very grateful for escaping death. Cheng Bai's name was already well known in the Hunter Academy. This time he helped to get closer to him, so he took the opportunity to ask, I heard that Dean Luo has a good way to avoid the war on the mainland. Can I ask for your advice? Luo Yue said, to be honest, not long ago, I met the envoy of the Sun Chaser. We had a heart-to-heart talk and expressed our desire to work together. I learned that the Sun Chaser is not interested in the Qiongqi continent. As long as they meet some of their conditions, they can pass through and live in peace with the various tribes on the continent. Messenger. Could it be those diamond people? Cheng Bai asked, what are the conditions? Luo Yue hesitated for a moment and said, Sun Chaser wants the source of the divine fire of Qiongqi continent. Upon hearing this, Cheng Bai said, the divine fire source is so precious that people on the mainland are eager to get it. The requirements for Sun Chaser are not low. Luo Yue said, it is precisely because it is something that cannot be obtained and is illusory, that it is okay to agree to it. Lu Maiating said hurriedly, the weapon sect and the medicine sect both have divine fire sources, so aren't they also among the targets? Cheng Bai thought. Miao Ting's spiritual awareness has improved, and her considerations have become more thoughtful. Luo Yue explained, that's not the case. According to what the messenger said, the Sun Chaser only wants the ancient god's divine fire source, not the mainland sect's divine fire source. Chu Banian continued, someone has invaded this place and released the ancient gods to harm the world. Isn't this an enemy of the entire continent? The ancient gods are carrying spiritual objects that have nothing to do with us. Now it seems that the Sun Chaser can be of great help. Luo Yue said frankly, the Sun Chaser's envoy is staying at the academy, and we will treat him with courtesy. If Thunderblade King has any questions, I can introduce him to him. Cheng Bai bowed and said, thank you very much, three seniors. Since they had welcomed him into their home, they naturally wanted to see him firsthand. It would be best to get to know him in person. The two followed the three deans back to the Hunter Academy and came to the VIP browsing room of the library. Luo Yue was respectful and went in to report in person. After a while, he came out and said, my dear Cheng, the envoy is approachable and agrees to see you. Cheng Bai asked Lu Maiating to wait outside the door and slowly walked into the spacious and bright hall. There was no one around, and there were large desks, neatly arranged bookshelves, and numerous books. The air was filled with a strong fragrance of books and an ancient atmosphere. Only the Sun Chaser's messenger sat alone at the largest desk in the center, reading a book leisurely. Compared with the previous Diamond Man, he was taller, still shiny and crystal clear, but the color was blue. Taking into consideration the presence of some distinguished readers of sub-giant size, the Academy specially made this large table with fine iron birch, which barely matches their sturdy physique. The Blue Diamond Man looked up at Cheng Bai and said leisurely, we meet again. Your progress is faster than mine. I have seen such a person many years ago. It is equivalent to admitting that the Diamond Man seen for so long is the same person, no, controlled by the same person. Cheng Bai came to sit across from it and asked curiously, who is that person? Maybe he's dead, so let's not talk about it. The Blue Diamond Man raised his head, a strange smile appeared on his bright face, and he closed the book in his hand and put it aside. Cheng Bai glanced at the book, which was called, Miscellaneous Records of Rare Spiritual Objects in Qiongqi Continent, and said, are you the Sun Chaser? You have so many clones scouting and exploring everywhere. Are you trying to understand the details of Qiongqi Continent? The Blue Diamond Man did not deny it and said calmly, the creatures on this continent are colorful and much more powerful than I expected. There are many rare things worth seeing. Cheng Bai looked at its diamond-like body and said bluntly, your puppet clone is an outstanding result of refining equipment. The material is some kind of high-grade carbon. Starting from the initial white stone carbon, the strength is gradually increased to the point where it overwhelms the general strength of the continent. This is not like a peace envoy. After practicing in Qizong, Cheng Bai was able to identify a variety of materials. The black one was obsidian carbon, the green and blue ones were Qiongqi carbon, and all kinds of carbon materials were upgraded and evolved from diamonds. They were made of microscopic structures invisible to the naked eye, and the crystals were linked layer by layer to reorganize them. They were more uniform and stronger than natural diamonds, and they could also be engraved with different runes and prohibitions to achieve different effects. The weapon master can also refine these materials. The higher the level, the higher the difficulty. However, he still cannot create a perfect creature like the diamond man that is similar to a life form. The blue diamond said with a smile, "Your Excellency is quite accomplished in the art of refining weapons. This is necessary for the peace talks. If we cannot crush the masters here, how can the three deans be respectful and have friendly diplomacy? Strength is the capital for negotiating terms." Cheng Bai couldn't deny this, and asked, "What is the purpose of the Sun Chaser?" Qiongqi continent is located between Yingmen Star region and Shuadong Star region. It is a place that the army must pass through. We need to pass through your land. That's all. I heard that you have been harmed by the ancient gods. I will eliminate one or two of them for the continent. If you can get the source of the divine fire, you can return to the Sun Chaser. The Blue Diamond people talked about it as if it was just a trivial matter. What they said was reasonable and posed no threat to the mainland and was actually very helpful. Cheng Bai asked, "What use is the divine fire source to the Sun Chaser?" The Blue Diamond said casually, "The 5 elements of heaven and earth are all useful to cultivators. The divine fire source is especially important to the Sun Chaser. Otherwise, how can we call ourselves Sun Chasers? If we cooperate seamlessly, both of us will benefit a lot." This answer was as if nothing had been said. Cheng Bai thought about it, took the tea prepared for the guests on the table, poured a cup, and suddenly poured it at the Blue Diamond man. The water quickly rolled and condensed into a ball, and the speed became faster and faster, rushing forward fiercely. The Blue Diamond man pointed at the water ball and froze it into an ice ball before it touched it. It solidified and floated in the air for less than half a breath before changing its shape to become an ice sword, with the tip of the sword pointing straight at White and piercing back at an even faster speed. Cheng Bai fired a sniper bullet with a flick of his finger, which collided with the ice sword and exploded with a loud bang. Ice chips flew everywhere, and each fragment was as sharp as a blade. The violent fluctuations could not hurt the two people, but it split the large iron birch table, which was as strong as cast iron, into two. The Blue Diamond man gently stroked the tabletop, freezing it into an ice table before it collapsed, keeping it intact and standing still. He chuckled and said, "You are able to shatter my ice soul sword. Your secret arts skills are outstanding in the Qiongqi continent, and your magic power is extraordinary. I admire you." Cheng Bai tested his cultivation and found that he had a slight advantage, but he could tell that he had no intention of admiring it and even looked down on it, so he asked, "Based on your strength, what level do you hold in the Sun Chaser Legion?" The Blue Diamond man said casually, "This body is just a chess piece. There are more than 1,000,000 soldiers of similar level. With so many troops, how could Qiongqi continent resist?" Cheng Bai smiled and said, "In that case, we have no other choice." The Blue Diamond said calmly, "Cooperation is the best option. Now the ancient gods are emerging from cities one after another. The destructive power is so great that casualties are piled up one after another. You should worry about this matter and care about the people's livelihood." Cheng Bai said politely, "Thank you for your advice." The Blue Diamond man had diverted the attack with a few words. Cheng Bai's heart was beating wildly. He suddenly thought, then the next city must be Yuhang City. I must tell Master Shi as soon as possible. If there is an invasion by foreign enemies, I can help resist them. He could no longer sit still, so he quickly left, said goodbye to the 3 deans, and took Lu Maeating away from the Hunter Academy. Lu Maeating was secretly delighted. He always holds my hand. Is he doing it on purpose? After being teleported to Yuhang City, Cheng Bai rode Xiao Bai straight to the Yuhang Temple. Lu Maeating sat behind him and blew gently into his ears. Cheng Bai was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Maeating giggled and said, "This is the first time I sit behind you. I want to remind you of my existence." Cheng Bai remembered that he always let her sit in the front before, but was there any difference? He coaxed her, "If you see a suitable monster, I'll help you get a mount." Lu Maeating raised her little head and thought for a moment before saying, "Well, it would be best if it was someone as cute and obedient as Xiao Bai." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "Xiao Bai is not only well-behaved and obedient, but also getting smarter and smarter. Maybe he will soon awaken his spiritual wisdom." Arriving at Yuhang Holy Temple, everything was fine. Zheng Si was in charge of affairs. After seeing Cheng Bai, he exchanged a few words and said, "Master has been in seclusion for a month since returning from the ancient battlefield. I haven't seen him practice for such a long time in a long time." Cheng Bai asked, Master, have you made any progress in your cultivation? Zheng Si nodded and said, it's rare that you have been in seclusion for such a long time. This time, there must be great progress. Suddenly, a voice from the inner hall was heard, is Cheng Bai here? Ask him to meet me at Shangxin Pavilion. Shi Ziyu actually noticed Cheng Bai's arrival from afar and came out on his own initiative. The scenery of the octagonal pavilion beside the garden pond remained the same, but the owner was no longer the same. After more than a month of not seeing him, Shi Ziyu successfully entered the realm of heaven. The lord of Yuheng Palace was surprised to see Cheng Bai and said, your cultivation level has improved rapidly, and you are catching up with Heilong. Your speed is unheard of. Maybe we can compete with each other on the day of the battle. Cheng Bai performed the disciples' ceremony, presented a large bag of dendrobium to his master to make tea, and said frankly, a few days ago in Tianshu City, I had a battle with Black Dragon. Both sides were injured, and he has retreated. Shi Ziyu pondered for a moment and said, it has only been more than 2 months, and it is far beyond my expectations. You may really be able to grow into a perfect gluttonous body. Chapter 69 Unexpected Results. Cheng Bai felt that there was something else behind his words, so he asked, what does perfect mean? Is it possible that your disciple is not perfect enough? Shi Ziyu grabbed the dendrobium and made tea, then continued, your domain must only have partial anomalies. It is said that the gluttonous body not only eats everything in the world, but also includes its own kind, in order to achieve perfection. Cheng Bai was secretly shocked. The beast head domain indeed only had a head, which was obviously incomplete. When he wanted to ask for details, Shi Ziyu didn't know. If I have the chance to go to Shanwei City and ask Master Li of Taowu Academy, I will definitely know. Shi Ziyu thought for a moment and said this. He was proud of his knowledge and felt a little embarrassed about the question he didn't understand. He changed the subject and said, the wife you are looking for has special qualifications. She is definitely not ordinary. She doesn't look like a peerless genius with unique abilities. She may be a legendary freak. There is an extremely rare kind of weird genius. Although they do not have the special attributes and talents of a genius, and their 5 elements spiritual roots are not outstanding, their aptitude is very good. The superior ones can practice as well as the top geniuses. They are commonly known as freaks, which is not a derogatory term. Lu Maeating, who was standing by, lowered her head shyly and gently played with the ends of her hair. This time it was Cheng Bai's turn to be embarrassed, and he quickly changed the subject. Master, the progress of the 6 paths of supreme power is strange. My disciple's Jianmu has formed a rune inner elixir, which is somewhat different from the sign of the second transformation. Shi Ziyu was surprised and said, the inner elixir was formed so quickly. It is rare. It must be caused by sacrificing the essence of the secret technique. It is indeed a shortcut, but it is also the most difficult path. You watch mine first. After saying that, he expanded the domain, reflecting the Jianmu in his dantian standing behind him, with a faint sense of vast and powerful momentum, echoing the Jianmu in Cheng Bai's dantian. The giant tree was seen coiled, with 3 branches extending out. Each branch also had 2 branches pointing upwards and downwards, holding 3 streams of pure air, red, yellow and white, and 3 streams of turbid air, blue, green and purple. Jianmu mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the second transformation was to cultivate these 6 spiritual energies. Only 1 layer. Cheng Bai was surprised. It was very different from himself. He also imitated Shi Ziyu, reflecting the Jianmu in his dantian, which stood majestically behind him. It was taller than the previous one, and had a mysterious and transcendent aura. Shi Ziyu was amazed at Cheng Bai's 3-layer Jianmu. Legend has it that more than 10,000 years ago, our ancestor Shi Qi cultivated a double-layer Jianmu and mastered the yin-yang and 6 paths of reincarnation. The required true essence was far more pure than that of ordinary people. After mastering it, he was invincible in the world. I have never heard of anyone mastering a 3-layer Jianmu. Cheng Bai asked in confusion. The first layer of Jianmu requires 6 times the purity of the true essence to transform into the second layer. Wouldn't the 3rd layer of Jianmu require even more and purer essence? Shi Ziyu nodded and said, according to the records of our ancestors, cultivating the double-layer Jianmu requires 12 times the purity of the ordinary people's true essence, but there is no record of cultivating the triple-layer Jianmu. Theoretically, the 3rd layer requires a full 24 times the purity of the true essence, and it must be conquered layer by layer. The required true essence is probably added up to 42 times that of an ordinary person before it is possible to cultivate the clear and turbid qi. Cheng Bai asked, why did my disciple cultivate the inner elixir? It is really strange that they practiced the same skills but got very different results. Shizuyu retracted the domain, and the image of Jianmu disappeared behind him. He muttered, Jianmu is the prototype of the inner elixir formed by the 6 paths of supreme power. It is very different from the paths of other sects. The elixir shape is unique, and the 6 paths of spiritual energy complement each other. It can initially transform the true essence into mana, and many magic weapons and secret techniques that require mana to activate can be solved. The rune inner elixir is the inner elixir among the inner elixirs. It should have undergone the 3rd transformation. Only by sacrificing the essence of the secret technique can the rune inner elixir be formed earlier. Cheng Bai also put away the Jianmu projection and asked curiously, what are the disadvantages of the sacrifice method? Shizuyu said unconcernedly, it's not all bad, there are benefits too. The cultivation of all things, in the final analysis, is to refine energy for their own use. I got the rune inner pill in the 2nd transformation, and the result was similar in the 3rd transformation. But I need a better secret technique than the 1st inner pill to continue the sacrifice. If I have the chance to get it, it will be much easier, otherwise the difficulty will increase a lot. He paused for a moment, and then continued, the amazing thing about the 6 paths supreme art is that the inner elixir and the inner elixir continuously produces mana at all times. The more inner elixir there are, the more sources of mana there are. It can also have corresponding passive enhancement effects for a long time without casting spells, depending on the different rune formations. It is very different from ordinary techniques that only cultivate one inner elixir, and its power is far greater than other techniques. Cheng Bai pondered and said, what if we stop offering sacrifices and cultivate the rune inner pill ourselves? Shizuyu twirled his beard and said, that's fine. But due to the influence of the secret technique of the previous sacrifice, if the rune inner elixir I cultivate cannot surpass the one I sacrificed, I will not be able to condense the rune inner elixir. My cultivation will stop here, which is the disadvantage. The advantage is that it raises the threshold for condensing the inner elixir. If I can get over it, my strength will naturally be higher. Cheng Bai thought in his heart, isn't my gluttonous body more suitable for sacrificing the secret technique to condense the rune inner elixir? He asked about the deeper mystery of the changes. Shizuyu described it in detail and pointed out, the cultivation experience left by the predecessors of the temple only goes up to the 5th transformation of Jianmu. You are now in the early stage of the 2nd transformation. You need a huge amount of true essence to build the foundation and form the clear and turbid qi. If you don't rush to sacrifice your inner elixir, I'm afraid you will be delayed in the heavenly realm for a long time. After Cheng Bai understood the issues of cultivation, he finally talked about the recent changes in the altars in various cities. Shizuyu's eyes flickered when he heard this, and he said confidently, with Master's current strength, it's fine if the Disaster Legion doesn't come. If they dare to act rashly, they will never return. His strength improved greatly. In addition to his own diligent practice, he also made many trips to the ancient battlefield secret realm and reaped rich rewards. Cheng Bai sensed the power of all things and realized that Shizuyu was clearly approaching the late stage of the heavenly man realm. His skills were more powerful and pure than his own. Now he was confident enough to win if he fought against Heilong again, without having to worry about a few mere flag owners. The two gradually studied the mysteries of the secret realm. Cheng Bai was about to collect the rotten silver ore, so he asked for details. Shizuyu has a lot of experience in the major secret realms, and knows more about them than the guild master. He told many secret realm tricks and reminded, among the 9 secret realms, the ancient battlefield is the most peculiar. It seems that the threshold is the lowest and ordinary people can enter, but in fact it is easy to enter but difficult to master. Most people have no gains, so few people are interested. You must have high strength to explore the depths and get the greatest chance, otherwise you may get nothing. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Cheng Bai benefited a lot and was secretly happy. He said goodbye and left with Lu Maiyateng. Shizuyu watched him leave, drank up the tea in his hand and sighed, an unexpected success has brought forth a forest. The air I worked so hard to train was neither high nor low, but I accidentally helped to produce a prodigy. Every time we meet, his strength changes dramatically. I wonder how far he can go. With Shizuyu, who has greatly improved his strength, stationed in Yuheng City, Cheng Bai has nothing to worry about. He returns to Sanxian Valley and has a good night's sleep. In the distance, where the clouds are so deep that one cannot see where they are, there stretches a vast palace complex with magnificent buildings, intricately decorated with gold and gilded patterns, and magnificent appearance. It is located above a vast lake. One can imagine how beautiful and moving it must have been in the past, with jade trees and white flowers on the shore and the sparkling, green and pure water of the beautiful pool. Today, the lake has dried up, the lake bottom is cracked, overgrown with weeds, the buildings are dilapidated, the color is dull, and the light is dim. The former exquisiteness and prosperity cannot stop the erosion and aging of time. The palace has many layers of buildings, carved beams and painted buildings, and is made of extraordinary materials. It is as majestic as a big city. The exquisite craftsmanship was once dazzling and magnificent, like a fairyland, but now only a gray and vicissitudes of life remain. The palace was dilapidated, but not deserted. In one of the halls there was a boiling pool of blood with a huge creature slowly wriggling inside. The blood pool was surging, the water surface parted, and the head of the black dragon popped out. He hesitated and said, "He has improved too fast. He was so weak more than 2 months ago that he was not worth mentioning. Now he can. He is simply a monster. Failure is failure. Don't look for excuses." The empty voice was like thunder, echoing in the hall. Huge is relative. Compared with the powerful existence in the dark depths of the palace, the black dragon is as small as a reptile. The unknown being opened its huge eyes, and the surroundings seemed to be lit up with bright lights. It said in a loud voice, "Hey Long, you have consumed 3 blood ginseng pills and 1 flawless nirvana pill, but your injuries are still not healed." Hey Long said respectfully, "Thank you, my lord. I have recovered 90% now. With my regeneration speed, I will be back to normal in a few days, and even stronger than before. Quickly complete your mission, find the false emperor who brought disaster to the continent, and kill him without mercy. I will send Zanbo, Ku Kong, and Qi Bin to help you later." The being in the darkness was very impatient, and closed his eyes, and the hall fell into endless darkness again. "I obey your command." He Long bowed his head and left. After a while, someone arrived outside the hall. The surroundings were as empty as a valley. It seemed that the person wanted to gain courage by the sound of his footsteps, so he walked with big steps and made loud noises. The faint sound of footsteps echoed in the empty valley, bringing mystery and loneliness. When the footsteps stopped, the hall lit up again, and the person standing in front of the blood pool was Senjie. He saluted and said loudly, "Master Yingzhao, I am here as promised." The light swept across Senjie like a searchlight, and rumbled, "You said too little last time. A grand martial arts hunting competition can only afford such junky things. It's not even enough to fill my teeth." Senjie said hurriedly, "According to the previous agreement, after the end of this martial arts hunting competition, half of the medicinal resources will belong to you. That is all the wealth that the 3 sects and 7 halls on the continent can bring out." The beings in the palace were quite dissatisfied. "It's still too little. Let's add the piece of longevity iron ore." Senjie said with difficulty, "This treasure has been announced to the public. If we cannot redeem it, the guild will not be able to justify itself. Other miraculous medicines are hard to come by in the world. It is extremely difficult to withhold them without being known. As the saying goes, there is a way to gather wealth from all over the world. Please think twice before recruiting wise men. There is still a long way to go." Ying Zhao pressed the issue further, "You must get at least 90% of the elixirs and other natural treasures. If I hadn't backed up the disaster corps, escorted the Hunters Guild, and appeased the various demon tribes, how could you have done things so smoothly?" Senjie took a deep breath and argued, 90% is indeed too high. The awards at the conference are not enough to cover up the truth. I am powerless. Ying Zhao said dissatisfiedly, "How much can I get?" Senjie reluctantly said, "I will do my best to satisfy Master Ying Zhao, and find ways to do so. I can only offer 50% of the elixirs and natural treasures, which is the limit." "It's a waste of time, Xuanbo, just send him back." Ying Zhao became even more impatient and ordered him to leave. A huge black turtle appeared from the back of the hall. It was the same one that Cheng Bai knew well in the Qiongqi River. "It is not humanly possible to travel back and forth here. Please follow me, Sen Longtu." Zanbo called Senjie to leave. Ying Zhao, who was silent in the darkness, shook his head repeatedly and snorted, "You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. The expenses of Yuanqi Tianfu are so huge. Qiongqi continent is really barren. With such little conditions, it can't be compared with Sun Chaser at all." Chapter 70, Ladder of All Things. At dawn, Cheng Bai and Lu Maeating were teleported to Yushan in Tianshu City to start a new journey. Xiaobai carried the 2 of them across the Yanshou River in the east. Blue water tigers are often seen in the river, and 6-headed snakes occasionally appear. These monsters, which were once thought to be powerful, now look weak and cannot attract Cheng Bai's attention. The lost ancient land is vast. With the help of the parchment map, Cheng Bai moved quickly and arrived at the ancient battlefield faster than expected. This secret place covers an astonishing area. It is surrounded by mountains forming numerous valleys. There are mountains within mountains and valleys within valleys. The areas with sparse forests are flat, the wasteland is vast, and rivers are interspersed. The valley was eerie and silent, like a huge battlefield of hell. An air of desolation was overwhelming. It was not yet the winter solstice, but the temperature had dropped sharply, as if a cold winter was approaching. It even froze at night. There were countless corpses of various animals and humans scattered all over the ground, which was creepy. Lu Mayating looked around and said unhappily, "It seems that no one is willing to come to such a terrible secret place." Cheng Bai didn't see it that way, and said bluntly, "So many people died, which means that countless people have come here, and most of them were knocked out by the poisonous gas in the valley and became food for the moles. The secrets of the ancient battlefield are mysterious and unpredictable. Even the sheepskin book left by the master of the Yellow Jade Banner only describes the situation outside, and only briefly mentions the core area. A kind of raw-eating and blood-drinking monster called Tu Luo is common here. Its challenge level is only 2, which is about the same strength as an ordinary adult, but it is not afraid of poison. It likes to eat raw animals that accidentally enter the ancient battlefield and are knocked down by poison gas. If there are humans lying on the ground, it will also eat them." Lu Mayating looked up the sheepskin book and said, "The poison gas is related to minerals and groundwater. The concentration is highest below half a foot above the ground, halved below 1.5 feet, and halved again below 3 feet. The poison gas is very weak below 5 feet, and is negligible at a person's height. Normal walking will not cause harm. Ordinary people who lie down for too long, or sleep in a camp, may develop illness or even fall into a coma." Cheng Bai knew very well that this kind of poisonous gas was generally hydrogen sulfide, which had little effect on the strong. The spiritual eyes could also see the distribution of the poisonous gas clearly, so he could just avoid it. Explorers traveled great distances, mostly for mining. The valleys around the ancient battlefield are rich in rotten silver, also known as water iron. The treasure has a hardness of 4 and is precious and rare. Although it is harder than diamond, its appearance is not good. From a distance, it looks like a pool of turbid water on the ground, mostly covered by mud and sand, and is easy to overlook. Once it is uncovered, it can be taken away in one piece, and it is easy to mine. Cheng Bai distinguished them clearly, collected mineral materials along the way, and gradually approached the central area of the ancient battlefield. After climbing over a hillside over 100 meters high, we saw a shocking and wild scene ahead. There were towering ancient trees, lush greenery, jagged rocks, and steep peaks that reached the sky. In the forest, there were groups of monsters with sheep heads and 4 horns and human bodies. They were earthworms. A flight of stairs leading to a magnificent building appears hidden in the shade of the trees. It is wide and neat, as if leading to a mysterious fairy palace deep in the clouds. Lu Mayating said in surprise, "We have been walking for so long, but this is just the outer perimeter. The real secret place is inside. No wonder anyone can come here." Cheng Bai learned a lot of information from Shi Ziyu and said, "There is a staircase maze deep in the ancient battlefield. I think it must be here." The 2 men and the wolf approached the building and walked up the stairs. The nearby mole creatures were weak and did not dare to come and provoke them, so there was no one around. After walking for a while, there were more steps ahead, and the road branched into 2 sides under the shade of trees. Cheng Bai chose to climb the left steps. After a while, there were more steps ahead, and 3 branches. "It's getting more and more complicated. Which way should I go?" Cheng Bai jumped off his mount, looked around, broke off a large branch from the side of the steps, broke off a small branch and placed it on the ground as a mark, and walked up the steps on the left fork. Lu Mayating secretly praised him for being cautious so as not to get lost. I continued walking up the steps, only to see more steps ahead, branching into 9 paths. The white-collar team was fearless. They continued to choose the leftmost fork, put down a small piece of branch, and strode forward. There were still more steps, more forked roads, and a doorway ahead. Lu Mayating said quietly, "We already have the gate, but it turns out we are still on the outskirts after walking here." After walking up this flight of stairs, there are more stairs and branching roads ahead, as well as more doorways, which increase in number in a repetitive and boring manner. Cheng Bai marked the path and chose the leftmost fork again. He passed through the doorway, climbed over the steps, looked forward, and was secretly shocked. There are still more steps and forks in front of us, which are more complicated, intertwined, connected up and down, and have many doorways that rise and fall. Lu Mayating was dazzled and whispered, "Do you still want to move forward? The work of collecting the rotten silver ore has been completed. If you are not sure about entering the maze, you can turn around and go home." "Of course we have to go. We always walk along the leftmost side. If we go back, we will walk along the rightmost side. We won't go wrong." Cheng Bai continued to lead the team deeper. Lu Mayating smiled and said, "It's marked, how could we go wrong? Continue up the leftmost steps, put down the marker, go through the doorway, and look up in shock." There were countless steps and branch paths crisscrossing back and forth, rotating and interconnecting, and countless doorways, which were simply dizzying. Cheng Bai pondered for a moment, then said with a smile, "This is the real maze. Do you remember how many times you went up and down the stairs?" Lu Mayating thought carefully and suddenly felt confused. She stammered, "It seems that I went up the stairs 5 times and went down the stairs 3 times. No, I went down the stairs 4 times, and went up the stairs more times, 6 times." Cheng Bai shook his head and said, "Neither is right. The illusion has confused our memory. Let's go back to the first fork and have a look. The branches we prepared are not enough." The maze was filled with endless stairs and there were no branches or stones to break off to serve as markers. Putting down the last small branch in their hands, the 2 men and the wolf turned around and headed back to the right. After walking a few steps, Cheng Bai suddenly stopped and asked, "Where are you going?" But the 2 men and the wolf went in 3 different directions, each taking a different path. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, "Can't you tell the right side?" "We are going to the far right." Lu Mayating glanced at Dubai and Xiao Bai, thought again and again, turned around on the spot, and found that it was difficult to distinguish left from right. The countless stairs, forks, and doorways around her all looked the same. Cheng Bai recalled the direction of movement and gathered everyone to walk towards the rightmost path he had confirmed. After passing through the doorway, Cheng Bai and Lu Mayating looked at each other in bewilderment. The steps, forks, and doorways in front of them were becoming more numerous and complicated. The key point was that they could not find the branch mark they had put down earlier. Lu Mayating panicked and said, "No, we took the wrong road. This is not the way we came here." Xiao Bai remained silent, squatting on the ground looking at his master. Cheng Bai gestured upwards and said, "We have unknowingly entered the belly of the mountain. The maze is even more complicated. Look at the ceiling above." Looking up, I was shocked. The stairs, forks and doorways that were originally distributed up and down, front and back, left and right were now crisscrossed on the ceiling. I felt dizzy and almost suspected that I was walking on the ceiling, which was the ground. All the forks seemed to be passages, but also seemed to be dead ends. I turned around and went back to the leftmost fork where I came from, and went through the doorway, but I couldn't find any branch marks. Lu Mayating said in disbelief, "Impossible, I remember clearly that I walked to the right when I came here, and walked to the left when I returned. How could I have made a mistake? I walked back and forth for a long time, completely disoriented as to which direction was right or left. The magnetic field here was so strange that even a compass was useless. It was as if I was walking from the ground to the ceiling, and then from the ceiling to the ground, endlessly, through countless steps and doors." Cheng Bai wiped a drop of sweat from his forehead and exclaimed, "We are walking in a 4-dimensional maze, which is similar to the architectural structure of a Mobius strip. What we thought of as left and right before was wrong, because left and right are not left and right at all, but directions other than up and down, front and back, left and right. If we walk in the 3-dimensional direction that we already know, we will never be able to return to the original path." Lu Mayating said blankly, "We shouldn't walk around randomly. We should strictly follow what Palace Master Shi said. Now everything is in chaos." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "It's okay. I was just testing the difficulty of the maze. The path Xiao Bai wanted to take just now might be the right one. It can return by following the scent it left behind. I have a better way." Ordinary people would be in a desperate situation facing a 4-dimensional maze, but fortunately Cheng Bai had the secret technique of teleportation and could start over. He took Lu Mayating and Xiao Bai directly back to the first step in front of the 3 forks in the road. The ground was still motionless with the mark of a small branch that was broken for the first time. Lu Mayating felt relieved and thankfully said, "Fortunately, I can regret my move. How do I get in now?" Cheng Bai looked around and said leisurely, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, and 9 is the ultimate number. This is the ladder of all things in the ancient battlefield. The maze is still just a peripheral building. Even earthworms dare not approach it. You really can't get in without some skills. The ancient battlefield is ancient in vicissitudes, and its layout is grand and unimaginable. The maze is just the tip of the iceberg, but it is not that no one can crack the four-dimensional maze. There are people on Earth who can do it. Shi Ziyu has solved this problem after years of exploration. When Cheng Bai entered the maze again, he held the void rope in his hand and tied one end to a small tree next to the steps, leaving a clear track along the way to facilitate identifying shortcuts through the maze, while also referring to Shi Ziyu's experience. Don't let the confusing numbers distract you. When you enter the maze and see a doorway, go in when you see 1, go left when you see 2, stay in the middle when you see 3, and back out when you see 9. That's the trick to passing through the doorway. Cheng Bai led the team through numerous mazes, but saw that the sky was getting darker and darker. Lu Maoying felt the change in light and opened her mouth to remind him, it's getting deeper and deeper, and the light refracted from outside is getting less and less. Continuing to go deeper means that the direction is correct and the four-dimensional maze cannot be infinitely looping after all. Cheng Bai pointed to the darkness ahead and suppressed his excitement, saying, "In there is the real ladder to heaven. Let's see if it can really accommodate everything." The astonishingly long void rope in his hand has reached its size limit. If it were someone else, they would have to leave this route to get out. They can teleport back and forth freely. The void rope has completed the prompt task. Cheng Bai grasped the end and shook it, and the treasure was manipulated as easily as with his own arm. The force was transmitted to the other end, opening the knot and retracting the void rope. Crossing the tall and long dark corridor and entering a larger area, the countless steps and doorways around it no longer appeared. Instead, there was a wide octagonal space. There was a stone statue standing on one of the 8 directions, and the other 7 directions were empty walls. The building is incredibly tall. Looking up, you can see more levels reaching up to the sky, stacked in countless numbers with no ceiling in sight. There is only one stone statue in a specific position on each floor, and no two look the same. The various stone statues are of different sizes. Some have human faces and animal shapes, some have bird heads and human bodies, some have 4 legs and long wings, some have many hands and eyes, and they are strange in shape and in various postures. Lu Maoying exclaimed, "This is the real ladder of all things. It's so spectacular." The wall in the direction we came from moved quietly and closed the entrance without a sound. The octagonal shape of the ladder of all things was intact. 8 huge spirit stones in the corners of the wall emitted a soft and misty light, illuminating the surroundings. Cheng Bai has been in Qizong for some time and is quite knowledgeable. Flintstone, a 4th-level rare stone, a rare treasure, is actually inlaid here to be used as a lamp. What a generous act. Just as he was about to go forward and try to pry the flint stone off and take it away, he found that the stone statue was moving, and the stone skin on its body was constantly breaking and falling, revealing a vivid face. It had a rat-like face, mean eyes, a big head and a small body, thin limbs, and was less than 4 feet tall. It was clearly a little water ghost. This is a weak monster with a challenge level of only 1, and its strength is about the same as that of an ordinary human child in his teens. The little water ghost looked ferocious, holding a sharp wooden spear, and pounced on us to attack. Lu Maoying stepped forward and punched it, easily knocking it away. It hit the wall and turned into smoke and dissipated. It was completely an energy life form. What the ladder of all things is. It's so weak, there's nothing to worry about. As soon as Lu Maoying finished speaking, the lower floor slowly came to a higher floor, and it was difficult to tell whether the ground was rising or the wall was falling. The new stone statue was covered with cracks and the stone skin had fallen off. Another monster walked out. It had 4 goat horns on its head, a human body and goat hooves. It was strong and muscular, holding a bronze squash hammer. It looked majestic and was slightly taller than an adult. It was a common mole outside the maze. Lu Maoying blasted it into smoke and it disappeared. Cheng Bai looked at the gradually rising higher floors and suddenly realized, it's level 3 now. The ladder of all things is a place for fighting and promotion. It's either for leveling up or for assessment. It's a really wonderful design. The core of the ancient battlefield secret realm is to pass the level. The higher you go, the stronger the monsters will be. If you win all the way, you will be given corresponding rewards. There is one challenge opportunity every day, and Shi Ziyu has benefited a lot from this. The stone statue shed its stone skin, and a tall man walked out, holding an iron sword and moving agilely. There were even humans among the monsters. The male swordsman's swordsmanship was very strict, but unfortunately he was only a warrior at the fetal breathing stage, and his strength was mediocre. He could not withstand Lu Maoting's attack and turned into green smoke and disappeared without a trace. The ground rose to the 4th level, and an ugly scabby fishman jumped out of the stone statue. He was no different from the one seen on the shore of Qiongqi. He held a stone axe and bared his teeth at the two men and the wolf. Lu Maoting squinted at Cheng Bai and complained, "Should I do it?" Cheng Bai really didn't want to take action, so he blew a whistle. Xiao Bai obeyed his command and rushed forward, easily hitting the scabby fishman with his claws, turning him into smoke. Seeing the level rise again, Cheng Bai frowned slightly and said softly, "The higher you go, the stronger the monsters become, but how do you stop?" No one answered, and Cheng Bai realized that he had actually forgotten to ask Shiziu. Chapter 71 Long planned. The monster that appeared on the 5th floor was crawling around. It was the old friend, the blue-faced spider. Lu Maoting kicked it away and it turned into green smoke. A dried corpse staggered out from the stone statue on the 6th floor, with its neck tilted and chuckling. Many of them had been seen around the tombs of the Qiongqi kingdom. Xiao Bai rushed forward and bit off the neck of the mummy with one bite. The monster died and turned into green smoke. The monster on the 7th floor is a big, strong water ghost. I once saw a kind of water ghost staff in the Qizong store that could summon several water ghosts for people to use. I was deeply impressed. Its strength was comparable to that of a warrior in the middle stage of the Yi Jin realm, but Xiao Bai easily defeated it. A bird monster with a human face flew out from the 8th floor. This kind of monster is commonly seen in the Qiongqi Islands. It has a beautiful singing voice that can confuse the mind and lead ships to run aground and sink. Lu Maoting raised her hand and shot a gun that pierced the chest of the human-faced bird demon, killing him instantly with smoke and dust all around. The monster on the 9th floor was a giant gray wolf. Xiao Bai was curious about its similar appearance, so he pounced on it, bit it, and killed it with his claws. The monster on the 10th floor was huge in size. An old tree spirit came out with a steady gait of bang bang bang. Lu Maoting used the reed spear and a move called force penetrating mountains and rivers to pierce a big hole in the tree trunk. Winning was still easy. A sickle-wielding monster jumped out from the stone statue on the 11th floor. Lu Maoting fired a gun and pierced its throat, and green smoke spread out. Cheng Bai saw that they had been struggling for a long time, and he couldn't help but say with some regret, "The strength of the stone monster increases geometrically within a certain range, and the improvement span is getting bigger and bigger. It's a pity that there is no crystal core, otherwise it would be a great deal." The monster on the 12th floor was an old acquaintance, a three-headed snake staggering towards him. Cheng Bai was worried that its poisonous mist would fume Lu Maoting, so he finally took action and used a thunder and fire bomb to burn the snake monster's head. A double-edged saber-toothed elephant rushed out from the 13th floor, stepping as heavy as a war drum and charging forward with its fangs erected. This kind of monster is considered the pinnacle of conventional land animals on Earth. Xiao Bai stepped forward to fight, attacked from the side, easily pushed the saber-toothed elephant down, and tore it into pieces. The monster on the 14th floor was a black-headed sparrow. Lu Maoting jumped up and used a move called blooming towards the sky, and stabbed the monster bird in the air to death with her spear. The monsters on the 15th floor behaved docilely and gracefully. A black moonlight deer came out slowly, as if to let the enemy relax their vigilance. It ran faster and faster in circles, and when it got close, its antlers butted and rushed towards Lu Maoting. Cheng Bai cut off the head of the black moonlight deer with a knife. The monster on the 16th floor was 8 meters tall. It waved its big hands around tree trunks to stir up a strong wind. It was extremely powerful and it was a violent one-eyed beast. It died under Lu Maoting's reed spear. The monster on the 17th floor was agile, nimble and quick. It was a silver-spotted demon leopard. Xiao Bai pinned it down and had its neck bitten off. After the stone statue on the 18th floor cracked, the monster seemed to disappear without a trace. Cheng Bai's keen eyes could see clearly that it was a shadowy Wei Kai trying to sneak up on him for a stealth attack. He rushed forward and swung his knife to chop the pig's head in half. After winning every battle, the following opponents all mastered secret techniques, with various methods of attack, defense, confusion, and change. They became more and more difficult to deal with. As they passed the levels one by one, the monster levels increased and the venue became larger and larger. Time passed. Cheng Bai looked up at the top of the ladder of all things. It was still endless up here, and he couldn't see where the ceiling was. It seemed that there were still countless levels to challenge. He counted the floors in his mind and said, "We have reached the 32nd floor now. Lu Maoying nodded and said, "Yes, I also remember that after the 32nd floor, the poison crystal worm king just now was much stronger than the one I encountered in the poison crystal cave. If it weren't for you, I would not be able to deal with it at all." With 1/3 of the power of the master of the yellow jade flag, Lu Maoying was promoted to the middle stage of the return to the root realm. She was even stronger than Shenya on the day of the martial arts competition. However, she no longer had the ease and composure she had at the beginning, and was instead vulnerable to the increasingly powerful monsters. The stone skin of the 33rd floor of the stone statue shattered and fell off, and a hideous monster came out. It had 3 sharp horns on its head, a pair of icy wings on its back, a body 30 meters long, well-developed limbs, and a pangolin-like tail swinging behind it. Its translucent skin was mainly light white and blue, and you could vaguely see the thick reddish-brown bones under the skin, which extended outside the body to form sharp reddish-brown keratin and claws. It was a frost dragon that lived on the northern polar islands and was extremely rare on the continent. As soon as it saw its opponent, it opened its mouth and spewed out ice cones. The bone-chilling cold current swept across a large area, freezing anyone who touched it into zombies. Cheng Bai was secretly shocked. Miao Ting and Xiao Bai can't withstand its attack. He hurriedly slashed out with a dark cross-shaped sword energy to split the ice cone energy flow, followed by 2 layers of sword energy to blow the frost dragon away. The frost dragon was injured and fell to the ground, then got up again and cast a secret spell. Crystal-like snowflakes flew around his body, as if they were floating around without restraint, and the number increased. Cheng Bai was suspicious of the effect of the snowflakes, so he slashed them with his sword. The snowflakes broke into pieces, and an ice explosion occurred instantly. The surrounding area was frozen, and anyone who got close would be caught. This secret technique is more powerful than the ice cone, so we can't let it expand its range. Cheng Bai quickly threw out the same number of thunder and fire bombs, detonating the snowflakes from a distance and preventing the cold air from getting close to him. The forces of ice and fire collided and annihilated each other, and the frost dragon's crystal storm secret technique was suppressed. Continuous explosions echoed in the ladder of all things, but the surroundings were as stable as Mount Tai, without the slightest vibration. Cheng Bai's evaluation in his heart increased a little, and he thought to himself, the sound waves of thunder sound seem to have no effect here. The material used for the ladder of all things is indestructible. His hands were not slow at all. He teleported in front of the frost dragon, and the 5-fold sword energy burst out fiercely, cutting it into several pieces at lightning speed. The frost dragon can fight for a few moves, and its strength is close to that of the multi-eared macaque king. If it goes higher up the ladder of all things, it will face even more powerful opponents. Lu Maoying and Xiao Bai were of no help at all. They had no power to fight back against the powerful enemy and could only escape danger in time. Cheng Bai was so worried that he was confused and anxious. How can I stop fighting? Can I only fight until I die, or teleport away? Then there will be no reward. Shi Ziyu, who was far away in Yuhang City making dendrobium tea, suddenly remembered, yesterday I forgot to tell them the rules of the truce in the ladder of all things. If they feel that they can't do it, they just need to say, I surrender, and the challenge will end. But it's such a simple thing, and the white people are quite smart, they should be able to try it out. There were 3 people sitting at the tea table in Shangxin Pavilion. The red jade banner master smiled and said, Old Shi, you have been the best to me. You once held me in your arms when I was a child. Do you remember? Shi Ziyu said awkwardly, at this point, you and I are sitting opposite each other, how can we do it the same way as before? The leader of the Black Jade Banner smiled and said, among the 7 Hall Masters, Hall Master Shi is the most senior and respected. We all respect him the most. I dare not act recklessly here. I hope to get Hall Master Shi's support. Support what? Are you going to join the Disaster Legion? Don't mention the altar anymore. Shi Ziyu politely refused. The Jade Flag Master drank up the tea in front of him, thinking back to the past, and said, 15 years ago, the 2 major forces on the continent, the light and the dark, took sides. On the bright side, the Calamity Legion continued to merge its forces and combat power, while on the dark side, the 7 Hall Masters supported the descendants of the Yun family. In fact, they all had the same goal in the end, to fight against the invasion of the Sun Chaser, but they took different paths. Shi Ziyu casually poured more tea, and the leader of the Qingyu banner knocked on the table with his fist to express his gratitude. If we don't share the same ideals, we can't work together and we can't force it. Shi Ziyu said calmly. The Red Jade Banner Master persuaded, the so-called different paths actually lead to the same destination. In Qiongqi continent, we are like sitting on the same boat. If we can work together and unite as one, why worry about not being able to achieve our wishes? Shi Ziyu shook his head and said, what you and I do is on our own, and it's only after many years that we've come into conflict. The conferred God altar was passed down by our ancestors, and every generation of Hall Masters has the duty to protect it. How dare we make any mistakes? The master of the Black Jade Banner said solemnly, 15 years ago, the descendant of the Yun family who was in charge of the Yingmen Star region fled here on a spirit boat, leaving behind the blood of the emperor's son. In order to lure away the pursuers, the void spirit boat set off again and fled far away, and his life or death is unknown. This blood is the candidate for the female emperor who is being supported by the 7 Hall Masters and will return to the Yunmen Star region to ascend the throne. Shi Ziyu looked solemn, twirling his beard and asked, it was so secret back then, how did you know about it? The leader of the Jade Banner shook his head and said, the void spirit boat is huge, how could there be no noise when it comes and goes? Some people still say that immortals descended to the earth at that time. Moreover, Master Shi, don't forget that the spirit boat stopped near the Sword Cliff, and it was the Sword Sect's leader Gai Xuan who notified the major Hall Masters to gather. The matter of supporting the Empress is not only known by the 7 major Hall Masters. Shi Ziyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he questioned, this matter is a matter of life and death. No one should leak it, no matter whether it is Gai Xuan or the 7 Hall Masters. The Red Jade Banner Master sighed, we have been planning for more than 10 years. Everyone has taught us by example. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. There are still a few people on the mainland who can detect it, such as the demon sage's sky vision, the multi-eared macaque's ground hearing, the faceless man's insight, and the psychic plum's ability to know the past and the future. Shi Ziyu had a complicated expression and whispered, even the demons know about this. The situation is not good. I'm afraid it has spread beyond the Qiongqi continent. The Black Jade Banner Master said hurriedly, it is not easy to keep it a secret for 15 years. The Emperor must be chosen from the candidates with the true Divine Fire bloodline. The Empress is now an adult, so returning to Yunmen Emperor Star as soon as possible is the top priority. Shi Ziyu pondered for a moment, poured out the cold tea, made a pot of new tea, shook his head and said, the Yunmen Star region is so far away, it's a long journey, even with a patrolling spirit boat, I don't know how many years it will take to get there. The leader of the Jade Banner cursed, it's all because of Gai Xuan's ignorance. He supported the Empress but didn't explain the important matters clearly. It delayed for many years. Now we are seeing foreign invaders and we are leaderless. We have missed the opportunity to fight. The Cloud Realm will be in a life and death situation. The Red Jade Banner Master said, for now, there is still a glimmer of hope. Mr. Shi should know about Shanwei City. The Black Jade Banner Master continued, Shanwei City is a neutral area, also known as the City of 10,000 Gates. It is located on the top of Mount Sumeru. There are tens of millions, maybe even more netherworld paths leading to the heavens and myriad realms. As long as we pass through there and reach the Yunmen Star region, ascending to the Emperor Star is within reach. Shi Ziyu coughed and asked, everyone, what you think, how can the outsiders not think of it? Can't the other candidates for the new emperor think of it? Shanwei City must be hiding murderous intentions and is full of dangers. How can we ensure that the Empress will pass safely? The Jade Banner Master said frankly, we, the Disaster Legion, have gathered our fighting strength for this purpose. Rather than sitting and waiting for the Sun Chaser to come and kill us on the Qiongqi continent, we might as well give it a try, and maybe we'll have a chance of winning. Shi Ziyu drank his tea silently, pondering without saying a word. The Red Jade Banner Master said softly, Old Shi, the 7 holy temples have been tightening their finances for more than a decade. Aren't they already prepared for this? A hint of surprise flashed across Shi Ziyu's eyes, you guys even know this? The Black Jade Banner Master nodded and said, none of the 7 Hall Masters attended the Hunter Academy meeting 15 years ago because you already had a plan that coincided with Sect Master Fang's. You raised funds to build a large-scale sky-patrolling spirit boat and gathered your strength for this day. The Jade Banner Master said passionately, release the ancient god to fight the Sun Chaser. Take advantage of this chaos to go to the Cloud Gate Emperor Star through the Netherworld Road of Shanwei City. If you can get reinforcements smoothly, or at worst, you can escape. Why not do it? The leader of the Red Jade Banner said proudly, Old Shi, we really share the same ideals. Our respective resources can completely complement each other. Why don't we work together to achieve great things? Shi Ziyu pondered and said, giving up all the foundations of Qiongqi continent and fleeing far away is really a last resort. How can it be so easy? The netherworld roads in Shanwei City are controlled by the heavenly sword. There are so many of them that they are as complicated as a maze. How can the road to the Emperor Star be easy to travel? While I was hesitating, I suddenly saw dark clouds descending from the sky. The winding black dragon coiled around the clouds and shouted from above, "Master Shi Ziyu of Yuhang Palace, do you know where Yunwan is?" Shi Ziyu's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and he made up his mind. He whispered to the three flag masters, "I agree with what you said. Go quickly, I will handle this." On the 34th level of the ladder of all things, Cheng Bai encountered the terrifying monster Fei. Fei resembles a violent giant bull, with a body length of 60 meters. Its toughness and brutality cannot be described as iron skin and bones. Its body exudes poisonous gas like smog. Its snow-white head is topped with a pair of giant horns like the Grim Reaper's sickle. Its huge single eye like a small sun emits violent heat energy, burning whatever it sees. Its long tail swings like a giant snake, with the head of a venomous snake at the end. As soon as it appeared, the entire floor was engulfed in a pool of poison and a sea of fire. Ordinary people standing on the ground would be melted by the poisonous fire in an instant. Cheng Bai hurriedly took out the Qinglang pill and the Baihuo pill, and the two men and the wolf each ate one, which reduced the threat and allowed Lu Maiyating and Xiao Bai to retreat so that they could fight the powerful monster alone. 7 layers of sword energy burst out around Fei, making the sound of metal clashing. Thunder and fire bombs exploded on its body, but there were no obvious scars. Fei's defense was amazing, and his hard body was even stronger than that of the Iron Bull and the Headless Corpse King. Cheng Bai was shocked. Just this body of flesh is not inferior to Star Gold, and can even resist sword energy. It is not a flesh and blood creature. All the monsters in the ladder of all things are energy life forms, which makes the secret slaughtering technique that greatly increases the destructive power against flesh and blood creatures useless, thus adding a lot of difficulty. Lu Maiyating tightly grasped the reed spear and went around behind the monster, quietly approaching it, intending to launch a surprise attack on Fei. The snake head at the tail of the snake raised its head and glared at the female hunter. Lu Maiyating hurriedly dodged it. A cluster of poisonous fire rose up where she had just stood, making it difficult to approach secretly. Chapter 72 Determined to win. Cheng Bai saw it and hurriedly warned, "Don't come over, I'll deal with it." The domain image was opened, and the Taoist vision appeared. A lifelike huge beast head pounced on Fei, opened its mouth and bit off a large piece of meat from Fei's back. Fei let out a terrifying roar that was as loud as thunder, and he was completely defenseless against the beast head vision. "An energy creature, huh? You're exactly what I want. I'm going to eat you." Upon seeing this, Cheng Bai activated the beast head domain and took one bite after another with relish. In a blink of an eye, Fei was devoured until only half of his body was left in tatters. The monster couldn't hold on any longer and turned into smoke and disappeared, along with the poisonous gas and sea of fire that surrounded it. Cheng Bai took back the domain, feeling overjoyed. It was such an easy victory. "The ladder of all things turned out to be my dining table, what can you do to me?" The levels continued to rise slowly. Lu Maiyating and Xiao Bai looked at each other. They could still help a little in the first few levels, but now they have become a complete burden. Cheng Bai secretly admired the function of the ladder of all things. The higher one went, the stronger the monsters became, the wider the area became, and the solider the environment became. It was unlike the seemingly independent dimension located within the belly of the mountain. It was completely in line with the strength of the challenger. No, it was getting stronger and stronger, completely surpassing the challenger. The stone skin of the 35-layer stone statue faded away quickly, and the new monster was even more majestic, over 100 meters long, with a tiger body and wings, bristles like spears, and claws sharp enough to split mountains. It was clearly the Qiongqi that they had encountered once before. When Cheng Bai fled that time, he was actually considering that Lu Maiyating and Xiao Bai were nearby. If he failed, the consequences would be disastrous. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have fought for a while at least. Now he is much stronger and is full of confidence in facing the challenges that he had never been able to overcome before. As soon as Qiongqi met, he used the Tribulation Blade Wave, which collided with Cheng Bai's dull black spiritual sword energy, annihilating each other. The strength increased from the 3rd level, to the 5th level, to the 7th level, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Cheng Bai knew that Qiongqi's strength was far more than that. Sure enough, after the 7th level of sword energy, the incoming waves of calamity blades penetrated the space, coming one after another from all directions and different angles. It was strange and difficult to defend against, and it was difficult to resist with sword energy alone. Cheng Bai teleported, avoiding dozens of blade waves, and appeared in another location. He shot with both hands, and the sniper's secret technique formed vibration wave bullets, which poured towards the opponent in multiple sword auras. In the past, opponents could not withstand this continuous attack like a storm. Unexpectedly, Qiongqi also disappeared and appeared behind Cheng Bai in an instant, with multiple cross-blade waves coming one after another to kill him. Cheng Baimao was horrified. He hastily used his spiritual shield to block the fatal blow and was knocked away. He suddenly realized, it uses teleportation to perfection. Not only can it teleport itself at will, but even its attack methods can be transmitted far away. That's why it's so weird and hard to defend against. This means that Qiongqi's skills, maturity and experience are far superior to Cheng Bai's. In the following battle, both sides teleported and moved at such speeds that they seemed to be turning into flashes of light. Lu Maiating and Xiao Bai were unable to capture the battle trajectory of both sides. They could only see the light tracks constantly jumping in the ladder of all things, unable to distinguish between friend and foe. At such a fast speed, ordinary moves can't hit the opponent at all. Whether it's thunder and fire bullets or sniper bullets, the speed of shooting is not as fast as the speed of dodging, which becomes a joke in actual combat. Cheng Bai saw his own limits. So far, his skills were not perfect enough, his skills were not mature enough, and he was far from being a veteran. He had to constantly hone himself and improve his experience in battle. He improved his coping skills in the fierce battle and suddenly performed the 8 Immortals tour, with 2 afterimages appearing. One image was wielding the 7-layered black spirit, and the other image was using a knife to open the gate of life and death. Qiongqi showed a sly smile and suddenly split into 2 figures, each of them unleashed multiple waves of calamity blades to meet the 2 afterimages respectively. The sword light faded away, and the effort was in vain. Cheng Bai immediately discovered the gap between them when they met in close combat, and was greatly shocked. The 2 Qiongqi that appeared from the secret technique of clones were real and not false illusions. If they were injured, the clones would bear the brunt of the damage, while the original body would remain unharmed, and the attacks would be eliminated without a trace. It was simply against the will of heaven. The 8 Immortals are not clones and are obviously inferior to them. The 2 afterimages are one fake and one real. The 7-fold sword energy is a fake move, and the sword that opens the gate of life and death is the killing move, but it cannot hurt the enemy. The first and strongest move was unsuccessful and failed to work. The 2 Qiongqi attacked from both sides, from the front and from the back, making Cheng Bai so flustered that he couldn't take care of himself. In a hurry, Cheng Bai used the 8 Immortals to transform into 3 afterimages to confuse his opponent, and his real body teleported away. A clone of Qiongqi followed closely and instantly appeared behind Cheng Bai, using the Tribulation Blade wave to chop him down. However, the wave of calamity blades only hit the spirit shield, and it was the Qiongqi clone that let out the miserable howl. A large part of the key part of its lower body was missing, and the Taoist vision opened its big mouth and chewed happily. The clever hunter anticipated that Qiongqi would teleport behind him, and prepared a trap under its butt. With one successful move, Cheng Bai used the secret technique of the spiritual eye to the maximum effect, predicted the next move of Qiongqi, and teleported at the same time with the beast head domain to chase after Qiongqi's clone. The functions of the spiritual eye secret technique and the teleportation secret technique were deeply explored. The opponent's teleportation position was predicted instantly, and the opponent was moved there first to launch an attack. He succeeded repeatedly, and the beast head domain devoured one of the clones until it was incomplete. As for the other clone, Cheng Bai did not forget to create an afterimage to attract the other party's attention. He used this tactic in a short period of time, swallowed up the clone of Qiongqi, turned around to attack the other one, and relied on the beast head's supernatural instinct to devour the energy body to bite the Qiongqi into pieces, and managed to turn the defeat around and kill the opponent. Seeing the skeleton of the demon beast exposed and broken disappear into green smoke, Cheng Bai secretly called out that he was lucky. It turned out that the beast head domain was his biggest trump card. He suddenly realized in his heart, if this Qiongqi also has spiritual eyes and sees through my 8 Immortals tour residual image, or turns around to attack Lu Maiating and Xiao Bai, how should I deal with it? He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The monster that appeared from the ladder of all things was no less powerful than the demon beast in person, but its cunning habits were slightly different from those of Qiongqi itself. He was afraid, unless I have a secret technique that can greatly increase my strength, or other abilities, I may be helpless. Watching the level slowly rise again, Cheng Bai took out the fat beast crystal core and a dozen magic eagle crystal cores, and let the beast head domain devour them. The pure true essence gathered into Jianmu, like rivers returning to the sea, rapidly enhancing his own strength, preparing to face more powerful opponents. The 36-story stone statue shed its stone skin and strode over. It was burly, standing nearly 3 meters tall, with strong limbs, dark blue skin, a bald head and no beard, slit-like eyes, no ears, nose or mouth, and 8 tentacles that swayed from its chin, ranging from thick to thin. I saw this guy when I first went to the Faceless Rift. Later I determined that he was a faceless leader whose strength was far superior to that of ordinary faceless people. Cheng Bai didn't expect that its level was even higher than the much larger Qiongqi, and its momentum was no less inferior to that of the ancient monster. It was ferocious and swift, exuding a terrifying oppressive force. The faceless leader approached at an extremely fast speed, as if the moving distance suddenly disappeared. He was close in an instant, and his hands and feet were slashing with knives, stabbing with swords, stabbing with spears, chopping with axes, smashing with sticks, ripping with hooks, swinging with whips, etc., as if one person was holding 18 weapons at the same time to kill him. His moves are profound and extensive. When simple, they are simple and ancient, and when complex, they are strange and changeable. They are the type that completely relies on powerful physical skills to crush the opponent. His martial arts skills are so high that the so-called masters seen before pale in comparison. In comparison, they are simply crude and like a fight between 3-year-old children. Cheng Bai was surprised at the opponent's exquisite martial arts and dodged and retreated repeatedly. Going up the ladder of all things, the opponent's use of secret techniques over the past 10 levels became more and more unbelievable. At this level, they suddenly changed to victory through martial arts, which was unexpected. Fortunately, after fierce battles with Fei and Qiongqi, Cheng Bai devoured a lot of energy and many crystal cores. Both his experience and skills improved by leaps and bounds. He moved around like the 8 immortals, waiting for opportunities to attack with sword energy, avoiding the real and attacking the fake, and the battle was not as fierce and dangerous as the one against Qiongqi just now. After fighting for 100 moves, Cheng Bai suddenly realized that the faceless leader did not lack secret skills, but he had practiced these secret skills to improve his martial arts, enhancing his whole body's strength, physique, toughness, and speed, turning himself into a fighting machine. By specializing in strengthening your body and reaching your ultimate combat power, you can also become invincible. The faceless leader moved his body with his fists, chasing the target, tearing open the air with violent pressure. The roar of sonic booms like the sound of a huge bell, and the surging air waves made Lu Miaoting and Xiao Bai, who had retreated to the edge, look pale, and they could only feel a slight chill rising from under their feet. Cheng Bai's cultivation and speed have greatly improved compared to the previous battle. He sent out 7 levels of sword energy, but was completely neutralized by the opponent's fists and palms. The afterimages created by the 8 immortals were instantly shattered by a single blow from the powerful fist. Only the vibration waves of the sniper secret technique could occasionally force the opponent away. The faceless leader stretched his body, twisted it at an incredible angle, and attacked from an incredible position, with both hands and feet simultaneously, as if he had 18 pairs of hands and 18 pairs of feet, with various moves and attacking at a faster speed like a violent storm, smashing any objects that came into contact with him to pieces. Cheng Bai felt the pressure was getting bigger and bigger, and he got really angry and said angrily, "I don't believe that your fist is more powerful than my sword." He activated the 6 paths of supremacy, and the Jianmu and his Dantian continuously provided him with mana. The sword energy was very different from before, and its power increased dramatically. He slashed out 9 levels of sword energy in succession, and the lethality increased greatly. Amid the sound of metal clashing, the Guxi sword and the faceless man's commander's fists clashed hundreds of times. When Cheng Bai changed his position and raised the blade in front of his eyes, the once perfect Kuaishi sword was obviously distorted. He was filled with shock. Kaishi sword lost to him. His fist is harder than star gold. With the help of the 6 paths of supremacy, the sword energy was so powerful that the faceless commander's punch could even hurt the sword. His physical strength was so strong and domineering that he had never seen anything like it before. When masters fight, a slight mistake can lead to a huge error. The distortion of the knife has a significant impact in high-precision combat, causing the knife's fluency and power to be much less than before. Cheng Bai knew clearly that without the sword's defense, he would have difficulty in confronting the enemy head-on. The reason he had the upper hand in the hand-to-hand combat with Kukong that day was because King Duormi was slightly inferior to him. Now the faceless man's leader was several levels stronger than himself, so he must not be arrogant. The faceless leader's punch was so powerful that it made the spiritual shield shake. He saw his fist coming again with unstoppable force, but the force arrived before the fist. The sonic booms of the battle tore the air apart, and the surging air waves hit their faces. Lu Maiating, who was watching the battle, hurriedly put her face close to Xiao Bai's and covered one of their ears. She covered her own ear with one hand, and covered Xiao Bai's other ear with the other hand, trying to minimize the impact of the sound waves, but still felt the trembling from the depths of her soul. Cheng Bai was determined to win, and thought to himself, if I try again, I still have room for improvement. He simply used his strongest killing move, the knife, to open the gate of life and death, and used the secret technique of teleportation to avoid the punch and kill him at close range. The knife came into close contact with the opponent's fist again, causing it to be twisted and deformed even more, and cracks actually appeared. Compared to the multiple black spirits that win by stacking their numbers, the fifth knife is still better and more powerful. The faceless leader was injured by the knife and fell to the ground, but he quickly got up. This was the first person who stood up so firmly after being killed by the knife. I feel I'm half a step closer to the sixth sword, just a little bit more. Cheng Bai's eyes twitched slightly, his mind racing. If the opponent was a flesh and blood creature, it wouldn't be so easy with the bonus of the slaughter secret technique. But now he had no choice but to use his trump card. The beast head domain appeared behind the faceless commander and opened its big mouth silently. As his strength continued to increase, the anomaly could also assassinate. The faceless commander was able to sense the abnormality and punched back, but unfortunately the Taoist monster was not an ordinary object. When he retracted his arm, his fist and forearm were bitten by the beast and disappeared. The opponent was seriously injured, and Cheng Bai suddenly felt the pressure was greatly reduced. The beast head domain took advantage of the victory and displayed their great power. They cooperated with each other to besiege the opponent, with swords flashing and beast shadows flying, and they had the upper hand. The faceless leader danced with joy, distracted by this and that, and when he swung his fist disappeared, when he kicked, his foot disappeared, his limbs and head were devoured one after another, and he suddenly fell to the ground and turned into smoke and disappeared. Relying on the Taoist vision, he achieved a surprise victory in a short period of time. The level is still rising slowly, and stronger enemies are about to appear. Cheng Bai took out his treasure bag and thought to himself, will I be forced to eat up all the elixirs in stock to improve my power here? No, there must be a way to stop the war and leave. Looking up, I still couldn't see where the top of the ladder of all things was. The levels and stone statues above seemed endless. 37 layers of the stone statue's skin fell off, but the monster did not come out immediately, but just looked around. Cheng Bai looked at the knife with obvious cracks and thought to himself, the knife is about to break, let's end this quickly. The other party stood there hesitating for a moment, and then a stunningly handsome young man walked out. His face was smooth and white, his expression was stern, his eyes were dark and deep, his sword-like eyebrows were straight and slanted, he had a straight nose, charming lips, long black hair, and a little gold sand between his eyebrows. He exuded nobility, elegance and transcendence. The beautiful boy actually said, "Everyone, are you ready?" Cheng Bai was slightly stunned. This is the first opponent in the ladder of all things who can communicate in language. It is obviously different from the ferocious monsters, but the monsters in the ladder of all things include humans, and this was also the case on the third level, so it is not too strange. Before, it was always the stone monster that attacked first, but this time Cheng Bai took the initiative, teleported close to his opponent, used his sword to open the gate of life and death, and was determined to decide the outcome with one sword. The beautiful boy's pupils suddenly contracted, and he raised a golden mace in his hand to block. When the two sides were about to engage in battle to decide the winner, the beautiful boy suddenly turned into smoke and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 73 Sacrifice. Cheng Bai was shocked and stopped attacking. He was very sure that he had not defeated his opponent. While he was wondering, his sea of consciousness received a message from the ladder of all things. The ladder of all things is running low on energy. This assessment is suspended. The 37th level is still undecided. The challenger will receive a reward for consecutive wins from the 1st to the 36th level, 3 Yunjun refining heart pills and 3 iron blood protecting heart pills. Cheng Bai was stunned. The ceasefire was only possible due to lack of energy. He couldn't help but feel relieved but also a little regretful. He did not think at this time that this round of battle should not have been terminated halfway. The root cause was that the beast head domain swallowed up energy bodies one after another, and the ladder of all things military system failed to recover enough energy repeatedly, triggering the relevant maintenance mechanism and was forced to stop operating. A buzzing sound was heard above the ladder of all things, and a half-bee, half-bird Qin Yuan flew over holding a small jade box, placed the reward in front of Cheng Bai, and then turned into green smoke and dissipated. Cheng Bai stepped forward and opened the jade box, which contained 6 elixirs. Just as I put it into the treasure bag, a wall of the ladder of all things opened, and light shone through from the depths of the dark corridor. I could finally get out. In a palace billions of miles away, the extremely handsome young man suddenly woke up, sat up, jumped off the bed, his eyes widened, looked around, paced back and forth anxiously, and roared continuously. There was a crisp knock on the door, and a gentle middle-aged male voice came from outside, asking, "Is King Jin Guangming here?" The beautiful boy called out, "Come in." The man who pushed the door open was a strong and sturdy man, much taller than an ordinary person, wearing a battle robe, with a blue-gray complexion, eyes like copper bells, and a voice like a bell. "Brother Yang Yao, why are you so irritable? Everyone outside heard it and thought you were fighting with someone." The beautiful young man was named Yang Yao, also known as the Golden Light King. Upon hearing this, he said, "Thank you, great and mighty king, for your concern. I just dreamt about the ladder of all things and fought an enemy on the 37th floor. That man's swordsmanship was so terrifying that it still lingers in my mind. I have been trying to figure it out but have not been able to. I am afraid it will become a demon in my heart." The great and mighty king consoled him. King of Golden Light has achieved success at a young age. He has achieved perfection in the 5 realms of heaven and man at a young age. He is about to enter the realm of inaction and mystery. It is inevitable that he will be disturbed by external demons. He should practice diligently to overcome the test. It is better to regard them as his nemesis and motivate himself to make progress. Yang Yao nodded in agreement and said, "What the great and mighty king said makes sense. Tomorrow I will go to challenge the ladder of all things. If I break through my previous record of 37 levels, I will definitely be able to eliminate my inner demons. King of Golden Light has a profound understanding and will surely reach a higher level." After saying this, the great and powerful king left the room. Outside the door, there were palaces everywhere. The bluish-white arched sky remained bright and clear all the time. When people looked up, there was no cloud or mist blocking the view, and they could see the sky filled with beautiful buildings. Countless buildings inlaid with gold and wrapped in jade, interlocking with each other, neatly and magnificently assembled into an incredible super-giant disk, slowly rotating for almost eternity, floating on the top of a spire-like giant mountain that stands upright like a pillar to the sky. The boundless mountains were so majestic that only the gods knew how high they were. Looking down at the mountains, the vast land was so vast that it was unbelievable, with many stars orbiting around it, and the sun and the moon were just parts of it. Mount Sumeru is a mysterious place that is considered sacred. At first glance, the place that becomes white looks like a fairyland surrounded by clouds and mist. But spiritual eyes can see through false glory. Under the dim haze, the palace complex with its layers of terraces and pavilions, its grandeur and magnificence cannot hide the vicissitudes of life, and the decline caused by the erosion of time is clearly visible. Cheng Bai glanced at his own knife, which looked a bit horrible. He put the knife into his treasure bag and planned to learn the refining technique to recast the magic weapon in the future. He did not take it seriously. His own strength was greatly improved and the reward was generous, so the trip was worthwhile. The lake has dried up. There used to be a very big lake. Where is this? Lu Maiating looked around and it didn't look like she was in an ancient battlefield. What Cheng Bai was paying attention to was the magnificent building he had walked out of. It was clearly an extremely huge gray-purple stepped pyramid with 8 sides that soared into the sky. After counting again and again, there were a total of 69 floors. This is the true appearance of the ladder of all things. You can only get a glimpse of it from inside. From the outside, it looks smaller as you go up, but inside the ladder of all things, it gets bigger as you go up. It is truly magical. Cheng Bai became curious, so he took Lu Maiating and Xiao Bai and jumped up the pyramid, reached the top, and stood on the rooftop. The top of the tower has a broad view, overlooking the earth. You will be at the top of the mountain, with a panoramic view of all the mountains and the continuous buildings in the dried-up lake. Lu Maiating looked at the palace complex from afar and exclaimed, "There are huge monsters in the palaces below." Huge. Lu Maiating is a veteran hunter and has seen many giant monsters. What's the big deal? Because what she saw was much bigger than anything she had seen before. It was a truly giant beast as big as a mountain range, with a body more than 1,000 meters long, a human head and a horse body, 2 arms and 4 legs, tiger-striped patterns, and a pair of wings on its back. It was slowly walking through the majestic palace, so majestic and breathtaking. Cheng Bai looked at the old palaces that no longer had their glory. He looked at them again and again, comparing the layout in his mind, and said thoughtfully, "These palaces are arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, as if they were built to correspond to the locations of the 7 holy temples. So where is the reference for the palace?" Cheng Bai looked up at the starry sky with a dull look in his eyes. High in the deep starry sky hangs a planet much larger than the moon, with deep blue oceans at both ends and only a large yellow-green continent full of vitality in the middle. Isn't that the Qiongqi continent? Cheng Bai swallowed his saliva and murmured, "We are not on the Qiongqi continent, but on its moon. The starry sky is clearer when you stand on the moon. The sky should be full of stars, but there are only a few left." Lu Mayating was puzzled and said, "The place we entered was a secret place on the mainland. How did we get to the moon when we came out?" Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, "My guess is that the ancient battlefield maze is just one of the entrances. We were teleported here when we entered the ladder of all things. We don't have enough energy to be sent back to where we were." Far away from the Qiongqi continent, the teleportation secret technique cannot be used for interstellar teleportation, and it is impossible to cross the void to return to the continent, so another method must be found. The top of the tower is not empty. On the platform, there are red pillars and carved rafters, and a majestic throne stands, facing a huge stone ball in the center. If the rooftop is also considered a layer, it would be the 70-layer ladder of all things. The throne must be the supreme being who controls the pyramid. Cheng Bai walked around the top of the tower twice, looked around carefully, used the knowledge he learned from Qizong to identify the materials and functions, and praised them highly. The pyramid of the ladder of all things is made of purple Chen carbon, which is stronger than incinerated star gold. Only a few elders of the weapon sect worked hard to refine a tiny bit of it. The construction of the pyramid was an astonishing feat of the great powers. The throne is made of pure black gold, like it was made for a sub-giant several meters tall. It weighs over 100 tons and can be disassembled and taken away. It's a good deal. Cheng Bai was overjoyed and was particularly interested in the central stone ball. This is also a treasure, called the Star Pearl, which is made of Junwu rock. Through it, we can control the entire pyramid and open a passage back to the mainland. Lu Mayating said happily, "Can we go back now? The interstellar shuttle can only be started tomorrow. Now I am absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth to restore my energy." Cheng Bai tried it. It required spiritual consciousness above the heavenly man realm to operate the Star Pearl, which was not a problem for him. Before leaving, we camped on the top of the tower and cooked the selected magic eagle meat exquisitely to become a delicious meal for tonight. Cheng Bai sorted out his treasure bag to make room for the black gold throne. The storage space that he had not cared about for a long time became a little tight again. Lu Mayating tasted the delicious food, secretly looked at the palace complex under the tower, and whispered, "Do you want to explore the palace?" Cheng Bai thought for a moment and said, "Don't mess with that big monster down there. The power of all things is hard to fathom. We are just like ants in front of him. Don't act rashly. I will go over there secretly tomorrow and it will be safer for you to stay here. There is nothing like spending a night on the moon. Compared to the moon on Earth, the air on the moon of Qiongqi continent is much denser." Cheng Bai even wondered if the water on the moon was sucked away by Qiongqi continent. Who knows? After a good rest, Cheng Bai sneaked into the palace complex as planned. The walls of the hall are desolate, and the room shrouded in darkness is huge and empty, bringing a deep sense of loneliness. Cheng Bai was secretly wondering, why does it seem like all the family property has been moved out, with nothing but garbage? Could it be that the owner has squandered all his wealth? It's not like there is nothing here. There is a conspicuous mural on the wall of the most magnificent main hall. The painting depicts overlapping mountains, red flowers and green willows, mist flowing through the valleys, wind blowing through the woods, occasional shadowy figures, and waves of sea of clouds in the distance, with a panoramic view of thousands of miles within a short distance. Cheng Bai took a quick glance and felt dizzy and as if he was deeply trapped. He knew something was wrong and dared not look again. 2 terrifying and powerful men were conversing deep in the hall. One was a giant beast as majestic as mountains and rivers, the other was a black-robed giant as cold and silent as the dark night. The closer they got, the more one could feel the unbridled and tremendous pressure they were releasing, eroding the weak lives around them like radiation. Cheng Bai silently used his internal energy to fight back, and looked up from a distance, shocked. What a strong aura. An ordinary person standing here would have been killed on the spot, and any weaker creature would have gone crazy. The 1,000-meter-tall giant in black battle robe blended into the cold darkness and sneered, Yuanqi Tianfu was so glorious in the past, how come it has become so shabby? The giant beast with a human head and a horse body opened its eyes, illuminating the hall. Its empty voice whistled like a strong wind. Yu Fu, I have overlooked the Qiongqi continent for 180,000 years, and enjoyed a large amount of immortality items. How can I not consume them? Yu Fu was shorter than the other man, but he showed no weakness. He laughed and said, Brother Ying Zhao is the king of Qiongqi continent. He is far away and can do whatever he wants. He is very free and unrestrained. I envy him very much. Ying Zhao chuckled and said, You didn't come here to greet people today, did you? Yu Fu got back to the point and said, We don't have much time left. We should get rid of the false emperor and the disaster army that took advantage of this as soon as possible, and put an end to the disaster on the continent. Only then can Brother Ying Zhao rest assured. Thank you for your chess piece's support in bringing me so much news. I have already made arrangements for this matter. Can the Sun Chaser fulfill his promise? Ying Zhao still had doubts. Yu Fu laughed and took out a large treasure chest and presented it to him. It's just some rare treasures, not a token of respect. The box was as big as a regular building, and it was full of light. Ying Zhao took it, weighed it, and gladly accepted it, saying, Sun Chaser is very generous, but Qiongqi continent should belong to me. Yu Fu said sincerely, It is the nature of the Sun Chaser to pursue the source of the divine fire. Only the brilliant spiritual fire and the dark ghost fire are worthy of our attention on the Qiongqi continent. The rest belong to Brother Ying Zhao. I will reward you handsomely if you succeed. We will swear an oath of blood and be as close as brothers. Ying Zhao laughed and said, Since Brother Yu Fu said this, Ying Zhao will respectfully obey your command. Yu Fu's voice gradually became smaller. The Sun Chaser is just passing through by using Qiongqi continent as a springboard. Infiltrating Shanwei City and controlling the netherworld is the real deal. With Brother Ying Zhao as your backing, you and I will prosper together and have a promising future. Ying Zhao asked suspiciously, Have you really infiltrated Shanwei City? That is the territory of Tianjin, and it is also a tough nut to crack for the Sun Chaser. The heavenly sword protects Shanwei City itself, not the people in the city. Besides, it's not that the Sun Chaser is unable to deal with the heavenly sword. Brother Ying Zhao, the ants in your palace are a little bigger. Yu Fu noticed something was wrong and reminded him. Cheng Bai's face changed drastically when he heard that. His invisibility ability was of little use in front of such a terrifying creature. With a change of mind, he immediately teleported back to the top of the ladder of all things. Let's leave immediately. Cheng Bai appeared in front of the Star Pearl and operated the interstellar shuttle function. Lu Maiating and Xiao Bai followed tactfully. After storing energy all night, the Xingqiu Pearl could be activated and gradually awakened the ladder of all things pyramid. Ying Zhao in the palace strode out, opened his eyes and looked around angrily, raised his head to the top of the ladder of all things pyramid, and said in surprise, Something has challenged the ladder of all things and has been stranded here through the netherworld road. Yu Fu followed closely behind and said softly, Even though they are just ants, it's not good to spread the news. Ying Zhao sneered, Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. A powerful deterrent pressure enveloped the top of the tower. Cheng Bai and Lu Maiating turned pale, their bodies paralyzed, and they were unable to move. The Xingqiu Pearl has been activated, and we will be able to travel back to Qiongqi continent soon. Cheng Bai used his inner energy to resist the pressure, and at the same time, he used his spiritual sense to check the progress of the activation of the Star Pearl. Unfortunately, it would take a little longer. 10, 9, 8. Ying Zhao strode forward, climbed up the ladder of all things, and stretched out his giant hand to slap the top of the tower. Cheng Bai stared at the Star Pearl and counted down the time. 7, 6, 5, a few breaths left. It's too late. A shadow looms in the sky. A terrifying giant hand is pressing down with tremendous force. It's getting closer and closer. I am about to be turned into a meat paste. What should I do? At the critical moment, Xiao Bai stepped forward and howled loudly, then jumped off the ladder of all things from the top of the tower and rushed bravely towards the giant beast. Ying Zhao's overwhelming pressure made Xiao Bai feel breathless, but he could not make it stop. Instead, his face showed ferocity and his obvious hostile actions attracted the other party's attention. It's the giant white wolf. No wonder it is not paralyzed and can move freely. Ying Zhao stopped his giant hand and instead stretched out a finger to point at Qiao Bai in the air. There was an explosion in the air, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. No trace of the giant white wolf was left, but it bought some time for Cheng Bai and the others. Noob. Quote. Before Cheng Bai traveled through the interstellar space, he saw blood splattered all over the top of the tower. The power of all things clearly felt the passing of life, and anxiety and helplessness were like an invisible boulder pressing on his heart. A brilliant light shot out from the top of the pyramid of the ladder of all things and pierced into the sky, as if a space-time tunnel had sent the two away, and they instantly arrived in front of the first magnificent step of the ancient battlefield. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 74 New Disciple. Ying Zhao glanced at the light rising into the sky and said disdainfully, "You are just an ant, where can you escape to?" He activated the secret technique of sky vision, opened his eyes and looked towards the place where the light landed, but there was no sign of anyone. Yu Fu saw it looking up at the Qiongqi continent, hesitating for a moment but getting no result, so he couldn't help but ask, could it be that it can't find it? Ying Zhao retracted his gaze and said unhappily, "You underestimated the ants. They know some other tricks," and disappeared. The moment Cheng Bai touched the ground, he teleported away with Lu Maeyating. To be safe, he teleported to several different locations and entered the secret realm of Shell Mountain. People die for money, birds die for food, survival is the most important thing. Cheng Bai murmured in a dream. Qiao Bai was his most loyal assistant, and his sudden death was like a thorn in his heart. Lu Maeyating looked around and asked in confusion, "We are safe, why are we here?" Cheng Bai secretly wiped away the tears from his eyes and gritted his teeth and said, "Qiao Bai is dead. I will refine enough stone marrow pills until I am completely immune to paralysis. Then I will twist off the old demon's head and kick it like a ball." He stretched out his finger and fired a sniper vibration wave, which made a big hole in the forehead of the petrified snake in the distance, harvesting the crystal core and stone marrow, then turned around to look for other targets. Seeing that he was filled with grief and anger but pretending to be calm, Lu Maeyating did not dare to say anything and followed behind to help hunt dozens of petrified snakes. After filling their treasure bags, they returned to Sanxian Valley. Cheng Bai was busy smelting rotten silver ingots in preparation for refining equipment. Lu Maeyating helped to sort out the items she had collected. She found that the thunderstorm demon eagle egg she had collected was ready to be used. She said in surprise, "The egg is about to hatch. Fortunately, I didn't let you eat it, so I kept it until now." 3 little eagles hatched from their shells one after another, staggering around looking for the shelter of their mother. They were much larger than ordinary poultry and looked cute and adorable with their furry body. Lu Maeyating held them in her arms one by one, warmed the shivering chicks, checked their tiny down and health, and said with joy, "I will raise them." Cheng Bai took a closer look and said seriously, "Starve them for a few days first and don't give them any food." Lu Maeyating was reluctant to let them go, and hurriedly said, "The eaglets will starve. They are newborns and need care." Cheng Bai frowned and said viciously, "It will be starved. Whoever screams loud enough will be given meat. If it doesn't scream, it will starve to death." Lu Maeyating was stunned and immediately understood Cheng Bai's intention. Only the strong can survive in a harsh environment. A young eagle that is easily waiting to starve to death will not live long when it grows up. The bloodline of the thunderstorm demon eagle is extraordinary. Only one day later, the 3 young eagles, with their rage for survival, rushed to make shocking screams. Cheng Bai was very satisfied, thinking that they all had the willpower to burst out with strength in despair. He spent 300 taels of gold to buy out a 3-story attic in Sanxian Valley that he had long had his eye on. The attic was spacious and tall enough, so he used the top floor to raise the eaglets and lived on the second floor himself. Lu Maeyating named the 3 young eagles Thunder Claw, Silver Beak, and Flying Sickle, and said with great joy, "The thunderstorm magic eagle is definitely an ordinary creature. I finally have my own magical bird." Monster beasts that are raised by humans can be renamed spirit beasts, which are less wild and more spiritual. The petrified snake meat obtained from hunting was torn into small strips, which was perfect for feeding the voracious thunderstorm eaglets. The eaglets regarded the 2 as their own parents, and they raised their heads and opened their mouths, chirping to ask for food. Cheng Bai put the petrified snake meat into the young eagle's mouth and said jokingly, "Dad and Mom will raise you to be big and strong." Lu Maeyating blushed when she heard this, but she kept silent and just kept busy. The 2 took this opportunity to rest and recuperate, and the 3 babies brought a lot of joy. Cheng Bai did not forget to return the wind-chasing spear to Qizong. Fang Wanzhen accepted the wind-chasing gun, took out 2 kilograms of Feiying stone and 30,000 taels of gold, and told Cheng Bai, I already know about Tianshu city. Return all the materials and labor costs to Palace Master Shen, and send them over at a certain time. Cheng Bai agreed, turned around and teleported to Joyful Valley to collect the resin of the dragon blood tree, preparing to refine the luxury silver ingots and corrupt silver ingots into dragon steel. There is always a first come, first served basis for each task. It is not difficult for Cheng Bai to reach the periphery of Happy Valley, but there are huge changes in the center of Happy Valley. The spindle-shaped behemoth disappeared, replaced by an oversized caterpillar with blue, black and dark red colors, over 200 meters long, covered with bristles, and 3 antennae at the front. This guy has a huge appetite. The lush forest in the Joy Valley has been eaten up, leaving bare soil and rock. If there are monsters nearby, it will stretch out its tentacles to grab them and eat them. Neither the dark spider nor the evil eye beast can fight back. What kind of weird insect is that? The entire Happy Valley has become its dining table. Cheng Bai was secretly afraid, so he quietly approached to spy on it, and tried to bombard it with several thunder and fire bombs, which exploded one after another but failed to damage the shell. The caterpillars can also see through the invisibility state. When they are hit, they will chase after you in anger. Their bulky bodies will knock down trees, crush objects in their paths, and shake the valleys. Cheng Bai quickly dodged and went far away, knowing that the gap was huge. He thought, this guy is many times stronger than the evil eye beast king, and he's also a super monster. In the future, Happy Valley will be bad, it will eat up all the precious medicines and spiritual roots. He turned around and retreated, rushing to the peach tree, and swiftly grabbed the last batch of ripe peaches. When he looked back as he was leaving, he saw that the peach tree had been eaten bare by the huge caterpillars. Cheng Bai did not want to fight with the monster, so he rushed to the area where the dragon blood tree was, collecting enough resin for tempering dragon steel. Before leaving, he did not forget to pick any forget-me-nots he could find, so he had enough stock and would not have to come back for at least a long time. After collecting enough rare treasures, Cheng Bai settled down and started to create a new 3-piece set of dragon steel miner. Unlike the ordinary black iron products in the previous work, the new dragon steel chisels, pickaxes and shovels have been carefully prepared and built to the high standards of treasures. Both the design concept and the casting process are much more perfect. The art of refining equipment is complicated and profound, requiring 5 major steps: material selection, refining, shaping, gathering spirits, and quenching. For some particularly powerful magical weapons, strange phenomena occurring during the quenching process may trigger punishment from heaven and earth, and the weapon may even have to go through a catastrophe to further quench its form and spirit before it can become a heaven-defying treasure. You have to proceed step by step and be able to refine treasures first before you can challenge more advanced magic weapons, spiritual weapons and other goals. If a workman wants to be good, he must first sharpen his weapon. There are also relevant grade evaluation standards for refining natural materials and treasures. For example, the purity of gold and iron, the amount of material penetration, the level of refining skills, and the combination of various conditions, plus the subsequent shaping, gathering spirits, and quenching treasures, the defects caused by errors will become larger and larger. For a weapon refiner, minimizing defects is just their job. A master can also refine the materials to bring out their spirituality, so that the magic weapon will ultimately be more powerful. It is already an outstanding achievement for an ordinary weapon refiner to refine the materials for making a treasure into fine quality, and it can be completed in about an hour. Cheng Bai was busy all day long, concentrating on refining a series of processes. He used the power of thunder and fire that he mastered in the sect's refining cauldron to refine the dragon steel alloy material to high quality. Refining skills are very important, seriousness and patience are the key, and spiritual perception determines success or failure. Cheng Bai has been learning the art of refining for less than a month, but as a novice, he has reached the requirements of high-grade refining, which makes all the disciples of Balian Hall bow down to him. Even Tong Feng, the master of Balian Hall, couldn't help but look at him sideways. He took him as an example and scolded his disciples, Balian, what does Balian mean? Look at what others have achieved. How many years have you practiced? You are not as good as Duobao who practiced for half a month. Cheng Bai did not become complacent upon hearing this. He took the refined dragon steel ingot and thought about it again and again. He felt that there was still room for improvement, so he actually spent another whole day refining it to a usable grade. This time even Tong Feng kept his mouth shut, because only a few elders with special requirements could refine to this level. It was purely asking for trouble for ordinary disciples to take up so much time in the refining cauldron. Cheng Bai enjoys doing this, but it is beyond his ability to make further progress. Apart from the need to improve his experience and skills, he may be able to reach a higher level with the source of divine fire. The subsequent shaping, spirit gathering, and treasure tempering processes went smoothly and took about 3 hours, which was actually faster than expected. Once the equipment was sufficiently prepared, refining was like sailing with the current. The 3-piece set of the newly cast dragon steel miner is much more mature than the previous one, each with a 2-headed petrified snake crystal core, making it easy to use. The remaining materials were also used to refine some dragon steel cookware without crystal cores, which is quite creative. Cheng Bai practiced in the Three Sages Valley for more than 10 days, and occasionally went back and forth to the secret realm of Shell Mountain to hunt petrified snakes. He used the meat he obtained to raise the young eagle with Lumayating. They were very happy and it diluted the sadness of losing Xiao Bai. During this period, he occasionally took time to go to Tianshu City, but he did not meet Shenya and did not know his whereabouts. It was the Tianshu 16 riders who led the temple legion to rush around, eliminate the remaining black poisonous ants, and recapture the temple. All businesses in the city were in a slump, and most people stayed at home, looking worried. Occasionally, people were seen leaving in groups of 3 or 5, with their families and bags. Many children of former prominent families left the city in droves. Cheng Bai was unable to ask someone to transfer the refund of materials and labor costs, so he went to the Yushan medicine sect headquarters and rented a pharmacy to refine pills. Coming and going every now and then, he became familiar with the disciples in the medicine sect store, and gradually mastered many new recipes from Qiongqi Ping, such as Yuanqi pills, Shisui pills, Changqing pills, and Butian Shenli pills. Qiongqi Ping let him do whatever he wanted and carefully guided the refining of the elixir. Apart from charging him expensive rent, he treated him like his own disciple. Cheng Bai had just left after refining the elixir that day, but Shenya returned to the city right after. He hurriedly came to ask to see Qiongqi Ping, and greeted him, "Master Yang, I heard from the store steward that you are planning to accept a new disciple, and are repeatedly examining his talent and character." Qiongqi Ping remained silent. He already knew that Cheng Bai was a registered disciple of Yuheng Holy Temple and Qi sect. He wanted to take him under his wing, but he inevitably felt embarrassed. Seeing that he agreed, Shenya reminded him, "I forgot that Qi Jifan was your last disciple. Please accept my condolences. The sect's rules can be bent." Shenya collected Qi Jifan's headless body and told him the inside story. The rumor that the Holy Son of Medicine sect died was that he died while hunting monsters on the Sky Island, which was at least more decent than the truth. Qiongqi Ping coughed and changed the subject. "Palace Master Shen is very busy with official duties, so he must have something important to tell you when he came here." Shenya got back to the point and said, "Master Yang, have you noticed an increase in mosquitoes in the city recently? More and more people are dying." Qiongqi Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "The sect's spiritual pharmacists have received many patients in the past few days. The mortality rate of those bitten is very high. After losing too much blood, they develop various diseases and die. The disasters continue, and the people are suffering. Many people have gone to other towns for temporary shelter." Shenya took out a palm-sized rectangular glass plate from his bag. It was a special specimen holder made of 2 pieces of glass inlaid with gold wire edges. Spiritual pharmacists often use it to preserve small insects, grass seeds, leaves, etc. Inside, a huge mosquito about an inch long with black and white ring patterns all over its body could be clearly seen. Qiongqi Ping sighed upon seeing this and said, "Palace Master Shen has seen through everything and has discovered the culprit, Yuan. I'm afraid that Tianshu City will be doomed." Shenya nodded and said, "The bee-type mosquito is quite rare in the mainland. Most people in the world only know a little about it, so they are not that scary on a single occasion. But once you find traces of mosquitoes, there will be countless of them around. Anyone who is besieged and bitten will die, no matter if they are human or demon. The challenge level of the bee mosquito is 6. Although they are small in size, they pose a great threat. They reproduce very quickly and are overwhelming when they attack. Wherever they go is like a death zone. The disaster facing the city is more severe than before." Qiongqi Ping pondered and said, "Unless we can find the insect king as soon as possible, we will be doomed and I will be helpless." Shenya was surprised and said, "The casualties in the city are getting more and more serious. Could it be that even the medicine sect can't treat them?" Yang Kaiping was a little embarrassed and reluctantly said, "The bee mosquitoes not only suck blood but also take away your essence. If we only talk about the diseases they cause, they can be cured, but the spiritual medicine is rare and expensive, and most people cannot afford it. If they get sick from being sucked, they will be useless, so they would rather wait to die." Shenya sighed and said, "If that's true, the disaster is most serious near the Holy Temple. I'm afraid Tianshu City can't be defended. I have already arranged a retreat. Several major families in the city are moving away one after another. Sect Master Yang should make plans as soon as possible." Yang Kaiping couldn't accept it, and shook his head and said, "How can we give up the sect's headquarters, which has been established for thousands of years, so easily?" Shenya advised, "The core of a city is its people, not its buildings. This is even more true for a sect. If the foundation is gone, people can rebuild it. If people are gone, everything is gone." Yang Kaiping frowned and said, "Let me think about it again." On a sunny morning, Cheng Bai came to Shell Mountain again, but saw a flat wilderness in front of him, covered with rubble and debris. Shell Mountain had disappeared, and the outpost set up by the Hunters Guild here had long been reduced to dust. What happened? Cheng Bai couldn't believe it and hurried to the Qiongqi City Hunter Guild to inquire. The guild governor said, "Late last night, a landslide woke up the whole city. Shell Mountain collapsed, rubble flew everywhere, and a huge monster emerged from the mountain and sank into the sea to the north." The deacon interrupted, "Fortunately, they didn't attack the city. Thank goodness." This incident caused a sensation at the time, and the hunters in the guild hall, led by the evil swordsman, were talking about it. The evil swordsman shouted, "If this sword master sees that monster, I will kill it." The merciless swordsman said, "I heard that the disaster legion caused an insectide in Tianshu City, and nearly half of the population of the largest city on the continent was killed or injured." The evil swordsman slammed the table and said angrily, "If you do too much evil, you will perish. The disaster legion is indeed a heresy of disaster. Everyone, join my life chaser legion and you will be safe." The poison hand swordsman said, "I heard that something happened at the Qiongqi temple. Palace Master Chao is trying to dig a river in the city to clear the water." The merciless swordsman hurriedly asked, "Are all these changes related to the disaster legion?" The evil swordsman shouted, "When trouble arises within the family, everyone is in danger. We chivalrous men will surely save the people from danger. Everyone, work together. When will we be able to do more?" Many weak hunters echoed this. There are often tough guys in a guild who raise their own flag, but most people's attention is not on this. Incompetent hunters cannot enter Shell Mountain, but capable hunters can reap greater rewards by going to the secret realm of Sky Island. The guild elites have turned their attention to Giant Beast Island. Chapter 75, Secret Realm of Giant Beast Island. This isolated island on the sea is a vast fertile land, surrounded by tornado whirlpools, and is impossible to approach by ordinary means. Now that the sea is calm, ships can enter and exit freely. The Hunter Guild issued a large notice to inform the passenger service scheduled today. The secret realm of Giant Beast Island is officially open for 24 days. The patrol warships at Qiongqi Wharf are on standby, with one round-trip flight every day. Cheng Bai was thankful to have arrived at the guild in time and took a closer look at the relevant task requirements. The winner is the one who retrieves the newly grown seeds of the 5 extreme treasure tree in the Thunder Valley of Giant Beast Island. Points are awarded for a set of 5. The more you get, the higher the score. It is also one of the rewards for this Hunter King. The newbies asked the guild governor one after another to learn about the relevant information of the Giant Beast Island. The governor taught earnestly. The secret realm is rich in resources, and there are 2 main types of monsters that dominate the surrounding area. The island is the habitat of the tidal beasts. They can move freely in the whirlpool and roam the land. They are not only powerful, but also good at water-based secrets. The sea lurks the Death Sea tribe, which is bloodthirsty and very difficult to provoke. Legend has it that there is an extremely rare death golden-faced king. Experienced hunters must not be careless when hunting in teams. It is better to conquer on the island than to go deep into the sea alone. The young hunters were obedient and kept it in mind. The governor also talked about the treasures on the island. Every 60 years, the Giant Beast Island will be full of exotic flowers and herbs, and medicinal roots can be found everywhere. Wild golden ginseng, clover, emperor rest fruit. It's like gold everywhere. Everyone gathered around and pricked up their ears. The governor attracted enough attention, and was secretly proud of himself. He continued, "The most precious thing is the mission target of this conference. The seeds of the 5 extremes treasure tree are born with 5 shapes. There are a total of 300 seeds every 60 years. 5 sets make up 60, which is no more and no less. They can be used to make tea and are effective in enlightenment and longevity. Those who did not achieve the mission target on the Sky Island may be able to recover by fighting again on the Giant Beast Island. Cheng Bai thought of the seeds of the 5 extremes treasure tree given by the Flower Fairy Queen. It turned out that Yu Feifei had been to Giant Beast Island before. He couldn't help but ask, what if someone uses the seeds left over from previous years to fill the gap? The governor shook his head and said, that's impossible. It's similar to the situation with Gui Yu. The new students are a little different in color from the previous ones. I won't make a mistake. Many aspiring and outstanding hunters had already made preparations, mounted their mounts, and rushed to the bumpy dock hundreds of miles to the northeast. There was still time. Cheng Bai weighed his treasure bag and decided to leave most of the meat in Sanxian Valley to feed Lu Maiating's young eagle. He also sold all the petrified snake crystal cores he had obtained recently to the guild. There were so many of them that the teller called all the staff to help count them and calculate the price, a total of 2 ounces of gold. After this huge sum of money was allocated, the Qiongqi City Guild was short of currency, forcing the deacon to hang up a sign that said, "Recycling is suspended." The people around took a deep breath when they heard this, and secretly speculated, with so many petrified snake crystal cores, could it be that they have slaughtered all the petrified snakes in the Shell Mountain secret realm? Cheng Bai said quietly in his heart, no, at most I killed most of them. Suddenly, an idea occurred to him, could this be the cause of the collapse of Shell Mountain? The deacon wiped the sweat from his forehead, helped Cheng Bai collect the gold, and said with a smile, you have broken the guild's purchase record. No one has ever taken out so many crystal cores at such a high price at one time. Everyone exclaimed in amazement and looked at Cheng Bai with admiration as he exchanged for the level 31 hunter mark. The deacon checked the registration and exclaimed, Thunderblade King Cheng Bai, one of the 5 current quasi-kings, joined the guild and was promoted to level 31 hunter in just 92 days. This speed is unprecedented and broke the guild's promotion record. Everyone in the guild rushed out to look up at the legendary hero who had broken 2 records, but they saw Cheng Bai taking 2 steps and quickly chasing after the hunter's mount in front of him, running towards the bumpy dock, and asked in surprise, legendary hunter, doesn't he even have a mount? While running, Cheng Bai couldn't help but miss Xiao Bai's good points. The sky patrolling spirit boat that Yunwan and Ning Xiong were riding on arrived in front of the Giant Beast Island before others. They watched from afar as the storm and whirlpool dissipated and the surrounding area became calm. Ning Xiong asked curiously, the energy around this island is strange. It seems that there is a great power that has changed some of the laws of heaven and earth. Zhuang Tailai responded, legend has it that in ancient times, a battle between gods and demons took place on Giant Beast Island, and the ancient demon tree god was slain here, leaving behind the profound and mysterious rules of the Avenue. All the major demon tribes on the continent regard it as a forbidden area, and all branches of our human race regard it as a holy place. The Sky Patrol spirit boat slowed down and looked down at the island. Many sturdy figures over 20 meters tall were seen moving in an orderly manner on the ground. They were the main residents of the island, most of them were tidal beasts, among which the number of elite tidal beasts was smaller and they were larger. Both behemoths belong to the tidal beast family. They have bright blue-green skin, hard scales all over their bodies, dark blue hair and whiskers, and swinging fins at their joints. They have amphibious characteristics and are almost giants when standing and walking. They can swim in the sea as fast as any fish and pass through whirlpools as if they were walking on flat ground. The island covers a large area with rolling hills and contains several freshwater resources. The valley group in the central area is the most mysterious. It is shrouded in thunderclouds all year round and flashes colorful lightning from time to time, so it is named Thunder Valley. Zhuang Tailai looked at the thunderclouds rolling in the valley from afar and said softly, we can't fly over there anymore. The 5-colored divine thunder there will destroy the patrol boat. The spaceship landed slowly. Yunwan and Ning Xiong walked out of the cabin door and strode towards the Thunder Valley. The Kanko Wharf on the east side of the Kanhai shore has developed into a town over the years. The surrounding streets and alleys are lined with various buildings and there are many ships coming and going. It is unmatched in all the major wharves on the Qiongqi continent. There are all kinds of ships, big and small, and they are clearing the way for the patrol warship that stands out from the crowd. Compared with the patrol boat, the patrol warship has a very different appearance. The bow is like a dragon, the high raised sun sail is shining with golden light, The bridge is like a small palace, decorated with colorful colors, surrounded by golden edges, and the copper skin protecting the hull is covered with spikes, which looks majestic. There is a Hunters Guild sentry station at the dock entrance. They collect 1 or 2 taels of gold from each person for ship fare and verify the hunter's level mark. Only those above level 25 are allowed to board the ship. Many hunters who were not high enough in level were persuaded to leave. The leader said, "The giant beast island is full of dangers. The monsters are powerful and fierce. If you are not an experienced hunter or a real master, you should not take risks lightly." Cheng Bai came from behind and boarded the first patrol ship with the hunters who arrived first. As the difficulty of the secret realm increased, the number of people participating in the challenge dropped sharply, and there were only dozens of people in total. The ship was sailing far away. The patrol warship was controlled by the magic weapon, Wandering Soul Pearl, and sailed swiftly on the sea. Its speed was faster than any known ship on Earth, which amazed Cheng Bai. Under the reflection of the blue sky, the green sea surface ripples, the sea breeze is fresh and cool, and occasionally a few human-faced bird monsters fly from afar, bringing seductive music, trying to lure the ship to a path of no return. The crew blew the dragon horn on the lookout, making a loud dragon roar that resounded through the sky. The bird monster mistook it for a dragon passing by and turned and fled in fear. Driving away, the monsters added some fun to the journey. The journey was smooth and unimpeded, and after about 3 hours we saw the giant beast island. From a distance, the island looked like a heavy loaded bixie with half of its body exposed above the sea, standing tall and majestic, and lasting forever. As we approach the North Pole, the sea breeze becomes increasingly cold and biting. The guild governor put on his coat and walked onto the deck, introducing the island patiently. The giant beast island is more than 1,000 miles long and is the largest island in the Khan Sea. Storms and whirlpools stop for 24 days, and people can enter and exit only when the winds are calm. Occasionally, rare third-level precious medicinal roots can be found on the island. Alfalfa can be used to refine the buju pill, and the emperor rest fruit can be used to refine the emperor pill. It is rumored that someone has found the 9th-grade wild golden ginseng, which is used to refine the Lingyuan pill. They are all worth a fortune. Cheng Baishi asked, "What other treasures are there?" The governor explained, "The surrounding monsters are full of treasures. There is a well-hidden spring of spiritual water in the Dream Pond in the south of Giant Beast Island. The most valuable is naturally the seeds of the 5 extreme treasure tree in the Thunder Valley." Everyone was whispering to each other. Many hunters could not hold back and jumped into the water before reaching the shore. Each of them showed their abilities, walking on the duckweed and wading through the water, leaving no trace on the waves, as they ran towards the Giant Beast Island. It is an unchanging truth that the first to strike is the strongest. Everyone is competitive and those behind them cannot fall behind in the fight for treasures, so they just keep up. The guild leader was expecting this, and said loudly, "The martial arts hunting competition and the battle for Giant Beast Island have begun. If everyone works together, we will surely win." The hunters running on the water saw that they were about to reach the shore. The sea surface was boiling and rolling, and a huge blood-red dorsal fin stretched out, shaped like a blade. People yearned for grand events, and monsters also welcomed the feast. A hunter exclaimed, "Blood face of death." Others hurriedly shouted, "The monster is coming, quickly join forces." Before he finished speaking, several blood-bright, ferocious monsters with human faces and fish bodies emerged from the sea and pounced on their target prey. Before entering the Giant Beast Island, the challengers faced a brutal battle. The sea surface was dyed red with blood, and it was difficult to distinguish whether it was human blood or animal blood. The vanguard troops were afraid that they would be reduced by nearly half. Cheng Bai flew through the air, but this skill consumed a lot of energy and was not suitable for long distances. He thought to himself, it would be better to refine a cloud shuttle to fly in the future. He looked down at the fierce battle between the demons and humans below and chuckled, "The Death Sea tribe is famous throughout the continent, their meat is fresh and delicious, let's try to catch a few to satisfy our cravings later." Without Xiao Bai's help in finding elixirs, Cheng Bai had to be self-sufficient. He opened his spiritual eyes and searched the air for places where vital energy was concentrated, picking up treasures along the way. Yuan Qi is the essence of the 5 elements. Plants and trees inherit the innate Yuan Qi, are nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth, and grow into spiritual creatures. On this fertile land, the 60-year cycle of reproduction and growth accumulates countless precious medicines and spiritual roots, and there are also many monsters wandering on the island. A sharp water spear shot towards him, but Cheng Bai easily blocked it with the smashing word technique of the 6 paths of bliss fist. He quickly rushed to the attacking tidal beast and killed it with a single punch using the smashing word technique, causing its brain to burst. Then he used his palm instead of a knife, injected knife energy into it, cut open its chest and abdomen, took out the crystal core, and took away the essence of its meat. The tidal behemoth can use the water blade secret technique, and the tidal rage beast is even more difficult to deal with, and can also cast water curtain and water spear, but it is no match for Cheng Bai. No beast along the way can stop it, and it quickly approaches the Thunder Valley. Cheng Bai thought to himself, if it were any other young hunter on the continent, the Tide Beast tribe would be a strong enemy, and it would take several days for them to form a team and approach the Thunder Valley. Shenya might be able to get through easily, but he was not seen on the ship. Senior brother He Liepang was nowhere to be seen either. He Liepang, who was still hunting on the Sky Island, escaped from the Shenzi Peak in a miserable state, with only 2 of his teammates left alive. One person sighed and said, "Forget it. We have no chance of winning. The difficulty of this competition is particularly high." Another person suggested, "Why not move to Giant Beast Island? There are no such deceptive monsters in the Thunder Valley there." He Liepang frowned and said, "I heard from Master that the Thunder Valley is very strange. Although there are no monsters, there are terrible heavenly tribulations. If your spiritual consciousness is not cultivated well, you will be wiped out." Cheng Bai entered the Thunder Valley and looked up at the magnificent thunderclouds covering the sky, blocking out the sun and surging like waves. The dull thunder rumbled intermittently, and the golden, red, purple, blue and white lightning flashed across the sky like a blazing red chain snake, illuminating the majestic and bizarre scenery in the valley, which was shocking to the sight. The towering giant sits cross-legged, his figure is over 1,000 meters tall, with a dignified face and black hair like a waterfall. He appears and disappears in the misty clouds, and chaotic haze often lingers. He rises and falls in the long river of time, like a dream. Behind him was a half-burnt black stump of a thick tree, also over 1,000 meters tall. The remains alone were taller than the spiritual plum tree that guarded the forest, and one could not imagine how huge and magnificent the entire tree must have looked back then. Cheng Bai looked around. The valley was wide and the vegetation was sparse. He did not see any seeds of the 5-pole treasure tree. After a brief thought, he suddenly realized that the charred tree stump behind the giant must be the 5 Extremes treasure tree. But where were the seeds? It was completely dry and without even a leaf. In front of the giant figure, there were 3 people sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. One was Yun Wan, the second was Ning Xiang, and the third was a strange young man. He is tall and well-proportioned, with delicate and 3-dimensional features, long dark green hair draped over his shoulders, scarlet lips, and skin as delicate as fine porcelain. His handsomeness reveals a strange and evil charm. The man had an outstanding appearance, which attracted Cheng Baiduo's attention. He thought, they have indeed arrived first, but, who is this man with green hair? To be able to get here, is he also a genius from the mainland? How come I have never seen him before? Cheng Bai felt uneasy when he saw the handsome man sitting close to Ning Xiang, so he hurried over and came in front of the 3 people. Ning Xiang sensed Cheng Bai's arrival, slowly opened her eyes, and whispered, "Don't move, calm your mind, let your consciousness travel freely in the world. Looking for opportunities, failure will lead to being struck by lightning." She opened one palm, and 5 strange seeds sparkled in her palm, like hedgehogs, feathers, water drops, clouds, and strange stones, in various shapes. "I finally collected 5. Let's continue." Ning Xiang put away the seeds and closed her eyes to meditate. Cheng Bai understood a little bit, and looked around. There were many clumps of charred dust on the ground around him, which must be the result of the losers being reduced to ashes. Seeing that Yun Wan and the strange man were already sitting next to Ning Xiang, he fell down and sat next to Yun Wan, exploring the valley with his spiritual sense. Only those who reach the state of Yishan can forge spiritual consciousness and have their mind power follow their heart. It is completely meaningless to come to Thunder Valley if you are below this state. The spiritual consciousness is above the material world and can feel the mystery of time in higher dimensions. You won't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Chapter 76 In the Long River of Time. Time flies in the valley, 1,000 years pass in a glance, the 6 realms of reincarnation cycle over and over again, and the long river of time flows endlessly. 180,000 years ago, a tall and strong young man planted the saplings of the 5-pole treasure tree in the valley. It is the most precious medicinal root in the Qiongqi continent. It blooms once every 60 years, bears fruit once every 60 years, and takes another 60 years to mature, producing 5 kinds of magical fruits, each with its own magical effects. The young man sat under the tree, drinking tea, meditating, and understanding the truth, and his cultivation became more and more profound. Many years later, he had a resounding name, called the Cloud Gate Emperor. The five-pole treasure tree grew with the emperor and became extremely powerful. It became one of the 8 ancient gods of the Qiongqi continent, and the demon clan all respected it as the tree god. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 years passed. When Emperor Yunman came to Qiongqi continent again to meet the tree god, the two sides were already on different sides. Emperor Yunman wanted to take the 5 extremes treasure tree away, and suggested, 5 extremes, follow me as before, and benefit the human race. Yunhu, I want freedom, to lead the tree spirits and forest people of the continent to prosperity. The tree god thought for a long time, why should I go far away and become the tail of a phoenix if I stay in Qiongqi continent and dominate the top? So he refused. You should think about it again. Emperor Yunman did not meet his expectations, but he did not force him. He turned around and left, and sent someone to take the 5 extreme divine fruit as usual. The sun chaser's messenger found the valley. He was wearing a golden battle robe, and his aura was as blazing as the sun. He extended an olive branch and said, I am Lan. I come here on behalf of the goodwill of the outer realm gods to bring a way out for the plant spirits and natural life on the Qiongqi continent. The tree god asked curiously, is there any way out? The Pengu clan was able to remain strong only because they obtained the 5 extreme divine fruits of the tree god. Therefore, the myriad clans of the Star Sea are subordinate to the great Emperor Yunman. Lan talked freely and the tree god listened silently. The tree god was born from the essence of heaven and earth, and is supreme. It is unwise to sacrifice himself for the sake of another race. It is better to leave the 5 extremes divine fruit to the descendants of the same race. Lan's words made sense, and the tree god felt that he had hit the nail on the head, revealing what was in his heart. How powerful the Yun family is now, if it had not been for the long-term supply of the 5 extreme divine fruit, there might not have been such a prosperous scene in the Yun realm, and what did the tree god get? Some selfishness is understandable. Emperor Yunman has cultivated me, and his current request is not excessive. It is difficult for me to refuse. The tree god thought again and expressed his concerns. Lan offered advice and suggested, it's okay. If the Pengu tribe comes to ask for the 5 extreme divine fruit again, the tree god can give them the prepared imitations. The color, taste, and function are exactly the same as the original. From then on, the sun chaser provided imitations of the 5-pole divine fruits on time, and the tree god handed the imitations to the messengers sent by the Pengu tribe to take them. The tree god gradually cultivated the power of his own race, and the saved essence of the 5-pole divine fruit created the first tree spirit, the psychic plum tree. That day, Emperor Yunman hurried over to meet with the tree god. The tree god inevitably felt guilty and secretly informed Lan. Emperor Yunman sighed when they met, Wuji, you betrayed me. The Wuji divine fruit is fake, which brought heavy losses to the Yun family and even affected me. This was not my idea. The tree god panicked and revealed Sun Chaser's substitution. Emperor Yunman's face turned horrible, and he said angrily, what a vicious plot to kill with praise. No, they are not that simple, they have already come to kill us. The sky and clouds in the Thunder Valley changed color. 5 Sun Chasers came through time and space to besiege the area. They fought with Emperor Yunman until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. The mountains were deformed, the sea flowed backwards, and the rules of the avenue were distorted. This battle caused the Thunder Valley to be shrouded in colorful thunderclouds for tens of thousands of years, affecting innocent people and causing the death of the tree god. Emperor Yunman killed 5 Sun Chasers, suppressed his injuries, and stood in front of the remains of the tree god, sighing, old friend Wuji, if there is a chance, I hope to start over again. You shouldn't have made such a foolish choice. Over the next several thousand years, every time Emperor Yunman came to visit the dead tree left by the tree god, he would drop a drop of innate heavy water on the stump and sit cross-legged beside it for a while, hoping to revive the tree god, leaving an indelible mark for a long time. But there was no result, and Emperor Yunman's complexion became worse and worse. The injuries he received when he fought 1 against 5 people and the irreversible effects of the fake 5 extreme divine fruit greatly shortened his lifespan. Emperor Yunman finally did not come again. More than 10,000 years ago, the effect of the innate heavy water gradually took effect, and the first green leaf trembled out of the half-dried trunk of the 5-pole treasure tree, and seeds were produced. Cheng Bai stretched out his hand, and the seeds fell and rolled in his palm. The shells weathered quickly, leaving behind 5 strange seeds of different shapes. 180,000 years passed in a flash. Cheng Bai opened his eyes. Only a moment had passed in reality. The seeds of the five-pole treasure tree were by no means an illusion. They were absolutely real and remained in his palm, sparkling with brilliant light. It turns out that the seeds of the five-pole treasure tree only grow in the long river of time. Its remains are still dry and dull, and it is still a long way from resurrection. Cheng Bai felt mixed emotions. The rumor on the mainland that the emperor killed the ancient god of the demon tree was just on the surface. In fact, it was affected by the battle between 6 people, and their mutual grievances were complicated. The long-haired handsome man beside Ningxiang began to breathe heavily, his face red and white, and he murmured, "The way of the great emperor is unrivaled in ancient and modern times. It is not easy to glimpse it. How can we give up so easily?" Cheng Bai was slightly stunned, and then he understood that the battle between Emperor Yunman and the 5 great gods was earth-shattering and unprecedented, and how strongly it attracted those who pursued the secrets of martial arts. Once they had a glimpse of the mystery, they would inevitably be deeply involved in it and unable to extricate themselves. However, the result that the mark left in the Thunder Valley wanted to convey was not this. The five-pole treasure tree gave the seeds to the destined person just to survive. What the handsome man had realized had gone astray. The sky was filled with thunderclouds, flashing with lightning and rumbling sounds, as if lightning was about to fall. The handsome man suddenly opened his eyes wide with anger, and shouted with murderous intent, "Stop making so much noise, and disturb my understanding of the supreme magic." At the same time, a bright white lightning struck the handsome man. With a groan of pain, half of his body melted, revealing his bones, which looked charred and miserable. But in just a blink of an eye, his injuries were completely healed, his body was perfect, and his vitality was so strong. Cheng Bai was shocked. This person's regeneration ability was no less than that of the headless corpse king. He was like an immortal. The handsome man stood up and roared to the sky, "It's just thunder and lightning, what do I, the immortal king, have to fear?" But the blue lightning that followed was even more terrifying. It hit Changsheng Mingwang until only a piece of charred flesh was left, trembling and squirming, and only then did it shut him up. Mo Ruo struggled to regain his physical body, and hurriedly ran out of the Thunder Valley, cursing, "Summer insects cannot talk about ice. Wait until I find the clover grass, and then come to the five-pole treasure tree to gain enlightenment. Clover can remove distracting thoughts, clear the mind and resolve doubts. It is indeed very helpful for entering into a state of meditation and enlightenment. It would be even better if it could be refined into the pill of immortality." Cheng Bai was secretly afraid when he saw how fast Mo Ruo was running. This person was at least several times stronger than himself, yet he was beaten into that state by the 5-colored divine thunder. If it were someone else, he would have been reduced to ashes on the spot. Soon Yunwan beside him began to breathe rapidly, his chest rising and falling rapidly, with a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes, obviously encountering a similar problem. Thunderclouds rolled in the sky, with flashes of lightning and thunder, as if they had locked onto a target. Seeing that the situation was not good, Cheng Bai hurriedly took out a piece of clover, glanced at Yunwan's mask, reached out and pulled it off, and quickly stuffed the herb into Yunwan's mouth. The clover tasted fresh and fragrant. Yunwan chewed the herb a few times and swallowed it naturally. She immediately became clear-headed and her breathing gradually returned to normal. She slightly opened her eyes and looked at Cheng Bai, then silently put on her mask and closed her eyes again to meditate. The colorful thunderclouds became much quieter and no lightning struck. "Ah, you took my elixir and didn't even say thank you." Cheng Bai muttered in his heart, stopped thinking about it, and continued to linger his consciousness around the 5-pole treasure trees, soaring through the long river of time. Soon he obtained 5 more seeds and continued his efforts. This treasure hunting competition was unique, and the 3 of them were quickly determined to be the winner. When Cheng Bai obtained 240 seeds in succession, Ningxiang obtained 50 seeds in total, but Yunwan got nothing. Over the course of time, the life force accumulated by the 5 extremes treasure tree for 60 years was exhausted and no new seeds would grow. The 3 of them opened their eyes and looked at each other in disbelief at the outcome of this victory or defeat. Changsheng Mingwang Moruo walked around outside the valley, found the elixir he needed, and walked back in with a swagger. Cheng Bai winked and said loudly, "Let's go out and find some herbs too." He stood up and walked out of the valley, Ningxiang followed closely behind him. Yunwan was not stupid and followed him. Mo Ruo rolled his eyes at the 3 of them and ignored them. He stuffed the alfalfa into his mouth and chewed it vigorously, then sat cross-legged with his eyes closed to comprehend the supreme skill. Cheng Bai sent the 2 girls back to the Sky Patrol spirit boat, and looking at the Thunder Valley from afar, he pondered, what is the origin of that Chengsheng Mingwang? His strength is enough to look down on the continent, surpassing all the masters of the 3 sects and 7 halls. How come I have never heard of him? Yunwan thought for a moment and said, most likely they are visitors from outside the region. Although Qiongqi continent is remote, its resources are pretty good. It's not surprising that it attracts gods from Shanwei City. God. Cheng Bai was surprised by the title. Yunwan explained, the outer territory is a general term for the star regions outside the borders, including the no man's land between the 36 gates and 72 caves. These areas were divided long before the great Emperor Yunman, and they are not without jurisdiction. A few great forces that are above the world are still there, and they only obey the orders of the reigning emperor. The most powerful and deep-rooted one is Mount Zumi, which has 3,000 vassal states in the 4 seas and 5 continents at the foot of the mountain. The Shanwei city floating on the top of the mountain is high above, and the residents all call it, God. It turns out that the so-called gods are a symbol of identity. Ningxiang continued, Shanwei city is particularly special. It is a place where different forces, big and small, converge. It is said to lead to the myriad realms of the heavens. It is also called the City of Gods, the City of 10,000 Gates, the Country of All Assemblies, and the Neutral World. Among the gods, the peerless genius is honored as the Ming Wang, which is equivalent to the Hunter King of Qiongqi continent. Cheng Bai asked, Qiongqi continent is also located on the border, is it considered an outside area? Yunwan shook her head and said, the mainland is very close to the outside world. Although the emperor is far away and the power is weak, there are still people stationed in the temple to control it, so it is not considered an outside world. Cheng Bai noticed that Ningxiang didn't bring the giant golden wolf, and couldn't help asking, why don't I see your mounts today? Ningxiang said embarrassedly, it's all your Xiao Bai's fault. Ahuang is pregnant. Yesterday we sent it to Sengxian Valley and asked Sect Master Feng to take care of it. It's Xiao Bai's child. That's great. When Cheng Bai learned that Xiao Bai's bloodline was left behind, his heart started beating wildly. He asked about the time and found out that it was obtained during the diamond mining in Pancho Mountains. He was secretly happy. The 2 girls sighed over Xiao Bai's death, then flew away on the sky patrolling spirit boat. Cheng Bai did not leave so quickly. The secret realm was rich in resources and there was much potential for him to do. He went around the island looking for a suitable fishing spot and selected a cliff 100 feet high on the shore. He tore off the fresh flesh and blood of the tidal beast as bait, set up the blood jade fishing rod and went fishing by the sea, waiting for the fish to bite. The death blood in the sea is extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. It is bloodthirsty and greedy by nature. It bites the fat bait tightly without any care and refuses to let go. Cheng Bai felt the strength in his hands and suddenly pulled up the trophy that was as big as a building. The bloody face of death was more than 30 meters long and weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. It was pulled up and smashed to the ground, seemingly triggering a small earthquake nearby. Before it woke up and jumped and struggled, Cheng Bai did not forget to give it another palm strike, cut open the monster's body, took out the crystal core, and reaped a rich harvest. The meat of the tidal beast is quite delicious, but a little tough, and not as fresh and tasty as the meat of the death blood face. As a god-level foodie and top chef, Cheng Bai is very satisfied with his resource exchange. Following the same procedure, by the time the sun went down, they had already harvested several death blood faces. Unfortunately, their size and weight exceeded those of all the other monsters, and for the first time they encountered the embarrassment of not having enough space in their treasure bag. That's fine. Let's roast one here tonight and eat as many as we can. Cheng Bai used a palm knife to cut open the end that could not fit into his pocket, removed the internal organs, skewered it on a special dragon steel grill, coated it with seasoning, and used all his cooking techniques to grill it until it was fragrant and aromatic, with the aroma wafting from far away. Many hunters nearby smelled it and started drooling and gossiping. Whose grilled fish smells so good? Don't get excited. There are dangers all around in the wilderness. How do you know if it's not an unscrupulous trap? Yes, we have food of our own, so leave him alone. When you are full, you can resist temptation. Don't be fooled. The hunters who come here have all experienced life and death, and dare not trust others easily. They take out dry food or cook their own prey to satisfy their appetite. But there was one person among the crowd who had not prepared anything to eat, so he followed the smell of delicious food and came over, and sat down in front of Cheng Bai. I am the immortal King Moro, and I will soon be famous in all the star regions of the cloud realm and reach the pinnacle. Your cooking skills are unparalleled, how about following me? Mo Ruo swallowed his saliva after saying this, not caring whether others objected or not. He reached out and tore off a large piece of fish meat, put it into his mouth to taste it, and clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good, very good, very good." Cheng Bai was a little dissatisfied. "I didn't even agree to let you eat it." He raised the price and said, 5,000 taels of gold for this fish. Mo Ruo sneered at the words, took out 2 small pieces of green gold from the pendant he carried with him, weighed them, and threw them to Cheng Bai, saying, "Gold is cheap. These green golds are enough for 5 taels. No need to thank me." Cheng Bai was stunned. He didn't know that green gold could be used as currency. After thinking for a while, he put away the green gold and humbly asked about the exchange rate. Mo Ruo said leisurely, "Qiongqi continent is located in a remote area, and green gold is rare. No wonder they don't know that 5 taels of green gold can be exchanged for 5,000 taels of gold, or more than 60 taels of black gold. All gods know it." Chapter 77, Combination of Man and Knife 1. Not only does the Qiongqi continent use precious metals as currency, but the entire starry sky does so as well. In addition to gold, platinum, black gold, and green gold, it is said that there is also blue gold, purple gold, and red gold used as currency. They are also materials for refining instruments of different grades, have many uses, and are easy to circulate. Cheng Baidu found out the exchange rate of star gold and other things, and then asked, "The pendant you used is similar to a treasure bag. I wonder what it is." Mo Ruo chewed the delicious food and mumbled, "That's the Sumeru mustard seed. It has a much larger storage space than the treasure bag of the gentleman clan, and it is also much stronger and more durable." He shook his head repeatedly. It was really tiring to explain so much to the country folk. He tore off another piece of fish meat, finished the food in his hand, and was satisfied. He gradually regained his sanity. Seeing that the fish was as big as a hill, he secretly said that he could not finish it, so he pretended to be generous and said, "If I buy your fish, you will have nothing to eat. Let's enjoy it together." Cheng Bai was not polite. He sat down and ate the fish. He took out a cup and poured out some earth spirit wine. He said, "I am Cheng Bai. You treated me to fish and I treated you to wine. It is a courtesy to return the favor." Mo Ruo drank it all in one gulp and said in great joy, "This wine is top quality, bring me a big bowl." Cheng Bai advised, "Although the wine is good, it is easy to get drunk." Mo Ruo said nonchalantly, "I can drink 1,000 cups without falling, and I can drink 10,000 cups without getting drunk. Come on, pour it quickly." Cheng Bai offered it as promised. Now he could drink 5 or 6 sips of earth spirit wine a day without getting drunk, so he drank a little with them. Mo Ruo drank a bowl of wine and suddenly remembered something important. He asked Cheng Bai, "Where is the hunter guild in Qiongqi continent?" Cheng Bai said bluntly, "The nearest city, Qiongqi, has a hunters guild, located to the west of the southern continent. Brother Mo, do you also want to join the guild?" Mo Ruo was thinking the same thing, and said, "If you want to do things conveniently in Qiongqi continent, the best thing is to join the Hunter Guild, which will take you anywhere in the world. The Junzi people have always been hunters, and this is a long tradition. It is best to follow the local customs when entering a country." Oh. Cheng Bai was thoughtful after hearing this and asked, "May I ask what are the differences between the professions of different races?" Mo Ruo opened up and couldn't help but talk a lot. Many ethnic groups have racial talents, which are the result of years of professional culture. For example, flower fairies are best at being gardeners, the feathered people mainly practice hard, and the Xuanyuan people are mostly spiritual pharmacists. Other ethnic groups tame spirit beasts, and they sign contracts by dripping blood to recognize their master. The process is complicated. The master needs to give up a wisp of his spirit, and the spirit beast will be a slave for life. Both parties are inevitably restricted. The gentleman tribe has a unique way to tame spirit beasts. All you need is a beast-taming treasure, and you treat the beast as a friend. It is simple and convenient, and it is worth learning. Cheng Bai listened with great interest. He knew that his secret art of communication didn't even require the use of animal-taming treasures, and there was a great chance of successfully taming the animal. Mo Ruo and Cheng Bai ate voraciously, and they devoured the food and wine like whirlwind, leaving only the huge bear skeleton on the grill. Cheng Bai saw that his appetite was not inferior to his own, and was secretly surprised. This person has a huge appetite and a large drinking capacity. I have never seen such a person before in my life. Mo Ruo wiped his mouth with his hand and touched his bulging belly, as if he had ascended to paradise. He praised it endlessly, "It's so comfortable. You don't have high kung fu skills, so you can't be a general, but your cooking skills are unparalleled. Are you willing to follow me and travel the world? I guarantee that you will be successful. This sentence reminded Cheng Bai of the day when he first met Ruantoran. He smiled bitterly and said, I eat more and more, and my appetite is getting bigger and bigger. Others can't afford to support me. Mo Ruo shook his head and said, I am one of the 8 great kings of Shanwei City, the leader of Chengsheng society, and a man destined to embark on the path of the great emperor. I will soon roam the starry sea, look down on the cloud world, and be famous all over the world. How can I not be able to support subordinates? You should think about it again. Cheng Bai was stunned. He has learned from the great Emperor Yunman in the long river of time. Before he could refuse again, he saw Mo Ruo fall back with his arms and legs spread out, snoring loudly. He had actually fallen asleep. The aftereffects of the earth spirit wine were quite strong. Cheng Bai packed up his tools and cleaned up the place. He estimated that the monsters on the giant beast island could not hurt Mo Ruo, so he left. I'd better go back to my room and sleep. The floor is not as good as the Junwu stone bed. Teleported back to Sangxian Valley, Cheng Bai visited the sect master. After chatting about his recent training, he asked about Ningxiang's Mount Ahuang. Fang Wanjun didn't care about this matter, and said casually, who in the sect has so much free time to take care of the monster beast? I think only Miss Lu is raising a magic eagle in the valley, maybe she would be interested, so I sent someone to send it over. After a round, Cheng Bai quickly found Lu Maeating. Sure enough, the golden giant wolf had just been placed on the ground floor of his attic. Looking at Ahuang's lazily bulging belly, Cheng Bai excitedly went upstairs and handed the monster meat he had harvested today to the female hunter. Lu Maeating received the prey intently, her manners were gentle and tender, and she classified them meticulously. Her slender hands were long and flawless, slightly tanned, and full of youthful vitality. She suddenly asked, does this feel like a home? While Cheng Bai was stunned, Lu Maeating ran out with her face covered, rushed into the utility room, locked the door, and refused to come out for a long time. It was late at night. Cheng Bai returned to his room and lay on the Junwu stone bed. This treasure was warm in winter and cool in summer, and was extremely comfortable. He had no intention of enjoying it, but listened attentively to the movements upstairs. The cries of the young eagles sound like babies crying. They have a voracious appetite and eat 5 meals a day. When they are hungry, they call for their mother. The light footsteps of the female hunter can be heard. The pregnant wolf downstairs was snoring lazily, the chirping sounds of insects from late summer to early autumn were lingering, and a harmonious melody of life was interwoven between the upper and lower floors. It was actually not bad to live like this every day. Cheng Bai fell into a sweet dream unknowingly. The first ray of sunlight in the early morning came through the window. Lu Maeating secretly looked into Cheng Bai's room, but both the bed and the person were gone. Cheng Bai came to the giant beast island again, but Mo Ruo was nowhere to be found at the place where they grilled fish last night. Turning around and looking at the Thunder Valley from afar, there were thunder and lightning. I guess the Eternal King has great ambitions and is still persevering in comprehending the great achievements of the great emperor. Cheng Bai continued to search for elixirs and hunt monsters on the island, and reaped rich rewards. The early patrol warship also sent He Liepang to the giant beast island. The team was reorganized, and 2 more outstanding hunters were added. The 5-member team was in high spirits. There are obviously fewer newly arrived hunters than yesterday, and the same is true for Sky Island. The participants on the first day are always the most active. He Liepang looked at the giant beast island getting closer and closer, sighed slightly and said, we are behind after all. The other teammates didn't care. Someone said, the Hunter King can only be obtained by the most powerful and well-connected masters. It is enough for us to just drink some soup. Another person laughed and said, I am only interested in the Emperor's rest fruit. That thing is a sacred item for sex. His teammates looked down on him and said, look at how useless you are. You've made a good elixir look like this. It needs to be refined into an imperial elixir to have that effect. The guild leader wore a coat and a hood. The sea breeze was getting colder and colder. He came over to remind everyone. Several hunters fell into the mouth of the blood face of death before they even reached the shore yesterday. Don't underestimate the giant beast island. It's more difficult than the sky-treading island. Dozens of hunters, similar to the group from yesterday, stepped onto the water and ran ashore one after another, but no blood mask of death came out to attack the crowd. The guild leader's eyes widened in surprise. Strange things happen every year, but this year there are more. The sea was so fierce and violent yesterday. Could it be that all the sea monsters were caught and eaten by the demon gods today? In the distance, Cheng Bai put on the Xuanming treasure robe and jumped into the sea with a perfect diving posture. This treasure enabled him to avoid water and move freely deep in the seabed. Breathing underwater is not a problem. The Xuanming treasure robe is truly the best for diving. Cheng Bai praised in his heart and searched for treasures in the nearby sea. The seabed near the giant beast island is relatively desolate, and the farther you go to the periphery, the more colorful life becomes. Wonderful marine creatures swim among the gorgeous corals. Exquisite and lovely fish, shrimps, jellyfish and shellfish of all kinds, accompanied by colorful seaweed, dance gracefully under the surging waves, forming a colorful underwater world. The seabed is covered with scarlet corals, which sparkle brilliantly between the reefs. It is dazzling and extremely beautiful, as if the flames of passion are burning on the seabed. Everyone who sees it will be amazed that there is such a beautiful scenery in the world. Therefore, the scarlet coral is listed as one of the 8 most beautiful things in the Star Sea, and it is ranked at the top of rare and precious jewels, and even immortals are fascinated by it. It is rare for the guild to go deep into the seabed here, and it is little known. Cheng Bai did not miss the opportunity and collected the largest and best varieties, which were of considerable value. The overlords of Giant Beast Island, the Tide Beast and the Tide Rage Beast, are frequent visitors here. They come and go freely on the seabed, and their huge bodies scare the surrounding marine creatures into running away. A fat red lobster was frightened and tried to escape with its claws raised. It looked similar to its counterparts on Earth, but was more than 10 times larger and taller than an ordinary person. You could tell at a glance that its meat was delicious, and it would be a delicacy on the table whether steamed or fried. Cheng Bai saw this and said happily, "It looks like this is the one for lunch." But he did not make a move, as a hunter nearby got there first. It was a 9-meter-tall wave-breaking monster. There were quite a few of them in the sea. It walked on the seabed with 3 long legs as if it were flat ground. Its shape was like a moving 3-legged high stool. Its back is an eye-catching deep red, while the rest of its body is a turquoise blue that blends with the seabed and is dotted with irregular patterns and spots. It has 2 slender and powerful hind legs and a thicker, front leg. When approaching the red lobster, its thick, front legs suddenly stretched out, moving like a rabbit in the water, and the end opened its big mouth like a snake to bite the back half of the red lobster. It turned out that it was its head and neck, which usually disguised itself as clumsy thighs when walking to make the prey relax their vigilance. The wave-breaking monster that caught the red lobster held its head high and slowly swallowed the prey down its esophagus, stretching its thick and long neck. Cheng Bai watched the show and said jokingly, "It's going to be unlucky." The size of the wave-breaking monster alone crushes most sea creatures, but it is not the overlord of this place, as there are clear levels among the monsters. In the distance, there was a monster with a human face and a fish body, which was more than 40 meters long. Its face was a light golden color, different from the death ghost face and the death blood face, and its body was purple-red. The wave-breaking monster was spotted from afar, and its fat and thick body attracted it to open its big mouth full of sharp teeth and swoop down. Big fish eat small fish eat shrimps, but how can they compare to the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it? Cheng Bai raised the corner of his mouth as he recognized the monster. The Golden Mask of Death is the king of the Death Sea clan, and it was effortless to get him. This is his prey. Young hunters often know nothing about this king, but experienced old hunters are proud to see it still alive. It is the most notorious and ferocious predator in the Khan Sea, full of aggressiveness and powerful strength. The Golden Mask of Death looked particularly ferocious, and let out a terrifying roar. It used echolocation to lock onto the giant wave-breaking monster. Invisible sound waves filled the nearby waters, as if a huge net was spread on the seabed. When it was about to attack its prey, the sudden echo transmitted a special signal to it, and it discovered Cheng Bai was hiding nearby. The cunning vigilance immediately made the death gold mask swing its tail fin, turn around and avoid it. Strength and the law of survival are supreme among monsters. Death's golden mask keenly sensed the danger and gave up the hunt to avoid death. What a clever fellow. He managed to escape. Isn't the sound wave net just now equivalent to its domain? The Sea Clan has more advantages in the seabed. No problem, I have a better way. Cheng Bai secretly admired himself, being worthy of being the leader of the Death Sea Clan. He turned and went ashore, found a suitable fishing spot on the island, and made meat bait with the fresh flesh and blood of the tidal beast. Compared with yesterday, he was more familiar with the process, set up the fishing rod and fished happily. A little later, huge waves rolled in, and a huge force pulled the other end of the blood jade fishing rod. Cheng Bai was pleasantly surprised. It's hooked, an unprecedented big fish. Even though you are as cunning as a ghost, you drank my grandpa's foot-washing water. The guy was so powerful that he pulled the fishing line straight. The tension of the blood jade fishing rod could bear nearly 1 million pounds, and it was bent into an arc. Cheng Bai was pulled so hard that his feet slid closer to the sea surface. He did not dare to be careless. He let out a long roar, gathered his energy into his dantian, exerted strength with both arms, and suddenly pulled the amazing monster out of the sea. The one who took the bait was the monster king who had just escaped. Its huge body flew high in the air and slammed heavily into the ground. The earth shook, trees broke, and soil and rocks flew everywhere. What a deathly golden face, how could it stay in the pond? Fengyan wants to turn into a dragon. Its pale golden face is frowning, its 4 pupils are rolling, and its mouth spits out the fishhook with fangs, but it actually abandons its fangs to save its life. Cheng Bai rushed forward and tried to cut open its body to take out the crystal core. The golden mask of death showed its power. A thick water tornado swept over, and the sudden twisted water column was about to tear Cheng Bai apart. Cheng Bai swung the blood jade fishing rod and smashed it down, creating a terrifying sword energy of more than 200 meters that split the water column in half. It lashed the death gold mask as flexibly as a whip, knocking it halfway into the ground and making it unconscious. You finally fell into my hands. I'll teach you to be obedient on the chopping block and make a lot of money today. Cheng Bai stepped forward and pulled out the golden mask of death. His palm was like a knife, cutting open its belly and taking out the huge red crystal core. He washed and cleaned it up, and was very satisfied with the spoils. There is no magic weapon at hand for the time being, but when a warrior reaches the realm of heaven and man, his true essence returns to emptiness and condenses into reality, and he can release sword energy at will. It can be said that man and sword are one. No matter what moves he uses, he can use them with ease. The power is much stronger than using ordinary swords. Some warriors call it the realm of no sword. Cheng Bai doesn't think that being without a sword is the highest level of martial arts. Since he is practicing with a sword, how can he be without a sword? Therefore, the body and skills are combined into one, and every gesture is a weapon. This is a superior stage beyond ordinary martial arts, but it is by no means the end. Representative figures include the faceless commander encountered in the ladder of all things. Looking at his hands, Cheng Bai thought in his heart, at present, there is no need to rush to devour the crystal core, or accumulate the effectiveness of spiritual medicine to improve the realm. In the past, the breakthrough of skills was too fast, and the heat was inevitably insufficient. It is better to integrate the 5 realms of heaven and man, consolidate each realm and complete it. When the quantitative changes accumulate to a sufficient degree to produce qualitative changes, the breakthrough will be a natural result. Chapter 78, Sweeping the Secret Realm. Many hunter teams on the island successfully killed the tidal beasts and gradually advanced towards the Thunder Valley with a full load of harvest. He Liepeng led his team in close pursuit, but the places they passed by had mostly been plundered by others, so they made little profit for the time being. A shrewd hunter in the team was well versed in the art of taking shortcuts and encouraged, "Brother Peng, following others will only lead to disadvantages. In my humble opinion, we can save a lot of time by climbing over that mountain, and maybe we can get to the Thunder Valley before other teams and gain the upper hand. The mountains ahead are steep, but lush with grass and water, giving off a hazy and mysterious feeling." He Liepeng looked on and pondered, this place is only 100 meters above sea level, why don't others climb over and take a shortcut? We must be careful. There was an experienced hunter with a beard. He looked around to identify the signs of animals and said in confusion, there is something strange around the mountain. The monsters rarely come here. It seems that they are deliberately avoiding this place. Hunters seek benefits and avoid harm. If they are not sure, they will be vigilant. If I were to make the decision, I would also consider going around it. The shrewd hunter said calmly, the secret realm is dangerous and there must be bumps and bumps. The road is made by people. Isn't it for adventure to come to Giant Beast Island? Maybe we can find a bigger opportunity. With the fierce fist King Pengge here, we are all experts in the guild. What is there to be afraid of? At worst, we can withdraw. These words aroused everyone's desire to win. He Liepeng alone could rival a tidal beast, and the team could hunt with ease. How could such a proud and strong man show weakness? He Liepeng nodded, and the 5 of them quickly jumped over the mountain. Wherever you go, you can see mountains behind and water in front, with beautiful scenery. In front of you is the largest freshwater pond on the island, with rippling blue waves surrounding the undulating exquisite rocks. At the highest point, there is a sweet spring gushing out, and strings of pearl-like water splashing, like a jade belt falling into the pond. The mountains and water complement each other, and the scenery is beautiful and charming. This place is very famous, and the trickling spring is of great significance. Mengdao Pond, the spiritual water of the earth, haha, we found it. He Lipan and others cheered loudly. Before they could be happy for a moment, the water in the pool churned, and the incredibly strong body of a monster popped out from behind the rocks, parted the water, shook off the splashes, and moved towards the shore. The bearded hunter shouted hurriedly, "We have woken up the monster guarding the treasure land. Everyone, be careful." He Lipang recognized that the species was different from the ordinary tidal beasts, and his face changed slightly and said, "Oh no, it's the tidal beast king." The weak monsters nearby did not dare to approach the Mengdao pond because it was already occupied by a ferocious overlord. Its skin was particularly bright blue-green, its scales were shining, its hair and beard were thick and dense, and it looked aggressive and oppressive. It walked ashore and was more than 30 meters tall. The hunters hastily formed their battle formations to fight. How could the Tide Beast King be just an ordinary person? Although he looked clumsy, he was actually swift and decisive. He threw out a crescent-shaped water blade with far greater power than an ordinary tide beast, splitting the self-righteous hunter in half. Other hunters tried to probe from a distance, using arrows, hidden weapons, or sword energy, but were easily blocked by the water curtain. With his teammates attracting fire, He Lipang was just waiting for the right opportunity to rush forward and strike hard, but he saw the Tide Beast King using the secret technique of multiple rain of arrows, and arrows were pouring down from the sky like rain. He Lipang defended hastily, clenching his fists tightly with black gold brass knuckles, making the 100 battles sage fist impenetrable to wind and rain. The rain of arrows was as dense as water, and the force made him retreat again and again. He finally resisted a wave of water arrows, turned around and looked around, and all his teammates fell to the ground, their stomachs ruptured and intestines spilled, and he was the only one left alive. The Tide Beast King is several times stronger than me. If it weren't for the black gold treasure, I would have a hard time surviving. If I don't retreat quickly, I will die here. He Lipang had made up his mind and was about to retreat when he suddenly saw a figure leaping down from the top of the mountain. He approached the Tide Beast King from behind like a mantis stalking a cicada, and used his palms and fingers like knives to cut open the thick neck. The huge head of the monster flew into the sky, and then he split the monster's body in half and took away the huge blue-green crystal core. The Tidal Beast King had almost no power to fight back, and his huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Water and soil splashed on the shore, and blood dyed the surface of the Mengdao pond red. "Brother He, how are you? The crystal core is mine, and the body of the Tidal Beast King is yours." Cheng Bai flew through the air and landed on the shore of the Mengdao pond. He Lipang finally saw the person's face and laughed dryly. "Thank you, junior brother Cheng, for your timely help. I haven't seen you for more than 20 days, but you have made great progress. Please excuse my mockery, senior brother. Earth spirit water is hard to come by in this world, so you might as well bring some with you when you come." After Cheng Bai said this, he jumped to the earth spirit spring and filled the gourd of the god of wine. This pool of spring water is slightly larger than the one in the Faceless Rift Valley. It flows into the Dream Path Pond, warming the entire pond like a fairyland. He Lipang took away the corpse and head of the Tide Beast King. The monster was full of treasures, and the king's head could also bring extra rewards from the guild. When I looked up again, Cheng Bai had disappeared. He Lipang exclaimed, "Junior brother Cheng is like a dragon that can only be seen from the head but not the tail. He is far better than me." Above the Khan Sea, patrol warships are returning to the mainland. This ship is one of the few maritime overlords in the Qiongqi continent. It is 150 meters long, weighs 6,750 tons, is well equipped, and has thick armor. Its size is larger than the weapon sect Sky Patrol Spirit boat. It has a total of 10 types of thunder cannons, water cannons, and fire cannons. Its combat power is outstanding, and it is fearless in the face of invading sea monsters. The crew members were relaxing on board when they suddenly felt the ship rising slowly. It broke away from the sea surface amid the sound of surging water and swayed as if on a wooden horse, moving backwards continuously. Everyone looked around and saw that it was an oversized shell that pushed the ship out of the sea. The giant was over 400 meters long, and its undulating texture was like a peacock's tail, flashing with pearl-like fluorescence, as if an island had suddenly appeared, carrying a patrol warship that looked like a toy in comparison, and drifting on the sea. The crew had never seen anything like this before, and they were terrified. They asked the governor, The situation is critical, how should we deal with it? The governor was stunned and at a loss. Just as everyone was in panic, the super-large shell actually opened its shell and pushed the patrol warship out. The hull slid into the sea, causing violent waves. Hold on tight. Mo Fei went out. Many crew members screamed and grabbed stable objects on the boat and escaped the disaster. Fortunately, the bottom of the boat did not capsize when it fell into the sea, and the hull was not damaged. Everyone was safe and sound. Only some items on the boat rolled into the sea, but the loss was not serious. The governor's hood and wig were blown away by the wind when the boat fell into the sea, revealing his bald head. He wiped the cold sweat from his face and urged, "Go, go, stay away from this place. It must be an old monster over 10,000 years old, a monster that eats people without spitting out bones." Looking back at the shells floating away like mountains, I felt a chill in my heart. That direction was the Giant Beast Island. Cheng Bai gained a lot on Giant Beast Island, even more than what he gained on Sky Island. He put the newly collected Emperor Rest Fruit into his treasure bag and thought to himself, it is worthy of being a secret realm that has been hidden for 60 years. If I make money like this every day, it won't take long for me to become the richest man on the continent. Standing on the top of the tall Emperor Shu tree and looking around, you can see colorful lightning flashing in the Thunder Valley in the distance. Cheng Bai was curious and thought, can Mo Ruo's self-torture training method really help one comprehend the imperial way and develop a divine skill? Others may not be able to withstand the lightning, but Mo Ruo, relying on his immortal body, may be able to learn something from the battle between the emperors. Cheng Bai thought that he could give it a try since he had the resurrection rune, but he immediately gave up the idea. Cultivation should not make the body suffer, and that was not his style anyway. The sound of the tsunami from the coast was getting louder and louder, and the waves were deafening. Cheng Bai was shocked to see the sea water rolling onto the land, lifting up giant clams as big as mountains and sailing like land boats, heading straight for the Thunder Valley. The clam shell opened wide, revealing inside it a gorgeous woman as tall as a skyscraper. She had a face as white as cream, eyes like pearls, a delicate and pretty face, a smile as beautiful as a flower, and was very charming. She was lightly wrapped in white gauze, and her graceful figure was looming. She didn't care at all about the falling trees and rocks along the way, and all living things that were crushed to death. Many humans, demons and animals fled in all directions, trying to avoid it as much as possible. Some hunters or monsters failed to dodge and were crushed into minced meat by the giant clams on the spot. Those who were lucky enough not to die were washed away by the waves that swept in inexplicable ways. The evil swordsman was knocked far away and fell flat on his face. The ruthless swordsman and the poisonous swordsman were not affected and rushed over to help him up. As a big boss, the evil swordsman felt quite ashamed and shouted angrily, "Who are you, you little monster? How dare you sneak attack this sword master? You shameless and ugly fellow, I will subdue the monster and kill you." The ruthless swordsman was so frightened that he turned pale and tried to keep quiet. The poison-hand swordsman said in fear, "Brother, please speak softly, don't let the witch hear you." Just as he finished speaking, the evil swordsman leaned over and fell to the ground again, gathering dirt and burying his face in the ground. His voice became weaker and weaker. "I am unconscious and I don't know what the monster is. Take care, my two brothers." The ruthless swordsman and the poisonous swordsman quickly stuck out their tongues and kicked their legs, then followed suit and lay down pretending to be dead. Seeing the excitement, Cheng Bai got curious and quickly followed, pondering, with this kind of momentum, are they going to enter the Thunder Valley to snatch the seeds of the Five Extremes treasure tree? That is a precious medicinal root that is valued by the great emperor, so it must be very important. Mo Ruo walked out of the entrance of the Thunder Valley with a gloomy face. He wanted to go out to look for the clover again, but when he saw the giant clam monster rushing towards him, he shouted loudly, "How dare you, a mere mirage monster, to challenge my immortal king?" Shenyu was amazed, paused his charge, looked down, and chuckled, "Good dogs don't block the road, but bad dogs often do. Barking dogs don't bite, but dogs that bite don't need to bark." Mo Ruo was scolded until his face turned red, and he angrily said, "You rude witch, I will use you to try out the new trick I have learned." The two of them fought fiercely over a disagreement. Mirage swept away with the secret technique of raging waves, confident that the raging waves could crush the opponent into minced meat. Unexpectedly, Mo Ruo used a water-avoiding technique and was not greatly affected by the waves. He rushed out of the waves in a flash, his speed suddenly increased, and the high speed rubbed against the air, his temperature soared rapidly, and his whole body became a dazzling fireball, crashing into the face of the mirage. Mirage was caught off guard and screamed in panic to protect his face. He swung his palm and hit the fireball like slapping a fly, knocking it away. He felt a sharp pain in his palm and turned over to see a small hole burned in his palm, which was smoking. Mo Ruo was knocked to the ground and sank deep into the earth and rocks with a dull sound, creating a human-shaped charred pit with thick smoke coming out of it with a hissing sound. He quickly emerged again, his wounds healing at a visible speed. He looked up at Shenyu in horror and said in shock, "The erosion fire energy doubled her combat power, but she was only slightly injured. What is the origin of this old monster?" Cheng Bai was observing from a distance with his spiritual eyes, and was terrified. He thought to himself, the immortal king is so arrogant, he is really good at what he does. He just exploded at hundreds of times the speed of sound, far faster than me. That mirage giant should be one of the ancient gods, and his physical body is even more powerful and terrifying. Shen Lu was annoyed that his exquisite and perfect palm was damaged, and shouted angrily, "Qian Ren Bingzan." He activated a higher-level secret technique, clenched his hands, and condensed 2 ice swords over 100 meters long. They were freezing cold, and when he waved them, they refracted crystal light, startling Union, which flew past the ice swords and was immediately frozen into ice sculptures, which fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. She stood up, 400 meters tall, and her 2 amazing giant swords were no more than short swords. She looked down at the earth, contemptuously surveying the entire island, and stared at Mo Ruo fiercely. "Use ice to restrain the corrosive fire energy. You are smart, witch. Don't underestimate me. I am a man who has the potential to become an emperor." Mo Ruo was very proud, but he knew that the other party's cultivation strength was obviously above his. If it weren't for her special talent and physique, the slap just now would have crippled her if not killed her. Before the eroding fire energy ignited the air, his body surface was covered with orange-red air waves. He was not in a hurry to use his unique skills again, but reached out his hand and inserted it deeply into his chest. But that was only what appeared on the surface. In reality, he reached into the Sumeru mustard seed worn on his chest and took out a blood-red jade ruyi. The shape of the ruyi was finely carved, it was aura and inlaid with 7 rune elixirs of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue and purple. Cheng Bai watched the battle from a distance, thinking to himself, it seems that ruyi is also made of blood jade. This material seems to be very popular. It looks very rich and domineering to have so many inner cores inlaid on it. It must be his weapon. Mirage Banshee, taste the power of blood ruyi. Mo Ruo did not use it as a weapon, but directly sacrificed the treasure to attack, bringing up a hazy glow. Shenluo was not willing to be outdone, and slashed at Shuipo Ruyi with both swords. There were explosions in the air that shook the sky, as if a mountain was collapsing, an icy lake was pouring down, and hail was pouring down from the sky, hitting the ground with a thud. Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes saw clearly that Shuipo Ruyi was so powerful that he broke 2 giant ice swords in succession and broke the nose of the mirage. The mirage threw away its broken sword, covered its face and screamed, then fell into the giant clam and closed its shell. The raging waves retreated and it returned to the sea and sank, leaving behind a mess on the ground as if it had been run over by a giant steamroller. The blood spirit shone brightly and returned to Mo Ruo's hand. The man who boasted of his status as an emperor won the battle and said proudly, "Cowardly witch, you can't withstand a mere blow." Cheng Bai secretly complained, the immortal king is really too disrespectful to women. After being slapped in the face and disfigured, how can a woman stay and fight again? No matter what, Mo Ruo won in the end. He was like a victorious rooster, striding towards the clover with his head held high, paying no attention to the things around him. Cheng Bai thought in his mind, the so-called Ming Wang really has some background, and his magic weapon has a promising future. If his kung fu is not good enough, he can make up for it with treasures. If he can get the immortal weapons and magic treasures of the emperor, this rookie can dominate the world. After hunting a few more tidal beasts and collecting enough elixirs, Cheng Bai was teleported to the medicine sect's headquarters in Yushan. While it was still early, he rented a pharmacy again and familiarized himself with the refining formulas for the Buhuo pill and the emperor pill. Chapter 79 Persistence and Giving Up. Yang Kaiping asked him to use the red refining cauldron and taught him a unique method of refining and nourishing elixirs, which the medicine sect called Heqi, which has 3 stages: refining essence, refining qi, and refining spirit. With this wonderful method, the efficacy of medicine refining is greatly improved, and only then can one become a true spiritual pharmacist. Otherwise, an ordinary pharmacist who is only proficient in formulas and instruments will more or less reduce the innate efficacy of spiritual objects when refining pills, and the best medicinal materials will not be able to exert their full medicinal power. The gap between good and bad is huge. Cheng Bai tried to use thunder fire to refine medicine, and he became more and more proficient in it. Although he was not as good as the thousand-leaf lotus fire, he was also able to do it with ease. The elixir he refined could exert 100% of its medicinal effect, ranking as capable grade. In the medicine sect, only a very few elders were so outstanding, and he felt quite proud of himself. Qiongqi said with a sad face, "The number of deaths in the city has increased recently, and the causes of death are strange. There is also an old demon causing trouble. Tianshu city has suffered many disasters and the situation is hopeless. Medicine sect may not be able to protect itself. I may not be here next time you come." Cheng Bai comforted him, "Senior, you are blessed by heaven. The difficulties will be easily solved." Qiongqi shook his head and said, "It's not that simple. Shenya came to me a few days ago and persuaded me to give up Tianshu city. He has already taken away many people. The medicine sect has been passed down for thousands of years and has such a huge foundation. It is really difficult to make a decision. Even Shenya gave up Tianshu city." Cheng Bai didn't know what to say. Qiongqi changed the subject and said, "You have made rapid progress in refining elixirs. Ordinary people cannot do it. You must have a plan in mind. Did you get the secret book of medicine that was lost by the medicine sect?" Since he had guessed it, Cheng Bai had no choice but to admit it. "I found 2 secret books outside the Three Sages Valley." Qiongqi did not care and said frankly, "The medicine sect has worked hard to cultivate a saint's son, but unfortunately, he died young. The sect is bound to have no successors. You have obtained all the medicine sect's recipes by chance, and I have personally taught you many times. You have truly passed on the art of combining qi, so you can be considered my direct disciple." Cheng Bai said frankly, "Disciple is already a registered disciple of Yuheng Holy Temple and Qi sect." Qiongqi said nonchalantly, "That's just a record, it doesn't count. I have already contacted Palace Master Shi and Sect Master Fang, and they have no objection to medicine sect accepting you as a disciple. The personal teaching of the medicine sect carries much more weight than the previous recorded teachings. The inheritance of the master's teachings is unusual. The teacher is like a father, and the relationship is not just a simple one of imparting skills." Qiongqi said solemnly, "Joining my medicine sect to inherit the great way of immortality is by no means a trivial matter. You will not regret it." Cheng Bai had benefited a lot from medicine sect so far, so he had no reason to refuse. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have more masters, so he said, "Thank you for taking a liking to me, master. I, Cheng Bai, will be grateful to you." In order to save time, Qiongqi simplified the apprenticeship ceremony, summoned the 4 guardian elders of the sect, burned incense and played the game. The new disciple knelt down to pay homage to the ancestors and master of the medicine sect, and Qiongqi briefly explained the cultural history of the medicine sect. The ancient strongman Ji Weibing founded the Hunter Guild on the mainland. Yaozong was originally the largest store under the guild, and gradually became more and more powerful. After Ji Weibing passed away, the pharmacy separated from the guild and established its own sect, still with Ji Weibing as the first generation of the sect master. It was of the same origin as the guild and the academy, and they were closely connected. Qiongqi held up the red refining cauldron and said, "Cheng Bai, you are the only disciple of medicine sect. This treasure is the treasured spiritual weapon of medicine sect. Please pass it on for me." Cheng Bai took the red refining cauldron and put it away, muttering to himself, "Why does Master Yang sound like he is leaving a last will?" Qiongqi said solemnly, "The secret book of medicine collection is the result of the painstaking efforts of all the previous sect masters of this sect. I, the master, have not yet had the opportunity to add my own part. He also gave me a copy of Yang's inner canon. My personal experience is all here. It covers nature, spiritual objects, longevity, and anecdotes. It can be regarded as a supplement to the secret canon of medicine. It also contains some mental techniques such as voice transmission and ventriloquism. If you read it carefully, it will definitely be helpful." Cheng Bai happily accepted it, and never refused anyone who came. Before leaving, he gave an extra 800 taels of gold as rent, saying, "Cheng Bai honors the master." Back in Sengxian Valley, Cheng Bai reads in his spare time. He gives the title beast meat to Lu Maiating to feed the monster. For dinner, he shares the barbecued death golden noodles. Lu Maoting praised him as always and helped him pack up the leftovers as dry food for tomorrow. Cheng Bai suggested, let's go to the academy tomorrow to hand in the Giant Beast Island mission. I'll give you half of the 5 extreme treasure tree seeds. Lu Maoting thought for a moment and said, I won't go. Thunderclaw, Silver Mouth, and Flying Side will soon be hungry and will look for me everywhere. I can't let them go. She was very loving and caring towards the baby eagles, and the 3 eaglets completely regarded the huntress as their mother. Lu Maoting took out the 3 ghost feathers given to her and handed them to Cheng Bai. These materials are more useful to you than to me. Go and get the Hunter King back and become the #1 on the continent. I believe you can do it. Cheng Bai smiled and said, I will. The warm sunlight shone through the leaves, covering the ground with golden spots. Cheng Bai came to the Hunter Academy, and the warm weather in Qiongqi City did not feel the cool breeze at all. King Crazy Staff obtained 50 seeds of the 5 extreme treasure tree and a guild bonus of 15 points. The total score is 18, ranking first. This is the current best result in the Giant Beast Island martial arts hunting ranking. Cheng Bai walked towards the mission point of the academy, but did not go in. Someone was waiting for him at the door. Yunwan smiled and said, thank you for the elixir that day. It helped me calm down. Cheng Bai was surprised and asked, didn't you two continue to hunt? Ningxiang has left. Yunwan's smile was filled with loneliness. Cheng Bai was quite surprised and asked, where did she go? I heard that he returned to a small village in the countryside. He seems to live west of Yuhang City. The loan period for the Sky Patrol spirit boat has expired, and Elder Zhuang has also returned to the weapon sect. Yunwan chatted for a while and invited Cheng Bai to a secluded place to discuss in detail. Can I have a moment to talk? Cheng Bai nodded and followed, thinking to himself, she must be asking for something. I plan to continue traveling to improve my strength and find Shenya and Xingju to join me. Yunwan started a new business. With her status and reputation, it would not be difficult for her to establish a new team. The long-missing Absolute Sword King reappeared. No matter what, it was wise to avoid the limelight. Now Sen Jie was in the limelight of the Hunter Guild. No one cared about the death of the former leader Li Quan. Some even turned a blind eye to it. Even the mission to find him was cancelled without anyone noticing. It would be better if he was never found. Cheng Bai glanced at Shenya and Xingju who were talking quietly under the shade of a tree in the distance. They both had serious expressions and seemed to be arguing. I know you have the most seeds. Can you transfer them to me? I won't let you work for nothing. Just tell me what you want. Yunwan stated her purpose directly in a soft and pleasant voice. The mission objectives of the conference can indeed be transferred, and it is a way to obtain them as long as you are willing, but will anyone give up the precious reward of the Hunter King? Cheng Bai was thoughtful. Seeing that he remained silent, Yunwan reminded him, you have always been very kind to me. I am grateful. If you have any conditions, please speak up. Cheng Bai responded, let me think about it, how about half an hour? Okay, remember to come find me here. Yunwan acted decisively and turned to walk towards Shenya and Xingju. Cheng Bai left the academy and looked towards the Qiongqi temple from afar. The temple was well guarded and many craftsmen were coming in and out. What conditions do I want? Unless she gives me the Tianwang sword or a treasure like the Shuipo Ruyi, which of course she won't have. But she has the Yuguang blade, and Xingju has the Hunying sword. According to the weapon sect's assessment, they are both better than the Overlord spear, so they can be sacrificed to the altar. The strength brought by the powerful secret technique has increased by leaps and bounds. The 9-level secret technique of Qiongqi Baolu has only the highest level left, and it must be obtained in full. Your own treasures are very useful, of course, you can't sacrifice them easily. He thought about his goal clearly, and then came to Yunwan and said bluntly, the Shadow Sword will be exchanged for 45 Extreme Treasure Tree Seeds, and the Ghost Light Blade will be exchanged for 80. After this transaction, he still had an advantage in numbers and still ranked first in the conference. Yunwan was shocked. This price was hard for her to accept. She hesitated for a moment and said, you are asking for too much. Can you change it to something else? Cheng Bai didn't need anything else, and suggested, this condition is not high, you can pay one first. Xingju came over and laughed loudly, the Shadow Sword ranks 3rd in the current treasure rankings of the mainland. How can it be sold at such a low price? Brother Cheng, don't make such a big joke. At least you should exchange it for 155 Extreme Treasure Tree Seeds. Cheng Bai had calculated the materials and labor costs of the refining equipment in detail, and was confident that his assessment was fair. He shook his head and said, "Brother Xing, you are not sincere at all. It is others who ask for something from him, not him who asks something from others. Naturally, he takes the initiative in the transaction." Xingju frowned slightly and looked at Shenya. The Dragon Spear King looked at Yunwan, and when he saw her nod slightly, he stepped forward and said, "Brother Cheng is a quick talker. We hope the price will be a little better. I heard that Brother Cheng wants to return the Feiying Stone and 50 taels of gold used to recast the Overlord Spear. These are not cheap. Together with the Hoying Sword, we can exchange them for seeds of the 5 Extreme Treasure Tree. How do you think?" Such a price was quite sincere to Cheng Bai, but the money was originally intended to be used for urban construction. Giving it up would mean ignoring Tianshu City, which was not like Shenya's style. Cheng Bai was stunned and asked, "Don't you want to rebuild Tianshu City?" Shenya shook his head and sighed. "A few days ago, I arranged for the 16 riders of Tianshu to cover the relocation of the remaining people. Tianshu City has lost hope. This little money is useless. I have a greater goal." Thinking of what Yang Kaiping said yesterday, Cheng Bai felt uneasy and nodded. "Everyone is so sincere, I would be disrespectful to refuse." The transaction went smoothly. Cheng Bai put away the shadow sword, and there were new changes in the ranking list of the martial arts hunting conference. King Shining Blade obtained 50 seeds of the 5 Extreme Treasure Tree and 15 guild points as reward, for a total of 18 points. Yunwan said, "Cheng Bai, if you need gold, it will be easier. I can raise funds to buy other seeds." Cheng Bai smiled and said, "I am not short of money at the moment. If you need anything, please come and bother me again." With the treasure suitable for sacrifice, Cheng Bai returned to Sengxian Valley excitedly, preparing to go to Yaoguang Temple to exchange for new secret skills. He would be complete with the Qiongqi treasure scroll. His original dream of coming to the Qiongqi continent was about to come true, and he couldn't help but feel excited. Seeing how happy he was, Lu Maeating heard that he had sold some of the seeds, and spread her hands and said, "Fortunately you didn't sell all of them, otherwise if you failed to obtain the Shungjin Pagoda secret realm, you would have to give the Hunter King away." Cheng Bai knew what was going on, so he asked, "What could the mission of Shungjin Pagoda be?" Lu Maeating said, "In the past, there were blood jade or gold water. I heard that there was also a peacock blue crystal mission in ancient times. It turns out that Shungjin Pagoda is the origin of blood jade." Cheng Bai had never heard of it before and said in surprise, "Peacock blue crystal. One of the 8 most beautiful colors, and they even have this. The 8 great beauties are the most expensive jewels in the legend of the Star Sea. They are rare treasures that even immortals cannot escape. They can also be used to refine weapons. They are often talked about in the guild, but are hard to see." Lu Maeating smiled and said, "The exquisite treasures are famous, but they are not necessarily useful. The blood jade is the treasure of the 3rd floor of the tower, and the peacock blue crystal is on the 4th floor. The most valuable is gold and water. Its essence exists in the world and is invisible and formless. The Shungjin Tower gathers the vitality of heaven and earth to form a spiritual object. It looks like liquid, but is heavier than real gold. It takes many years to produce a certain amount of output. It is very strange. Maybe this is the origin of the name Shungjin Tower." Cheng Bai silently noted it down and asked, "Are there any powerful monsters?" "There are detailed records in the sheepskin book left by the master of the Yellow Jade Banner." Lu Maeating flipped through the book and told the relevant content. "There are many rare monsters in the Shungjin Pagoda, such as the Magma Beast, the Moyan Beast, etc. There is also a powerful guard called the Yellow Turban Warrior, which is divided into different ranks such as soldiers, officers, etc." Cheng Bai wrote it down silently and sighed. "It's a pity that this parchment book only records up to the 4th floor of the tower." Lu Maeating said, "In the past 1,000 years, there are only a handful of masters on the continent who have reached the 3rd level. The incomplete records of the 4th level are only left from ancient times. It is even more unknown above the 5th level. It is said that only a few people reached it more than 10,000 years ago, and it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false until now." She took out the Ghost King fan and handed it to Cheng Bai, instructing him, "Go to the guild and exchange this treasure for money. It's useless to keep it. I asked Elder Zhuang, and the cost of making it is at least 18,000 taels of gold. The guild's recycling price is lower, but it is easier to sell. Don't sell it for less than 20,000 taels." "Okay, I'll go there in a minute." Cheng Bai put away the Ghost King fan, thought of what Shenya said, felt uneasy, and teleported to Tianshu City. We arrived at the foot of Yu Mountain in an instant, only to see that the Yaozong store was empty, the lights were off, and the door was ajar. Cheng Bai called out softly, "Is the master here?" But no one answered. He felt the surrounding creatures and found that it was dead silent in broad daylight and filled with black fog, as if he had fallen into a ghost town. In the corner of the store, 4 guardian elders of the medicine sect lay limply, looking as dry as mummies and without any signs of life. It's not that there are no living creatures. There are a lot of mosquitoes buzzing around and flying around, biting Cheng Bai. Cheng Bai casually slapped several of them to death. He turned his palm over and saw a few drops of blood flowing slowly. He felt sick. He walked out of the store and looked up at the top of Yushan Mountain. There were masters fighting each other, and the atmosphere was solemn and murderous. One of them was Qiongqi. The other figure was moving very fast. It only stopped occasionally to be seen clearly. It had human-like features, a curved body, black and white ring patterns all over its body, and was nearly 3 meters tall. It had 4 slender and powerful arms and legs, and it flew with its wings vibrating. Its speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Qiongqi was sweating all over and his face was blue and purple. The opponent in front of him was more stressful than He Long. He could only be described as fast, accurate, ruthless and vicious. If he was not careful, he would be in trouble. The figure circled Qiongqi dozens of times like a whirlwind. When she stopped, her beautiful face had a playful sneer on it and she was holding a dry arm in her mouth. Qiongqi sealed the acupuncture points of the wound on his lost left hand to stop the bleeding, and said solemnly, "You are the culprit who caused the corpses everywhere in Tianshu City, the ancient great demon Queen Yuan." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 80, Inner Dan, Convergence. The Mosquito Queen spat out the arm that was as dry as a dead branch in her mouth and said in boredom, "It's rare that someone still remembers me. Old man, your blood is too bland and tasteless. Invite a few handsome boys to taste it, and I'll let you go." Qiongqi remained silent, then suddenly launched an attack with all his might. The 8 immortals spread out and split into 8 afterimages, rushing towards him from different angles. Queen Yi Mosquito sneered and said, "You're still using the same trick. It's already useless. Do you think you can't tell which one is the real one? Your blood has already exposed the location of your real body." Her 4 slender arms each had 2 toes at the end, as sharp as hooked blades. She rushed towards one of the afterimages and cut him in half. Suddenly, green flames burst out, and flowers gathered in the sky above, petals fell everywhere, and below, the 1,000-leaf lotus was on fire, covering the queen of mosquitoes, making her like a moth to a flame, seeking her own death. Queen Yi Mosquito fell into a heavy encirclement and shouted angrily, "Old man, you are so cruel." Qiongqi used himself as bait and barely avoided fatal injuries. He endured the pain and finally jumped out of the trap, his body covered in blood. The queen of the mosquito, who was covered in flames, suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed into the sky as fast as lightning. The clusters of green flowers lost their target and gradually dissipated. Qiongqi sighed secretly. She finally escaped. Not only is she fast, she also has other strange abilities. Even step-by-step flower and 1,000-leaf lotus fire can't stop her. "Master, you are seriously injured." Cheng Bai hurried over from a distance, supported Qiongqi, and took out the blood ginseng pill from his treasure bag for him to take. After swallowing the pill, bone granulation slowly grew on the broken limb, gradually restoring a complete arm, with miraculous effects. Qiongqi took out the disease-curing and longevity pill from his pocket and swallowed it. His complexion gradually improved. He shook his head and sighed. More than half of the people bitten by this old demon died of induced diseases. Don't underestimate her. If we leave here, Tianshu City will not be saved. Cheng Bai learned from his inquiries that Qiongqi was unwilling to give up the 1,000-year-old foundation of the headquarters, and had been fighting against Queen Yi Mosquito in the city for several days. He thought he could find the leader of the mosquito demon and kill him, but he was outwitted by Queen Yi Mosquito and was defeated in today's decisive battle. Tianshu City had experienced several disasters and there were almost no survivors. The few elders of the medicine sect who remained were all killed or wounded, and those who were able to escape followed the Tianshu 16 riders and migrated away. Cheng Bai raised his head and looked towards the sky. The queen of the bee mosquito was shrouded in thick black fog in the sky, and the flames on her body were extinguished. It was a swarm of bee mosquitoes that had multiplied to an alarming number in the city. "Children, dedicate all your accumulated strength to me." The queen of the bee mosquitoes called out to all her subjects in the air. Massive swarms of bee mosquitoes rolled up and down around her. Clouds and fog gathered to form gloomy black clouds, which blocked out the sunlight. Seeing this, Cheng Bai said, "They are all gathered together, so we can catch them all in one fell swoop." He threw dozens of lightning and fire bombs into the sky and exploded in the mosquito swarm. Thunder roared and flames shot into the sky. A large number of bee-type mosquitoes were turned into powder and ashes, and batches of corpses fell to the ground. Yang Kaiping looked at the flames in the air and praised, "What a good secret technique, but it's a pity that the firepower is not enough to kill her." As soon as he finished speaking, the furious queen of the mosquito came rushing towards him like a meteorite. Her body was obviously larger, her whole body was intact, emitting a silver glow, and her strength was even greater. Cheng Bai resisted with the 6 paths of bliss fist and turned into an afterimage, fighting with her. The fight became faster and faster, forming 2 entangled strong winds that roared wildly on the top of the mountain. Yang Kaiping's broken arm gradually grew back, as small as a baby's. Seeing that the battle was fierce and he couldn't get his hand in, he retreated again and again, feeling pleasantly surprised. Cheng Bai's strength is obviously above mine, maybe he has a chance to defeat the old monster Yuan. A powerful whirlwind suddenly threw Cheng Bai out, crashing into the stone pillar behind him. Cheng Bai protected himself with the spirit shield, quickly got up and rushed forward again. The whirlwind also threw Queen Yi Mosquito out, crashing into the stone wall with a sound of piercing clouds and cracking rocks. Queen Yi Mosquito withstood the heavy blow, jumped up suddenly and killed again. Both sides fought fiercely, with fists flying everywhere. Cheng Bai's strength and speed were slightly inferior to Queen Yi Mosquito at the beginning. He mixed sword energy and sniper vibration wave attacks into his boxing skills. Relying on the strong defense of the spirit shield, he was at a disadvantage but remained tenacious. The longer the fight lasted, the more domineering and powerful the 6 paths of bliss fist became, constantly absorbing the advantages of both the enemy and ourselves, becoming comprehensive, powerful, changeable, and unstoppable, gradually catching up with the gap and suppressing the Queen of Mosquitoes. The unstoppable heavy punch knocked the Queen of Mosquitoes away again, causing her body with black and white ring patterns to be noticeably dented and deformed, smashing the rocks blocking the way and plowing deep marks on the ground, announcing her absolute advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Queen Yi Mosquito staggered to her feet, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. She said in disbelief, "You are just a human. How can you have a body as strong as a ferocious beast?" Seemingly having the upper hand, Yang Kaiping, who was watching the battle, said in horror, "Cheng Bai, be careful." The blood that had gushed out previously gathered on Queen Yi Mosquito, blending into her body, dyeing her black and white skin into dark red and bright red, and her eyes turned into black and red vertical pupils, flashing a dangerous light. Cheng Bai and Yang Kaiping could even smell the strong smell of blood in the air and saw the crazy murderous intent in her eyes that was ready to kill anyone she wanted. Yang Kaiping hastily reminded, "The bloodthirsty and violent secret technique is crazier than Qiao Beihao's blood rage. It will make you lose your mind and is more effective." The speed and strength of Queen Yi Mosquito's pounce again increased dramatically, causing Cheng Bai's pupils to shrink and his expression to become solemn. She swung her 4 arms like a violent storm, sending white flying and smashing several rocks in succession, plowing deep trenches on the ground. The spirit shield shook and the situation was reversed. She is much stronger than before. Cheng Bai jumped up and attacked with both fists, with high morale and no sign of weakness. He shouted, "Then I will become stronger when I meet a stronger opponent. Let's see who can stand to the end." The 2 men fought more fiercely. Wherever they passed, mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. Rocks and trees shattered like tofu. The ground was horrible, as if dozens of excavators had dug it up. Queen Yuan's eyes were red as she chopped the spirit shield into shape. Cheng Bai did not retreat but advanced instead. She instantly released the 9 heavy punches of the collapse technique, breaking her arm on the spot. Queen Yuan seemed to be insensitive to the pain and casually tore off her broken arm, leaving only 3 arms to fight tenaciously. Yang Kaiping gradually put his mind at ease. Although the combat power of the old monster Yuan has increased a lot, it cannot really break Cheng Bai's defense. The situation is stable. The Queen of Yi Mosquito suddenly turned into a phantom. Cheng Bai couldn't grasp her location and was caught off guard. He was beaten repeatedly and was knocked out. Cheng Bai was confused. What happened just now? She suddenly lost track of her activities, and even my spiritual eyes couldn't see clearly what she did. He got up and opened his eyes wide to fight again, but found that there was a deviation between Queen Yi Mosquito's movements and the prediction of his spiritual eyes, which was difficult to predict accurately. If she hadn't broken an arm, the situation would have been even more out of control. What kind of weird secret technique is this? It can actually interfere with the ability to predict the future. Cheng Bai had a hard time dealing with it. Even the beast head domain was difficult to locate. He was a little confused for a moment. Fortunately, after experiencing the battle between Qiongqi and the faceless leader in the ladder of all things, his martial arts and secret techniques had a new breakthrough, surpassing the limitations of his previous knowledge of martial arts. Cheng Bai simply stopped relying on his spiritual eyes and fought back with his martial arts instincts. At this point, he had already reached the state of integrating his physical skills and the unity of man and sword, and was no less than the faceless commander. His reaction was even faster, and his speed increased again. He was so fast that he could not be defeated, and he avoided the crazy attacks of Queen Yi Mosquito one after another. The two figures flashed like lightning, and even Yang Kaiping was dazzled and sweating profusely. Cheng Bai was retreating again and again, when suddenly he teleported close to Queen Yewing, slashed out with his palm knife, opened the gate of life and death, and seriously injured his opponent on the spot. He successfully created an opportunity to reverse the situation. Offense is the best defense. The Mosquito Queen was tenacious and tried to chop her opponent with the tips of her sharp palms and toes, but she missed. Cheng Bai had already teleported away, but teleported back in an instant and delivered a fatal blow to her from behind. The secret art of slaughter greatly increased the destructive power of the knife that opened the gate of life and death. The internal damage was much more serious than the external damage. The white knife energy penetrated into the body and tore the internal organs apart. The queen of the second mosquito was covered in wounds, her crazy black and red vertical pupils gradually spread, she collapsed to the ground due to her injuries, blood gushing out of her body, as if a dam had burst, and thick blood was flowing all over the ground. If she hadn't lost her mind and only knew how to attack madly, this mysterious power would have been even more difficult to deal with. Cheng Bai sighed, but he was ruthless in his attack. He swung his palm knife and cut off her head, then cut open her belly and took out the Demon King's inner elixir. The outcome was decided. Yang Kaiping breathed a sigh of relief, and couldn't help but sigh. The new wave is catching up with the old wave, the new people are replacing the old people, and I am out of date. His new left arm had grown to adult size, but was extremely thin. Cheng Bai escorted him down the mountain and back to the store to pack his bags. Before leaving, Yang Kaiping told Cheng Baidao, "The medicine sect's headquarters has withered, so let's go our separate ways. You are already better than me, so there is nothing much to teach you. Just read the secret book of medicine collection in my book carefully and accumulate more experience." Cheng Bai watched Yang Kaiping leave for the green plains in the south. The golden spotted magic leopard and black mist magic leopard there were not enough to threaten him. Returning to the top of Yushan Mountain and looking around, the streets and alleys of Tianshu City were deserted. The beautiful city was as silent as a tomb. Cheng Bai took out the Demon King's inner elixir that he had just obtained and studied it carefully. It contained 3 secret techniques. One was blood sacrifice, the second was bloodthirsty frenzy, and the third was dissipation. Blood sacrifice can concentrate the power of other people's blood on oneself, increase one's skills and cultivation, and heal injuries at the same time. Bloodthirst frenzy can stimulate the life potential contained in blood, greatly increasing strength and speed, but will lead to a state of crazy killing. These 2 secret techniques are the key to Queen Odo Mosquito's amazing combat power. They increase the power significantly, but they also have their own limitations. Blood sacrifice requires the cultivation of a large number of people who donate blood. It is a racial instinct tailor-made for the Queen of the Mosquitoes, but it is much more troublesome for humans. Bloodthirsty fury is relatively practical and can instantly increase combat power with very good results. Unfortunately, the negative effect of losing sanity is not what Cheng Bai wants. There are many ways to improve combat power. Blood sacrifice and bloodthirsty rage are not perfect. Cheng Bai felt a little regretful and did not pay too much attention to them. Instead, he was very interested in the secret art of convergence. This secret technique is very unique. It can ignore the sense of existence, avoid perception and prediction detection, as if it is floating between reality and illusion. At first glance, it is not as good as the previous 2, and it seems to be of little use, but it almost made Cheng Bai helpless just now, which is definitely not ordinary. As the battle level continues to rise, stealth assassinations in front of strong people are often either discovered or ineffective, and it is inevitable that they will become more and more useless. Convergence will undoubtedly make up for the defects of stealth, and it can also avoid foresight, which is indeed a rare treasure. I'll take it. Although I don't have the ability to identify the superiority of secret arts, relying on my intuition in battle, Cheng Bai believes that I have selected the best secret art. The beast head domain reappeared in a small and exquisite posture, holding the Demon King's inner elixir and sending it into the Dantian. The Janmu tree formed by the 6 paths of supremacy vibrated slightly, and another branch at the bottom stretched out its claws to take away the Demon King's inner elixir. The light was radiant and it extracted the secret rune of the art of elimination, which gradually took shape in its claws. The Demon King's inner elixir was completely consumed, and it was only enough to condense a second ball of clear and turbid air, and refine the second rune inner elixir inside, which became a perfect multifaceted sphere. The runes on it suddenly became clear and flashed with golden light. Cheng Bai clearly felt his strength increase, most of Janmu was glowing, and he was getting closer to the second change. This is invisibility, this is assassination, no problem, strengthen the truth value. Cheng Bai was overjoyed after trying it. The assassination secret technique and the rune of convergence complemented each other, and the effect was significantly improved. The assassination action became more arbitrary, and it no longer revealed its presence due to a successful attack. He could truly come and go without a trace. Looking around, I have not been to the Danding grassland in the north. It is the most advanced area around Tianshu city. The nearby resources of precious medicines and spiritual roots are rich, which are not inferior to the Happy Valley at all. Common ones include Zuyu grass that can relieve hunger, Shuan grass that moisturizes the skin and nourishes the face, and precious treasures include Dan tree that can ward off fire, Qinglang grass that can cure all poisons, and so on. Danding grassland is vast and has a variety of species, but the monsters are extremely rare. The Suani that dominates this place is extraordinary. It is a fire-type monster that can spit fireballs and absorb heat at will. Its fire cloud claws can kill people and rob people, and it is difficult to guard against. Its strength is even greater than that of the tidal beast. The weak monsters were driven out of the surrounding fertile territory, and even veteran hunters rarely dared to form a team to explore this area. Cheng Bai entered the Danding grassland to collect herbs and encountered 2 Suani. With his current cultivation level, it was no problem for him to kill them with one move. He took away the crystal cores, obtained the essence of meat, and continued to explore and adventure to the north. The reason why it is called Danding grassland is, firstly, because Dan trees are produced here, and secondly, because of Danding mountain. The mountain was hundreds of meters high, square on all sides, with 4 legs and 2 ears, shaped like a giant tripod, and surrounded by runes on its surface, like hundreds of birds paying homage and thousands of beasts galloping. Unfortunately, it was severely weathered and its original appearance could no longer be seen. It stood out from the flat grassland, and the nearby surface was bare without vegetation, clearly distinguishing it from the surrounding greenery. As they approached Danding Mountain, they suddenly saw a light golden fireball rising from the belly of the mountain, jumping to the top of the mountain, turning into a human form, overlooking the mountain, and making eye contact with Cheng Bai. He has golden skin, red hair, eyes like lightning, an aura like a rainbow, and looks like a human. He is dressed in flaming golden armor and is as strong and powerful as a knife or an axe. Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes identified the person in front of him. It seemed as if there was an active volcano that could erupt at any time. It was as quiet as a mountain, but it could wreak havoc on the earth at any time. He muttered in his heart, "This person is definitely not a human being." Without being rude, he saluted and said, "Excuse me, senior." Chapter 81, Survival in Danger. The man looked at Cheng Bai carefully and saw that he was like a steel fortress, solid as a rock and indestructible. He exclaimed, "After so many years, there is finally a young man who is worthy of attention among the human race of Qiongqi continent. Why is it that he is so unpredictable after a closer look?" Cheng Bai knew that it was the influence of the convergence that concealed the natural characteristics of the gluttonous body to a certain extent, and it was no longer as easy for masters to identify it as before. As long as he wanted, it would be easy to disguise himself as someone with ordinary talent and mediocre roots. The man walked over and took one step from the top of the mountain to Cheng Bai's front, as if he was shrinking the earth. Looking closer, he found that he was tall and strong, with arms like apes and legs like elephant hooves. He was several heads taller than an ordinary person. Cheng Bai was secretly shocked. This person's actions are extraordinary, much more clever than that Chengsheng Mingwang. If he does something bad to me, I may not be able to escape as I wish. Zhongwang seemed to be full of interest and wanted to strike up a conversation. "I am Zhongwang, an ancient creature." "What is your name?" "I am Cheng Bai." Seeing that he remained rational and gradually became proficient in the secret art of communication, Cheng Bai started to talk a lot. Recalling the meal he had with Mo Ruo that day, he simply grilled the meat of a lion to treat him to a feast. It seemed as if they had become close friends and could talk about anything. Suani looks like a lion or tiger, but is actually a species of dragon. Its 5 elements belong to fire, and its meat is fresh and delicious, which is exactly what I like. Zhang Huang enjoyed the delicious food and seemed to have not spoken to anyone for a long time. He was very interested in the conversation. He looked at Cheng Bai carefully and said, I see that you have excellent 5 elements, with gold, fire and wood being the most prosperous. If you raise a Suani as a spiritual beast, it will be helpful for your cultivation. Who knew you would come here to hunt for food? Cheng Bai also thought that some fire monsters might be more suitable for him than the wood giant wolf, but unfortunately he did not deliberately pursue Suani, so he chatted with him and asked, Where are you from, senior? How did you come out from the belly of Danding Mountain? Zhang Huang said casually, I have lived in Kaiyang City for a long time. This Danding Mountain is where I was born. I haven't seen it for a long time. It is very different now. It seems like a lifetime ago. Born in Danding Mountain, isn't he an ancient monster? Cheng Bai was curious and asked, Senior, you have a unique and ancient appearance. I wonder what race you are. Zhang Huang swallowed the delicious meat in his mouth and said, I am a descendant of the ancient surviving clan. My contemporaries called me the Stone Witch and I was once the head of the clan. Cheng Bai questioned, This Danding Mountain doesn't look like it was formed naturally. It makes people feel awe when they see it. This mountain was built long ago before the ancient gods appeared on Qiongqi continent. The Penghu clan, one of the ancient gods, built the alchemy cauldron there. The material used was incredible. It was mined from the nearly perfect embryos of the Holy Spirit clan, who were also from the ancient gods. It was a whole. Its power was once earth-shattering and it created countless things. Unfortunately, it was no match for the end of time and space, and its Yuanling essence was completely lost, leaving only stubborn stones. Zhang Huang is knowledgeable and eloquent. Cheng Bai couldn't believe it and said with a wry smile, It's really a myth. Zhang Huang ate with his mouth full of oil, boasting, Before the essence is lost, I am the last brilliant flame stone of Danding Mountain. Cheng Bai was shocked. He is the spirit of the brilliant stone. The brilliant stone is the top quality among the 4th level strange stones. It is no longer seen today. Legend has it that it is the condensation of the Holy Spirit and has the power of nirvana. Zhang Huang said to himself, My power has not yet recovered, and my soul is traveling around the continent. What you saw is only part of me, not all of me. Cheng Bai blinked, thinking that he was just talking nonsense, and did not comment. For ordinary people, the conscious mind does not die, and the primordial spirit does not come out. The celestial realm cannot make the primordial spirit come and go freely. Only those who are above the unrestrained realm can split the primordial spirit into a physical form and travel freely in the world. Zhang Huang became more and more proud as he spoke, forgetting everything else and saying, After this meal, I will bury you here. With the golden wind and jade dew, and the beautiful mountains and rivers, it will be so satisfying to sleep here forever. The other party was thoughtful and malicious, and had the intention to kill. The friendliness and hospitality of Tongyan Mishu only prevented him from taking action temporarily. This meal is worse than feeding it to a dog. Cheng Bai's face suddenly changed, and he forced a smile and said, Why do you say that, Senior Zhang Huang? I treat you with courtesy, and there is no hatred between you and me. Zhang Huang said bluntly, Your talent is so deep that even I can hardly see through it. It is high but not dangerous, full but not overflowing. It is absolutely extraordinary, but it is not of my kind. In the future, when you have accumulated enough, you will surely suppress the demon race and make them unable to raise their heads. As a courtesy, I will allow you to live a little longer so that you can enjoy this delicious meal. The implication is that he would rather kill someone by mistake than let the person go. He is a person who kills at will. Those who are not of my kind must have different hearts. They just regard me as food. Cheng Bai thought of what Shi Ziyu said. This was also the case in the eyes of some monsters. Why not suppress and kill the other genius when he was young and weak, and eliminate possible threats in the future? The atmosphere suddenly became weird. Cheng Bai tried to figure out the other party's strength. It was just as Zhang Huang said. He had reached an unknown and mysterious realm. He was definitely not his opponent. When he was thinking about whether he could turn invisible or teleport to escape, someone in the distance shouted, What delicious food! How can you eat and drink without me? The voice was still 100 miles away when a figure had already arrived in front of him. He reached out and snatched the largest piece of meat in front of Zhongwang, stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. The person who came was an old man with disheveled hair and dirty face. His behavior was crazy and attracted people's attention. Cheng Bai and Zhang Huang did not dare to underestimate him at all, and both looked solemn. The opponent's speed was too fast, and Zhongwang's shrinking earth was somewhat inferior in comparison. Cheng Bai thought to himself that if he had attacked him just now, he would definitely not be able to resist. The old man looked familiar. Cheng Bai remembered that he had met Li Haoshan once in the Harvester Wilderness. At that time, he thought he was a commoner in distress and even stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth. He never expected that he was a hidden top master who could now sense the power of all things. He felt that being in front of him was like being in the middle of an abyss, unfathomable and profound, and his strength was far beyond his imagination. Zhongwang was also weighing Li Haoshan's weight repeatedly, secretly frightened, and had no time to care about the meat being taken away. He asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Li Haoshan chewed the barbecue and mumbled, "Eat people from the demon tribe." These words blatantly expressed one's stance, clearly defending the human race and provoking the demon race, leaving Zhang Huang speechless after hearing this. Cheng Bai was secretly delighted, as he knew that a strong reinforcement had arrived. Zhang Huang is not an easy person to deal with. He suddenly attacked, raised his hand and grabbed it, as fast as lightning, seemingly trying to take away the barbecue from Li Haoshan's mouth, but in fact he was trying to cut his throat. Li Haoshan shook his head and dodged the opponent's sudden attack in the nick of time. The two men were both extremely powerful, yet their brief confrontation was precise and like a gentle breeze on your face, without involving anything else, fully demonstrating their mastery. Zhang Huang's efforts were in vain, and he was immediately afraid to make the next move, and silently retracted his hand. "Do you have any other skills?" Li Haoshan seemed to be mocking in his words. Zhang Huang couldn't figure out the other party's strength, and he had no chance of winning, so he pretended to be magnanimous, wiped his mouth with his retracted hand, patted his belly and said, "What I just said was just a joke. I'm full of meat and food, so I'm leaving." And with that he stood up and leapt away, flying across the sky like a flaming star. Cheng Bai leaned forward and thanked him, "Thank you, Senior Li, for your help." Li Haoshan took the piece of meat, chewed it as he walked, looked unrestrained, laughed heartily, and floated away. Cheng Bai didn't care. In front of a strong man who was countless times stronger than him, survival was his hope. He quickly packed up his things and teleported back to Sangxian Valley. In the evening, Fang Wanzhen invited Cheng Bai to the master's meditation room, looked him up and down and said, "You have made great progress recently. Even I can't quite understand your realm. It seems that you are in the realm of heaven and man, and beyond the realm of material objects. Even your talent has become elusive." In addition to his own strength, he also has the merit of the secret art of dissipation, which makes him even more mysterious. Even Zhang Huang cannot fully see through him, let alone Fang Wanzhen. "I am still in the heavenly man realm, but I hope to integrate the 5 realms to perfection and then make a breakthrough." Cheng Bai was humble in words, but he thought to himself, it's better to be humble and ordinary in the future, and don't easily show off your talent and realm in front of others. Fang Wanzhen praised, "It is extremely important to lay a solid foundation. Embracing the origin, refreshing the spirit, returning to the root, broadening the Dharma, and heaven and man are collectively known as the 5 realms of heaven and man. When you practice to achieve the harmony of yin and yang, the return of the mind to the root, the penetration of Dharma nature, and the intergeneration of all things, they are actually interconnected. There is only one person who has achieved the great perfection of the 5 realms." As they were talking, Zhuang Tailai also came to the master's meditation room and reported, "The patrol boat has returned and the supplies have been completed." Fang Wanzhen nodded and said, "Tomorrow we will take the Sky Patrol spirit boat to go to the Fire Lake to mine. In the past, Elder Zhuang and I worked together to mine black gold. The monsters in the secret realm are fierce, and I am worried about other disciples. Cheng Bai's strength is not inferior to mine, and he is more than capable of this trip." This was one of the conditions for accepting a disciple. Cheng Bai didn't expect it to start so soon. He thought to himself, there is no need to replenish the black gold of Tianshu Holy Temple. The sect must have other places that urgently need rare precious metals. Fang Wanzhen warned, "This is a serious matter. You should make some preparations tonight and gather your strength. We will set out at 3:30 a.m. tomorrow." Cheng Bai and Zhuang Tailai responded by saying yes. Cheng Bai was very clear about the ecological environment of the Fire Lake secret realm. All he needed to prepare was his strength. In addition, he was in danger in Danding Mountain today, so he should improve his cultivation as soon as possible and acquire the 9th level of the secret technique. After leaving the sect master's meditation room, you will be teleported to the gate of the Yaoguang temple. As you step into the palace, it seems as if someone is whispering in your ear in the dim shadows, instigating the most primitive desires deep in your heart to be infinitely magnified. Cheng Bai kept his mind focused. He no longer had the same desire and excitement for the secret arts as he had in the beginning. With his spiritual eyes, he saw that the black air that filled the surroundings was like countless shadow tentacles, forming an invisible dark web that enveloped the entire Yaoguang temple, as if he was inside a supergiant monster. The life characteristics are more obvious. What kind of existence have I traded with so many times? Cheng Bai suppressed his doubts and continued walking towards the altar. A giant corpse puppet sat cross-legged in front of the altar, leaning over and staring at Cheng Bai as he walked down the steps of the hall step by step and approached the altar. Cheng Bai didn't seem surprised that a new and stronger monster had appeared. He just jokingly asked, "A new guard?" The corpse puppet did not reply. Its green-faced, fang-toothed ghost face opened its big mouth, let out a thunderous roar that shook the sky, and raised its hand to punch. Cheng Bai jumped up and dodged the attack. Just when he thought the corpse puppet was clumsy and stupid, the giant fist turned into a palm and slapped him. The move was actually a real dragon elephant palm, which contained the wonderful principles of superior martial arts. It was so fast that it left an afterimage and swept right into the corpse. The powerful impact force knocked Cheng Bai out of the altar hall along the way he came, flew over the steps of the hall, rushed through the hall, broke through several walls, and bricks and stones flew everywhere. The momentum was still unstoppable, passing through the corridor, patio, and side hall. Cheng Bai's protective spiritual shield shook, and when the force was dissipated and he landed on the ground and stood up again, he returned to the gate of Yaoguang temple. Based on physical strength alone, it is more than twice as strong as me. It's a tough bone to chew. Cheng Bai shook off the debris and dust, and assessed that his opponent was stronger than him. He was a tough opponent, but he was not without a chance. Different opponents require different fighting methods to achieve the best results. He looked up at the black air rising from the altar, jumped up, stepped over the numerous palaces, and suddenly disappeared into the sky. When the corpse puppet sensed Cheng Bai's presence again, a sudden heavy punch hit its forehead like a falling meteorite, smashing the giant's head between its chest and abdomen. With a loud bang, its entire body sank straight into a deep pit underground, shaking the palace complex slightly and leaving cracks on the edge of the pit. Cheng Bai rolled over and landed on the ground, revealing himself standing on the edge of the pit, with the corners of his mouth raised, and said with satisfaction, "It's rude not to reciprocate. How does a real assassination feel?" The pit suddenly shook violently. The surging force frightened Cheng Bai and he stepped back quickly. A giant hand stretched out from the pit and rested on the edge of the pit, followed by another hand. The corpse puppet grasped the ground and stood up, and climbed out of the pit with its head missing. Its strength and tenacity were so high that it was terrifying, far exceeding that of previous corpse demons. It shook its upper body and tried to stick its head out of the body, but it was quite difficult. So it simply reached its hands to the top of its head, grabbed its own dense, dark, messy hair that was rising like a long snake, and forcibly pulled its head out of the chest. It lowered its head with bulging eyes, searching everywhere, but could not find any trace of the creature. Cheng Bai advanced in stealth, truly detached from reality. The material world could not perceive him. He was in an absolute proactive position, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time. The corpse puppet roared like thunder, beat its chest and stamped its feet, shaking the ground. Just when Cheng Bai thought it was at its wit's end and was venting its brute force, the earth shook in the black air and the palace roared violently. A dark web composed of countless shadow tentacles gathered around the altar and compressed into shadows of death, forming a dark vortex that swallowed up life, tens of meters deep from the ground to the sky, submerging the entire spacious palace. What secret technique is this? Cheng Bai was shocked. The dark tide was so powerful that even the spirit shield that protected him was corroded and cracked, and was about to collapse. There were only a few opponents who could break the spirit shield. If the flesh came into contact with the dark energy flow, there would be no trace of it left. It was unprecedentedly dangerous. In a hurry, the beast head domain appeared, protecting Cheng Bai's whole body, swallowing and gnawing to dig out a safe passage in the dark tide to avoid further corrosion, and the increasing cracks in the spiritual shield gradually recovered to their original state. The Taoist vision devoured the dark tide energy. Cheng Bai felt his cultivation level slowly increase. He was secretly happy and his fighting spirit became more high. He thought to himself, you and I are able to restrain each other. There is no point in getting entangled. I must teach you to be obedient. He controlled the beast head domain in invisible state and rushed straight towards the corpse puppet. He used his palm instead of a sword, and the heavy black spirits formed a 9-layer cross-sword energy to kill. The silent sword energy galloped for more than 300 meters, and the killing intent was more restrained. Chapter 82, The Tyrant is Born. The corpse puppet glared fiercely at the obvious traces of a passage that was rapidly opened up in the dark tide, judged Cheng Bai's approximate location, roared wildly, and attacked in that direction with all his might. Its body contains the essence and memory of martial arts from many masters. The dragon elephant palm, Tiangong fist and Disha leg technique are fully unleashed. Its strength is so great that ordinary so-called masters cannot even compare to it. Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes discerned the trajectory of the corpse puppet's punch, and relying on the moment when his spiritual shield could slightly withstand the dark tide, he teleported to avoid the opponent's punch. His sword energy did not slack off, and he attacked from another angle behind, hitting the fatal point. The brilliant light that erupted in the altar hall tore apart the black air in the sky. The corpse puppet was cut into 28 pieces and fell to the ground with a bang. The surging and roaring undercurrent came to an abrupt stop and dissipated without a trace. Cheng Bai appeared on the ground and examined the broken pieces of the corpse puppet. He said in surprise, "It really is a puppet. I spent so much effort to bring it down, but there is not even a crystal core left." The night in the open-air hall was as dark as ink and as silent as fog. The road ahead was mysterious and deep, but Cheng Bai was unobstructed. He took out the shadow sword and placed it on the altar. The treasure disappeared quietly, and after waiting for a while, there was no movement on the altar. Cheng Bai was surprised. How is it possible? Is it possible that the treasure sacrifice is not enough? The level difference between the shadow sword and the overlord spear that was sacrificed previously is limited. Most people think that the shadow sword is made of better material and is slightly better. For the altar, this improvement may not be enough. Cheng Bai pondered for a moment, then took out the Ghost King fan and placed it on the altar, which also disappeared in an instant. The altar remained silent and motionless. Is this a scam, or a bottomless pit of treasure? After thinking it over, should I indulge in the gambler's mentality and continue to sacrifice my treasures, or should I stop and walk away? More treasures are needed for sacrifice. Is the last secret technique unparalleled in power? Cheng Bai gritted his teeth, and after choosing between the Xuanming treasure robe, the void rope and other less commonly used treasures, he took out the 2 Suani crystal cores he had just obtained, and the fiery red sphere was perfect. This is also a rare treasure, and its value as a pair is more than that of a Xuanming treasure robe. When it is placed on the altar, it suddenly shines brightly, and the light illuminates the night sky. The sacrificial treasure is finally enough. The altar unfolds a magnificent rune masterpiece, mysterious and unpredictable, with immense power. The new secret techniques surpass those of the past and are shocking. The first is Dark Tide, which condenses shadow energy and rushes to the target area, causing dark damage. Multiple stacking can accumulate destructive power. I've just seen it in actual combat. Not only does it cause huge damage, it can also cause deep corrosion without hurting the user. Its large-scale attack is pervasive in the enemy, and its power is constantly accumulated, so that even the spiritual shield cannot withstand it. The second is the Tyrant, which transforms into a giant 3-headed, 6-armed combat form. The all-round qualities of strength, attack, defense, speed, and recovery are greatly improved, making the flesh and blood body extremely powerful, becoming a super transformation similar to the law of heaven and earth. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the combat strength. The third is Clone, which summons one's own shadow clone, which has combat power almost as strong as the original body. The stronger the cultivation, the greater the number. The clone effect has been encountered in the latter of all things. It is not a false illusion. The clone is indestructible and the original body is not damaged. It can leave the enemy helpless against more opponents. It is truly against the will of heaven. After encountering powerful enemies repeatedly, Cheng Bai hoped to master more powerful strength to deal with cross-level battles. After considering for a moment, he chose the Tyrant secret technique. The bloodthirsty fury of the Mosquito Queen is quite powerful, but it has some shortcomings. A tyrant who can maintain his sanity and be more powerful will naturally come in handy. Cheng Bai didn't know whether the choice was right or not, he just knew that the destructive power brought by the huge mass of the majestic body must be more astonishing, and the endurance must be stronger, so there is a distinction between light and heavyweight in the fighting arena on Earth. At this point, all 9 secret techniques of the Qiongqi treasure talisman have been obtained. In fact, this set of secret techniques has far more than 9, but each person can only get 9, because the Qiongqi treasure talisman follows the principle of granting, get 9 as you wish, and no one will have 2, and it is rare. After Cheng Bai was teleported away, black smoke slowly emerged from the small hole on the altar of the Yaoguang temple. What was different from the past was that the black smoke now covered the entire surface of the altar, gradually becoming covered with countless cracks. The ancient Qiongqi Road, thousands of miles away, is a magnificent mountain range composed of canyon groups. Many huge Qiongqi figures stopped and looked up at the highest peak of the secret realm. It resembled a giant beast squatting on a towering throne, even larger and more majestic than the surrounding Qiongqi. In a blink of an eye, more and more cracks appeared on its body surface, and it gradually broke apart, with gravel as big as a room falling down. There was actually a huge beast hundreds of meters long hidden in the mountain. It had been sleeping for who knows how many years. After waking up, it roared to the sky, causing many Qiongqi to respond, and the sound echoed through the valleys. After being busy until late at night, Cheng Bai finally returned to his room and relaxed on the Junwu stone bed. There was a gentle knock on the door outside the house, slow and rhythmic. Cheng Bai hesitated for a moment, put on his clothes and opened the door. It's Lu Maiating. There were still wet drops of water on her hair, and she was wearing thin clothes. She looked like a lotus moistened by morning dew, delicate and beautiful. She stood at the door gracefully and asked, "Have you sold the Ghost King fan? It has already been sacrificed, so just consider it as if you bought it yourself." Cheng Bai smiled and coaxed her, "I sold 30,000 taels of gold and was just thinking of giving it to you tomorrow. The price is good, we'll split it in half." After Lu Maiating finished speaking, she blinked and said, "It's a bit cold outside, add an extra quilt to the bed at night. I came knocking on the door just to say this. With your physical fitness, would you be afraid of the cold?" Cheng Bai was a little stunned, and he reluctantly advised, "Thank you for your concern, but you don't need it for now, go to bed early." "Well, then I'm leaving." Watching her walk lightly back to her room, Cheng Bai's heart was in turmoil. Does she want to warm my bed? Dubai, why are you so timid? Are you afraid of women? Didn't you want to start a harem? Why are you scared now? Nothing happened all night. At daybreak, the weapon sect sky patrolling spirit boat set sail. There were not many disciples on board, so quality was of the essence. The voyage was long, and Fang Wanjun commanded calmly, saying, "The beautiful scenery is like a poem or a painting. There is no need to rush. Just travel and enjoy along the way." Zhuang Tailai was familiar with the route and said with a smile, "Brother, you are in a good mood. The speed of the spiritual boat is moderate and we can arrive in half an hour." It was Cheng Bai's first time to ride on such a spacecraft, and he had a deeper feeling and understanding. Similar to the patrol warship, they are all a type of treasure of the spirit boat palace. The configuration level of the patrol spirit boat is higher, the size and weight are relatively small, but the material and craftsmanship are more superior, and the main control core is also called the Wandering Soul Bead. The cultivators with sufficient cultivation can control it with their spiritual consciousness and drive it freely. Standing on the observation deck, you can overlook the vastness, with green peaks passing by at your feet. Passing through the Pancho mountain range, the misty mountains seem to be floating in the air like immortals, making the overlapping cloud islands look like fairy palaces in the clouds, which is extremely spectacular. On the 33rd floor of the Yunchang Terrace, the ancient ruins of the Yunchang Palace are preserved. Unfortunately, apart from the dilapidated ruins and the troublesome bone monsters that roam everywhere, there is nothing else. It has become a desolate place and no one is willing to go there. Zhuang Tailai introduced the scenery along the way while driving. Bone monsters everywhere. Cheng Bai's heart was beating wildly. The last time he went there, there were only skeletons and withered bones everywhere, and only a few bone monsters. Where did all those bone monsters go? Were they all killed by the Diamond People? The smog surrounding Yunchang Terrace was boiling and rolling, blown by the hurricane like a panicked girl with her veil of ignorance torn off, revealing the bare land in the Joy Valley, and the former green trees were gone. A huge monster nearly 300 meters long suddenly rushed out from the depths of the valley. It was bright black and red in color, with 3 familiar tentacles on its triangular head, a broad chest like a giant turtle, and a centipede-like tail. Multiple pairs of transparent wings on its back vibrated at high speed and rose into the air, causing strong winds to blow around. It was much larger than the Sky Patrol spirit boat. Cheng Bai saw it the first time and was surprised. Could it be the adult of that caterpillar? What kind of monster is it? Fang Wanzhen's face suddenly changed, and he said hurriedly, that is Kui Xie, one of the ancient Kui Xie insects, one of the primitive life forms of Qiongqi continent. Don't let it get close, it's no joke if it charges at you, hurry up and leave. Seeing this, Zhuang Tailai hurriedly adjusted the direction of the Sky Patrol spirit boat, commanded the spacecraft to speed up, and said, get rid of it as quickly as possible. Kuei-Shu had already noticed the patrolling spirit ship in the distance. It opened its huge mouth composed of jaws and sharp teeth, and a blue light lit up inside, and it spewed a blazing plasma ball towards the spaceship. The sky surveying spirit boat instantly increased its speed, climbing to dozens of times the speed of sound and leaving its location, avoiding the attack of the Kuiyu. The huge plasma ball missed its target and hit a nearby mountain, smashing nearly half of the mountaintop. Before Luo Yu's arrival, the Sky Patrol spirit boat reached the sky above the strange rock mountain, slowed down, and looked down at the earth. The peaks formed nearly symmetrical cone-shaped uplifts, and the crater was hidden deep among the peaks. This speed is more than enough to fly out of this planet. Cheng Bai was envious and exclaimed, I wonder when I can refine the sky patrolling spirit boat. Your weapon refining skills are far from perfect. It's not like refining elixirs. A spiritual pharmacist knows the formula, and with the help of a good spiritual cauldron and medicine furnace, the process can be greatly accelerated. Refining weapons is much more troublesome, and the spirit boat palace is the most complicated type. A small Sky Patrol spirit boat takes several months, and a large one takes more than 10 years to refine. It's a huge project. Zhuang Tailai was very proud and couldn't help showing off a few words. He chose to land vertically on the top of the peak smoothly and park. Cheng Bai knew that refining equipment also required the help of a treasure tripod. Although the red refining tripod was useful, it was too small. It was enough for refining medicine, but it was obviously not suitable for refining equipment. The elite disciples guarded the spirit boat. Fang Wanzhen took Cheng Bai and Zhuang Tailai out of the cabin. The peak in front of them was the highest peak of the strange rock mountain. The crater here was bottomless. Fang Wanzhen handed out a pendant to each person and reminded them, the fire lake is scorching hot. This is a treasure made from the second-level gemstone, fire-repelling stone. It is most suitable for wearing as a protection in a raging fire. Zhuang Tailai hung the fireproof stone on his chest and took out a cloak of vanity. Wearing this thing had a similar effect to that of the floating feather pill, as light as a feather. With his own strength, he could jump up and down the crater as if walking on flat ground, which was much more convenient than the stone pillars that Qi left for future generations. He demonstrated how to put it on with his old hands, and said, there are several passages on the top of the mountain that lead to the depths of the fire lake. The Qi sect has always gone down from the main passage. The so-called main corridor refers to the main crater. When we were approaching, 3 blue figures suddenly jumped out of the crater. There are diamond people here too. Cheng Bai was secretly surprised. The blue diamond men came towards them without saying a word. The 3 men fought one each. Their figures intertwined, and the difference in cultivation level was immediately determined in the life and death contest. Zhuang Tailai has been immersed in the Guangfa realm for a long time and is about to enter the middle stage. He is not inferior to most of the temple masters. He uses a giant sword made of star gold and inlaid with a crystal core of a biting iron ox, named Sharp. It is a treasure ranked in the top 20 in the Qiongqi continent. However, under the oppression of the Blue Diamond people, he has to fight and retreat, defending more and attacking less. Fang Wanzhen's whole body was surrounded by light, and his body was harder than diamond. He fought against the tall opponent with bare hands. The fight made a sound of metal clashing and the Blue Diamond man was defeated step by step. However, the opponent was tenacious and it would be difficult to win for a while. Cheng Bai's strength was far higher than when he met the Blue Diamond in the academy library. He flicked his fingers and fired a vibration wave bullet, silently making a smooth and neat hole in the target's heart, ending the battle immediately. He turned back and reminded the 2, Master, Uncle, their weakness is the core of the heart. Upon hearing this, Fang Wanzhen activated his internal energy and shot the Ice Soul sword in front of him, and then pointed out a sword energy from his finger, piercing Blue Diamond man's heart. A crisp and piercing tearing sound was heard. The Blue Diamond man's body, which was made of Qiongqi carbon and was 80 times harder than diamond, began to shatter and collapse at his heart. Fang Wanzhen said proudly, the secret of carbon's strength lies in its special chain structure. As long as the balance of its structure is destroyed, the seemingly indestructible whole will collapse and become vulnerable once cracks appear. This move is called Broken Jade Sword Technique, and it is the result of my life's hard work. The blue diamond stared at him with a strange look in his eyes, and then he chuckled and said, "You have a unique idea. You are a genius." Fang Wanjun thrust out another sword, and the murderous aura penetrated its heart core. The cracked part that had already been broken was shattered like tofu, and the blue diamond man fell to the ground suddenly. Here, Cheng Bai came to the aid of Qiongqi, easily broke the core and knocked down the last blue diamond man. Just as he was about to go down the crater, the strange rock mountain suddenly shook slightly for a moment, like a brief earthquake. Cheng Bai thought to himself, what did those diamond people do when they entered the Fire Lake secret realm? Could it be that the secret realm has changed? Fang Wanjun hesitated for a moment. Now that he had come this far, how could he retreat? He still led the team to explore deeper into the Fire Lake. Less than a moment after the three entered the crater, the fallen blue diamond people stood up one after another and quickly ran down the mountain to the east. Their previous weaknesses were no longer effective. Cheng Bai and Fang Wanjun did not need the help of the vanity cloak and could move freely in the crater. With the combined strength of the three of them and the effect of the fire-repelling stone, they ignored the scorching heat around the Fire Lake and soon reached the shore of the Fire Lake. The boiling magma lake is like a big dye vat with various red colors mixed, from deep to shallow, from dark to bright, emitting blazing heat, spewing bright flames day after day, with thick smoke billowing, the pungent smell of sulfur wafting in the air, and the rumbling sounds continuing, seemingly unchanged. Cheng Bai felt something was wrong, and looked around and asked, "Where are those lava stone people and ruby people?" The secret realm of Fire Lake was famous for its various stone men and fire creatures, but now they are all gone. The empty environment seems to hide unspeakable weirdness. Chapter 83, Exploring the Ancient Cave. Fang Wanjun also thought it was strange, and said in surprise, "In the past, when mining here, someone had to be responsible for driving away the stone men. If they accidentally alarmed too many monsters, they would have to withdraw from the secret realm. How come there is no trace of them today? It's better without monsters. We can mine faster." Qiongqi thought it was just what he wanted. He took out his miner's suit and rushed to the black gold mine to dig. "Now that we are here, we should make the best of it. Be quick and nimble, and leave immediately if there is any trouble." Fang Wanjun couldn't find the problem, so he gave a few instructions and asked them to collect suitable mineral materials as soon as possible. Cheng Bai looked around the Fire Lake and quickly spotted a red essence seed with his spiritual eyes. He ran over to collect it and then discovered a large piece of Junwu rock. Under the soft magma solidification layer, Junwu rock is harder than dragon steel, and it is easy to wear out tools if you are not careful. Cheng Bai's true essence is strong, and he can use the three-piece mining set freely. In a blink of an eye, he dug out the whole piece of stone. Without any monsters obstructing them, Fang Wanjun and Qiongqi easily excavated suitable mineral veins. When they were busy, a thick and spectacular column of fire violently erupted from the center of the Fire Lake, and its tremendous force rushed up to dozens of meters high. When the blazing flames subsided, the lava formed by the pillar of fire did not sink, but continued to rise slowly, and a huge head appeared above the lake, with all the facial features intact, and it looked majestic without even being angry. As soon as Cheng Bai put a piece of black gold ore into his pocket, he noticed something unusual and shouted, "There is a super monster in the lake." The lava king deep in the Fire Lake awakened, separated from the magma and stood up, gradually revealing a majestic molten body that resembled a burly human. The rumbling sound was its heartbeat, and the gushing columns of fire were its breathing. "Let's go quickly." Fang Wanjun called on everyone else to rush towards the crater. The three men had different levels of strength. Cheng Bai was leading the way with his flying sword, Fang Wanjun used the Lingju skill to rise from the ground, and Qiongqi used the vanity cloak to perform the Lingju skill and followed closely behind, as if he was riding on a cloud and rising into the sky. Where to go? The lava giant roared like thunder, stretched out his giant hand from the lake of fire, and brought up a large amount of magma. Like a volcanic eruption, it rushed towards the crater like a tidal wave. His every move brought about the terrifying power of nature. The three of them turned pale with horror. Qiongqi hastily pulled out a tide-covering umbrella from his pocket and threw it down. The umbrella of the treasure was spinning rapidly downwards, and it could block the waves for a while, but when it hit the magma, the tide-covering umbrella would burn up in the blink of an eye and turn into ashes, only able to slightly buffer the force. Fang Wanjun took out an unbreakable bell and threw it down. The level of the treasure was much higher than the tide-covering umbrella. The roar of the Wangzong and Dalu forced the rushing magma wave back several meters. The lava giant stretched out his huge hand and pressed the bell with such force that it became deformed. In less than a few breaths, the treasure shattered and melted, and the surging magma continued to surge up. With the help of the two magic weapons, the three masters rushed out of the crater at an amazing speed. Cheng Bai let two people pass, cut off the rock on the top of the peak with his palm knife, and pushed a million jin boulder into the crater to block the opponent, and used the momentum to jump and catch up with the team. The three of them returned to the Sky Patrol spirit boat, and the remaining disciples hurried to greet them. The surrounding ground cracked and collapsed, the mountain shook violently, and rocks rolled. The Sky Patrol spirit boat was swaying, and if it could not take off in time, it would fall into the ever-expanding cracks in the mountain. Continuous explosions were heard from deep within the crater. Magma gushed out from the top of the mountain. Millions of pounds of boulders, engulfed in flames, were thrown into the sky by the tremendous force. Large amounts of volcanic debris and ashes rushed towards the clouds like a galloping horse. The lava giant's brute force cracked the top of the mountain, and his huge hand stretched out from the crater. The situation was critical. A dazzling green sword light slashed towards the giant flaming hand clinging to the crater of the volcano. Sparks flew in the close combat and the lava giant was forced to retract his hand. The green sword light returned, and the Sky Patrol spirit boat took the opportunity to rise into the air and turned back the way it came. The top of the strange rocky mountain turned into a sea of fire, spewing out even more violent lava flows and volcanic ash plumes. The lava giant's majestic body of more than 400 meters squeezed out of the crater, like a beast coming out of a chimney. Looking at the quickly disappearing shadow of the Sky Patrol spirit boat from afar, it became furious and threw several lava fireballs at random, throwing them hundreds of miles away, bombing and destroying the surrounding villages and towns. In the Sky Patrolling spirit boat, Fang Wanjin retracted the green sword light, counted the gains, and sighed, "I lost a high-quality treasure, the tide-resisting umbrella, and a good-quality magic weapon, the indestructible bell. It was almost not worth it." Cheng Bai saw it clearly and thought to himself, that is the Tianwang sword. It turns out that Master Fang always carries it with him. I saw it before by the exiled immortal river. Zhuang Tailai looked at the red essence seeds in Junwu rocks mined by Cheng Bai, and said in surprise, "Time is too short, and the ore is insufficient. At most, we can refine 2 or 3 pounds of materials. Fortunately, we got a large piece of Junwu rock. Our goal is the black gold mine, why go to collect herbs?" Fang Wanjin didn't know what kind of herb it was, so he gave the red essence seeds to Cheng Bai, and the rest belonged to the sect. Cheng Bai was secretly delighted. Now he knew the medicinal properties of the red essence seeds very well. It was a rare treasure to use it to refine dual cultivation pills. The biggest gain of this adventure was this magical medicine. The spacecraft maintained a high speed for a long time, consuming too many crystal cores. Zhuang Tailai controlled the Sky Patrol spirit boat to pass through the Sky Island, gradually slowing down. Looking down from the boat, the grass and trees looked like a sea, the mountains were like tides, and the scenery remained the same. Zhuang Tailai suggested, "We should not take the road through Pancho Mountains to avoid encountering Kuiyu again. How about going around to Griffin Mountain and exploring the secret realm of the Poison Crystal Cave?" Cheng Bai suddenly realized what was going on and said, "Uncle Zhuang thought of opening the crystal pillar in the Poison Crystal Cave. Maybe there is star gold or even an ancient lost secret technique." Zhuang Tailai urged, "With our strength, we don't need to be afraid of the poisonous crystal insects. We can handle it by opening them piece by piece." Fang Wanjin agreed. After mobilizing so many troops this time, the gains are minimal after deducting the expenses. We can go explore the Poison Crystal Cave and find treasures to make up for it. Cheng Bai was puzzled and asked, "Why do so few people go to the secret realm even though they know it contains treasures? Is it because the poison crystal insects are too powerful?" Although the Poison Crystal Cave is small, it is recognized by the Hunter Guild as the most inaccessible secret realm besides the Qiongqi Ancient Road. The recommended challenge level is above level 30, which is much higher than the Strange Rock Mountain. Fang Wanjin said frankly, "Of course there are some reasons. The individual poison crystal insects are strong and can be compared to the monks in the Guangfa realm. Even the 7 hall masters are not all at this level. The mortality rate of novice adventurers is too high, and the probability of producing star gold is low, and the essence of the secret technique is even rarer. There are too many restrictions, and the gains do not outweigh the losses. Few people respond, so the Hunter Guild does not recommend it." While they were discussing, the sky patrolling spirit boat was covered by a shadow. "There's a monster up there." Cheng Bai noticed something strange and looked up. There is a strange giant bird in the sky. It has 9 heads, a human face and a bird body, dark blue feathers, pure white hair on its head, and a wingspan of nearly 1,000 meters, like a black cloud covering the sun. Zhuang Tailai exclaimed, "Ghost car." Compared to the hairless chicken appearance on that day, the ghost car now has full-fledged wings, reflecting its true appearance, soaring across the sky and flapping its wings into the sky. The 3 of them were secretly horrified. They encountered 3,000-year-old demon kings in succession. It was really a bad start. Several heads of the ghost car noticed the existence of the spaceship. It was not sure whether the Sky Patrol spirit boat was food or a toy in its eyes. Several whirlwinds intertwined around it and were about to form a tornado when they entangled together. Fang Wanjun held the Tianhuang sword in his hand, feeling terrified, and shouted, "It is performing the 9-bend wildwind secret technique. It is unwise to fight against it. Let's go." Zhuang Tailai drove the Sky Patrol spirit boat at an accelerated speed, away from this place, just avoiding the oncoming tornado. When he arrived near Griffin Mountain, there were finally no accidents. He had a safe journey and landed safely in an open area. Fang Wanjun continued to let other disciples stay in the spirit boat, and he took Zhuang Tailai and Cheng Bai into the secret cave. As Cheng Bai's horizons continued to expand in the weapon sect, his strength in all aspects greatly improved. He came to the poison crystal cave again and noticed some wonderful things that he had never paid attention to before. The cave was created by nature and contained mysteries. The crystal pillars were definitely not ordinary natural products. Cheng Bai took a closer look and exclaimed, "The material is very unique. It is composed of nanoscale structures that are invisible to the naked eye. It has the function of regeneration and memory. It is amazing." Fang Wanjun was well informed and said, "This is cluster crystal, which is harder than ordinary crystal. Legend has it that in the unknown era when all things were created, the vitality was endless and the ancient gods were extremely powerful, leaving behind many strange substances for future generations. Cluster crystal is one of them. Although the grade is not high, it is extremely strange. When broken, it looks like it melts into water, but in fact it splits into tiny flowing fungus-like particles, which can gradually reorganize themselves, choose to wrap around surrounding objects, and condense into crystal pillars again." Cheng Bai suddenly realized, so the water here is poisonous. In fact, it is just inedible nanobacteria. Zhuang Tailai speculated, "In my opinion, this cave was used as a hidden warehouse for the sect in ancient times. The poisonous crystal insects and cluster crystals complement each other, and it should be designed to guard the treasure." Countless tens of thousands of years have passed, but the repetitive mechanism in the poison crystal cave is still operating mysteriously, sealing up ancient secrets. The 3 of them went deep into the cave. They saw countless clusters of crystals of all sizes and heights, reflecting the crystal light and making the surroundings look as beautiful as a dream. The cluster crystals are slightly transparent or translucent, so can't we see the contents clearly? Cheng Bai looked around, from near to far. Some of them clearly contained treasures, some were turbid and blurry, and some seemed to be empty. Fang Wanjun said cheerfully, "Predecessors have summarized their experience and found that most of the crystal clusters that can be clearly seen are broken by people. They are then wrapped with objects and condensed again. Usually, the goods inside are of poor quality. Those that are empty or unknown may contain amazing treasures. The crystal clusters have been sealed for a long time, and some ancient items are even more than tens of thousands of years old. Anything is possible. The star gold that people are looking forward to is rare, and the essence of the secret technique is even rarer." After Zhuang Tai finished speaking, he saw that one of the cluster crystals vaguely sealed the blade of a spear. Out of curiosity, he swung his sharp sword to break it, and the black iron spear fell to the ground with a clang. "Look, this is just an ordinary black iron spear model that is popular in our weapons sect's affiliated stores. A hunter brought it here and it was lost. It will be sealed again soon," Zhuang Tai said, shaking his head and looking elsewhere. Cheng Bai recognized that it was the weapon dropped by Lu Maiating. After thinking about it, he picked it up and took it away. It would be a waste if he didn't want it. After all, it was a weapon. Don't break the cluster crystals at will. If you open too many, the defense mechanism will be automatically triggered and poisonous crystal insects will swarm out. Don't be careless. 9 pieces a day at most. Choose carefully before opening. Fang Wanjun gave the 2 instructions and looked for crystal pillars of interest. The 3 of them remained calm and walked around the cave a few times, each carefully selecting a satisfactory target. The cluster of crystals that Zhuang Tailai saw was light gold in color, with hexagonal columns as thick as coffins. Chaotic stardust swirled in the crystals, as if they were evolving a planetary embryo. This crystal cluster is full of mysteries and profound meanings. It is the one that pleases me the most. Zhuang Tailai was straightforward. He raised the sharp sword in his hand and swung it down, and the crystal pillar cracked. Hiss! Ha! The crystal pillar let out a strange hissing sound, and the chaotic gas inside it puffed out mist, condensing into a strange human figure. The person was skinny, with a haggard face, and pounced towards Zhuang Tailai with his fangs and claws. Zhuang Tailai took a few steps back in horror, holding the sharp sword across his chest to defend himself, but he saw the strange figure struggling a few times in midair and then disappeared in an instant. Fang Wanjun shook his head and sighed. What is sealed is the avatar of a certain ancient powerful being. His lifespan is not long enough. After who knows how many years, when he sees the light of day again, his body and soul will be gone, annihilated between heaven and earth, and everything will be in vain. Cheng Bai looked inside the half-crystal column again and again, and said with emotion, there is nothing left. Fang Wanjun turned around and looked at the cluster crystal he had chosen. The Qi sect has its own unique way of identifying the source of treasures, which is called the Six Virtues technique, and is a secret technique that is not passed on to outsiders. The so-called Six Virtues refers to the six major characteristics of the material: warmth, moistness, fineness, cohesion, condensation, and greasiness. The divine sense is used to perceive and judge the internal and external value of the object. The crystal in front of him had a bright silver luster and was quite transparent. It looked ethereal and pure, with occasional ripple-like rhythms flashing through it, a mysterious Taoist charm in its tranquility. He did not use the Tianhuang sword. Instead, he stretched out his finger and pointed it down. The broken jade sword technique exerted a little force, and the crystal suddenly cracked. An exciting and majestic sound came out from inside, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger, shaking the heart and making one's blood boil. The lingering sound echoed in the cave. A strange rune suddenly appeared in the crystal cluster, shining brightly. Cheng Bai's heart was beating wildly. Could it be that the extremely rare essence of the secret technique that was rumored to be there? If so, he was truly blessed. Zhuang Tailai exclaimed, "This is incredible, there is something incredible." Fang Wanjun's face changed suddenly, and the rune continuously sent out 7 killing heavenly sounds to the person in front of him, forcing him to retreat again and again. Every step back left a deep footprint on the rock. His power continued to increase to resist, and after 7 steps, his 7 treasures' golden body reached its peak, and his whole body was shining brightly. The 7 treasures' golden body is the magical skill of the Qi sect. It is practiced from the outside to the inside to make up for the innate qualifications and strengthen the physical quality. First, you need to practice the Vajra indestructible body, and then gradually practice the 7 levels of sand body, silver body, crystal body, jade body, bright body, gold body, and jade body. It is a mysterious skill that is enough to ascend to immortality. Fang Wanjun had already practiced to the 3rd level of crystal body. No one in the entire sect had reached this level in thousands of years, but he was forced to give it his all. It seemed as if he was about to be unable to withstand it, and his entire body turned into gold and stone and began to crack. Zhuang Tailai knew the power of the magic skill very well. Seeing this, he was shocked and said, "What a powerful attack. It's about to break the 7 treasures' golden body." Chapter 84, Crystal Treasure. Cheng Bai felt something was wrong and asked curiously, can the essence of the secret technique be so aggressive? It's not the essence of the esoteric art, it's an esoteric art trap, and a pretty powerful one at that. If you're not careful when opening the cluster crystal, you'll die. Zhuang Tailai revealed the secret. The things sealed in the cluster crystal are not as simple as they seem, and may be full of murderous intent. The 7 killers is not a number but an evil star, representing obstacles, difficulties and disasters. The secret art with this name is endowed with music, like autumn wind sweeping leaves, killing decisively, and the surrounding aftermath can hardly experience the true destructive power of the secret art. Fang Wanjun suffered a head-on attack, his shirt was torn into pieces and he was in a miserable state. He took 7 steps back before he stood firm and withstood the killing sound waves. The person who left this secret trap was stronger than him, but the gap was not too big. Senior brother Zhang has held on. Zhuang Tailai breathed a sigh of relief. After releasing a wave of 7 killing heavenly sound attacks, the runes dissipated, the crystal pillars shattered, and nothing was gained. It's unlucky to come up with something like this. Feng Wanzhen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, adjusted his breathing, and recovered his breath. His body, which had been transformed into gold and stone, gradually recovered to its full state without any damage to the root. Zhuang Tailai was so angry that he said thankfully, "If it were me, I would be seriously injured if not dead. The requirements for the 7 treasures golden body are too high, and even I can't get started." Cheng Bai has been in the weapon sect for a long time and knows the power of this sect's magical skill. The Vajra indestructible body based on it is not an ordinary martial art and requires the attainment of the physical realm before it can be practiced. The requirements for the 7 treasures golden body are even higher, and one must be in the Yishen realm to practice. After mastering it, not only will the skin be as hard as a copper wall and iron wall, the internal organs will be as solid as gold, and one will also have excellent resistance to the 3 disasters of thunder, blazing flames, and dark wind. But there is one bad thing: to practice this technique, one must be a boy who has preserved his yuan yang and has not damaged his true yin, and cannot get married, otherwise it is easy to lose his power, so most people are not destined to practice it. It was Cheng Bai's turn to choose the cluster of crystals in front of him. He chose a translucent crystal column that could allow him to identify the approximate objects inside. The spiritual eyes can see through illusions without anyone noticing, look directly at the truth, discern the smallest details, and observe details more clearly than others, treating the crystal shell as nothing. It is not just a matter of luck. What was sealed was a batch of block-shaped star gold ingots, there was no doubt about it, at least 200 kilograms were preserved. In addition, this light golden cluster crystal, which seems to be no different from other crystals, has a huge poisonous crystal insect of the same color as the crystal sleeping inside. Ordinary people cannot see it, and if they open the crystal column rashly, they will face a battle. Cheng Bai doesn't care. If he wants to gain something, why would he be afraid of trouble? The palm blade directly split the crystal, and a cold breath blew in the face. The awakened poisonous crystal insect rushed towards the invader, but it chose the wrong opponent. Cheng Bai swung his palm and slashed it across like a flash of light, immediately killing the monster insect, opening its belly and taking out the crystal core. This is a great opening, and the harvest is rich. Dubai is lucky, lucky star, and he got lucky. Feng Wanzhen and Zhuang Tailai chatted and laughed calmly while examining the star gold and the huge crystal core. These treasures naturally belonged to the sect and were considered as already in their pocket. Cheng Bai didn't care. This was how the sect's organization activities were supposed to be. With his strength and contributions, he would definitely get good things afterwards. Feng Wanzhen reminded him again, "You can only open 5 more cluster crystals today. 9 is the maximum number here. Don't be greedy. Otherwise, it will trigger a terrible tide of poison crystal cave insects." It looks like the poison crystal insect in the crystal core is already in the early stage of Guangfa realm. If they swarm out, we won't be able to deal with it. Zhuang Tailai rubbed his hands and said, "Let's continue to select the appropriate cluster crystals." He watched for a moment, then carefully selected a silver translucent crystal column, from which he could vaguely see neatly stacked metal ingots. There must be treasure in this piece. Even if it's not star gold, it must be a precious metal. If there are poisonous crystal insects hiding in it, can't I deal with it? Zhuang Tailai had made up his mind. He wielded his sharp sword, measured the strength, and used a move called Swallow Waves, to cut through the crystal column, leaving some room to deal with the poisonous crystal insects that suddenly pounced out. The cluster crystal broke and the metal ingot fell to the ground with a loud thud. Fortunately, no poisonous crystal insects appeared. Today I have returned with a load of gold. Zhuang Tailai was very happy and felt very proud of himself. Cheng Bai saw it clearly and reminded him, "The silver ingots opened by Master Zhuang are of excellent quality. Your fortune will be in good hands." Zhuang Tailai was stunned when he heard this, then he came to his senses and looked carefully. It was the silver ingots all over the floor. He took it in his hand and weighed it. It was of very good purity. No wonder it sounded dull. He estimated that it was about 2,000 taels. Silver is also the currency circulated among the people in Qiongqi continent, but it is not valued by cultivators. It is considered a fortune, but is far less precious than star gold. Zhuang Tailai laughed dryly, put away the silver ingot and said, "This is not a loss, it's a profit. Please excuse my laughter." Feng Wanzhen picked and chose repeatedly, passing through many crystal pillars, and ignored the seemingly messy clusters of crystals along the way. He had a certain obsession with the beauty of clarity, and he chose a light golden crystal column that looked like fine golden jade. The texture was crystal clear, pure and spotless, and a strange light could be seen faintly from inside. Watch it for a while with the 6 virtues technique, stroke and rub the surface with your fingers, you can feel the hidden beauty and appreciate its warmth, fineness, simplicity and mystery. This is it. He used the broken jade sword technique and released a little force. The crystal column cracked and emitted a faint glow. Feng Wanjun quickly stepped back a few steps and used his 7 treasures golden body to guard against the sudden attack, but he saw a faint light appearing in the broken crystal column, and many ancient characters appeared in the air. Zhuang Tailai was overjoyed and asked, could it be a martial arts secret book left behind by some ancient tradition? Unfortunately, the two were unable to identify the ancient characters from an unknown era. Feng Wanjun weighed the pros and cons and said hesitantly, if we send this crystal column to the Hunter Academy, Dean Sibao may be able to translate it. Master, let me try. Cheng Bai came forward and saw the secret art of communication taking effect. He was secretly shocked and said bluntly, this is not a martial arts secret book or a secret art rune, but a ranking list of martial arts duels between aristocratic families on the continent from ancient times. What martial arts ranking? Everyone has a curious mind, and Feng Wanjun and Zhuang Tailai are certainly interested. At that time, there were 7 great families on the Qiongqi continent, each with its own origins. None of the family heads wanted to submit to the other, so they held a public meeting to compete and fight, and the results led to a ranking. Cheng Bai explained in detail, slowly telling the story. The last one on the list is the Yin family. Their sect's magic skill is the Black Water magic skill, and they use the Moonlight sword skill. The 6th is the Li family. They have their own unique Cold Iron Yin Gong and are good at the Glacier Divine Sword technique. The 5th is the Ji family. Their unique martial arts is the Multi-Leaf Divine Art, and the 8 Immortals Tour is a unique skill that catches the enemy off guard and achieves victory by surprise. The 4th is the Ji Yu family. Their inherited magical skill is the 7 Treasures Golden Body, and their Purple Cloud Divine Sword technique is rarely matched. The 3rd is the Mo family. Their inherited Fire Chi is well known across the continent, and their Gold Melting Hand is said to be indestructible. The 2nd is the Li family. The family's unique Qiongqi magic skill is tolerant and the Xiaoyao spiritual sword technique is superb. The 1st is the Shi family. The 6 paths of supreme power and the 6 paths of bliss fist complement each other. They are unrivaled and invincible. Feng Wanjun and Zhuang Tailai looked at each other in silence. Seeing this, Cheng Bai asked, is there any problem with the ranking? Feng Wanjun said truthfully, these 7 families have great origins. They were blessed by the late emperor and ruled the Qiongqi continent. They are the ancestors of the 3 clans and 7 halls. At that time, there was no such thing as a holy temple. The history and culture of ancient times have been passed down to this day. Only the Shi family and the Li family have some descendants left on the continent. Over time, things have changed and some martial arts have been lost, while others have been passed down to others. Zhuang Tailai sighed and said, the Ji Yu family's unique skills have been passed down in an orderly manner. They were passed down to the Weapon sect, which obtained the 7 Treasures Golden Body, and the Sword sect, which obtained the Purple Cloud Divine Sword technique. It is said that the current Sword sect leader, Gai Xuan, has not yet mastered it. Feng Wanjun sighed, it is difficult to carry forward the legacy of the 7 Treasures Golden Body. Apart from the first generation Ji Yu Canixing, no one has truly mastered it. The mere 3rd level of skill is probably not worth mentioning in that era. Zhuang Tailai was getting excited and continued, it is a pity that the Qi sect failed to pass on the Purple Cloud Divine Sword technique. The successive sect masters spent a lot of effort to research a new sword technique, hoping to be comparable to it. It was not until senior brother Zongzong succeeded that the perfect broken jade sword technique was accomplished, and it is not inferior to the Purple Cloud Divine Sword technique. Feng Wanjun smiled and said, previous sect leaders have always hoped to push the realm of swordsmanship to a level above the 5 mysterious realms, but their own skills were not up to par, so they stagnated. It was only when I came to him that I realized that realm is not something that must be pursued, and practicality is the most important thing. The broken jade sword art was perfected, and it will not be much inferior when it reaches a higher realm. Zhuang Tailai said, that's going too far. Besides the ranking of martial arts, what else does the ancient text say? Cheng Bai recited the script. It is said that the heads of the 7 great families were all arrogant and conceited. Only after the face-to-face competition did they realize the huge gap in their knowledge and were convinced by the ranking list. Zhuang Tailai disagreed and said, the ranking of martial arts skills is closely related to personal cultivation. If one reaches a mysterious state and has great magical powers, one can turn decay into magic. If senior brother Fang cultivates the 7 treasures golden body to the perfect state of the jade body, he may not lose to the first and second place, and the ranking will definitely be re-established. Cheng Bai did not comment. The depth of cultivation is crucial, but the quality of martial arts and whether the practitioner is compatible are also important. In short, ancient characters seem to be of no use. Fang Wanjun sneered and said, "What's the point of keeping this thing for so long?" Zhuang Tailai said with a smile, "People today feel useless, but they must have been extremely glorious at that time, just like the rankings in our martial arts hunting competition." The 3 of them discussed for a long time. The ancient text in the crystal column showed that it was aging, gradually fading and finally disappearing. Fang Wanjun was a little disappointed, and said, "Another useless thing. Let me look for it carefully. There will always be a chance." Cheng Bai looked closely at the silver cluster crystal selected in front of him. The inside of the column was even cleaner and more transparent than the one selected by Fang Wanjun, and its luster was restrained, as if it imprisoned the empty purity. Fang Wanjun had just walked past this crystal pillar without any interest because he did not feel any touch or prompt. The purity he pursued was spirituality rather than emptiness. Cheng Bai's spiritual eyes saw through the mystery and felt something unusual. The emptiness on the surface was an illusion, and the hallucination ability interfered with the vision of peeking at this cluster of crystals. There is a powerful creature hidden inside, which is cunning by nature. It deceives the sight of outsiders and misleads the judgment of the naked eye in order to protect itself and keep itself safe. Cheng Bai reminded them, "Master Fang, Uncle Zhuang, this cluster crystal is very valuable. You should pay attention." Fang Wanjun and Zhuang Tailai came over to watch upon hearing what happened, standing at a distance, fully alert. Cheng Bai's palm knife slashed across, and the crystal pillar opened with a sound, and the cold murderous aura pounced towards him as fast as lightning. A platinum-colored insect king that was obviously larger and more transparent than ordinary poisonous crystal insects moved silently, with 6 blade-like legs and sickle-like jaws. Its speed and strength were incomparable to anything seen before. It is secretive, cunning, shrewd, and its true colors will be revealed once its intentions are fully realized. Zhuang Tailai's eyes twitched when he saw this. If he were to open this crystal column, it would be difficult to avoid it even if he knew there were poisonous crystal insects inside. Cheng Bai dodged the attack easily, and his palm knife chased the wind and lightning without any exaggeration. He shifted the blame and dealt a fatal blow to the poison crystal insect king, which immediately fell into his hands and could be slaughtered, becoming a fish on the chopping board obediently. The extracted insect king crystal core was almost forming an inner elixir, showing a platinum luster, and was more perfect and round than the corpse demon crystal cores that had been seen before. Fang Wanjun couldn't help but praise, "Well done, it's an easy win. What a treasure. This crystal core alone is worth tens of thousands of taels of gold. The insect corpse is also priceless." Zhuang Tailai's face was full of envy, but this can only be obtained with strength. Not only that, the insect king is hiding deep inside, using the secret technique of illusion to deceive the outside world, in order to protect this treasure. After Cheng Bai finished speaking, he reached out and took something out of the crystal column. It was as big as a fist, emitting a faint silver-white light. The temperature around it dropped suddenly, as if opening a freezer in the hot summer and the cold air hit one's face. Zhuang Tailai was dumbfounded. Fang Wanjun was stunned for a moment before he said, "Hey! Taiyan stone." Taiyan stone and Sui Yang stone are the source of yin and yang qi, rare treasures for refining tools, and can only be found by chance. Spirit tools and even soul tools must be tempered with Taiyan stone and Sui Yang stone at the same time to gather into tool spirits, transcending ordinary magic tools. I've made a fortune. This is much more valuable than the crystal core of the poisonous crystal worm king. Ha ha ha. Zhuang Tailai came back to his senses and was overjoyed. Cheng Bai sighed and said, "The insect king wanted to rely on this Taiyan stone to cultivate into a true demon king. He would have succeeded in a few years. It was fate that we discovered him early. Try harder while you're lucky." Zhuang Tailai had a sudden inspiration, but unfortunately his performance was mediocre, so he couldn't help feeling depressed. He stared at a particularly thick golden cluster crystal column with reluctance. This crystal is so thick that it can be hugged by several people. It is particularly rare in the cave. It is slightly transparent and you can vaguely see a huge object inside. Open a big one, maybe you can make money once and for all. Zhuang Tailai's heart was pounding. He walked around the crystal pillar a few times, made up his mind, swung his sword and cut it open. When he looked closely, he was immediately disappointed. The truth of what was going on inside came to light. A tall and burly deity, who was at least 5 meters tall, with fluttering clothes and golden armor, walked out. He had broad shoulders and a big waist, a fat body, and held a mountain-splitting spear in his hand, looking very majestic. "Oh no, it's the yellow turban strongman. Let's join forces to deal with it." Fang Wanjun was calm and still commanded with confidence. Cheng Bai had also heard in the weapon sect that the yellow turban warriors were humanoid war puppets that were a secret tradition from ancient times, a high-level product of weapon refining techniques. Their powers varied, and the worst one could be compared to a strong man in the late heavenly man realm. As soon as the yellow turban strongman appeared, he rushed over wielding a mountain-splitting spear. The weapon was longer than a spear, and the blade was like a broadsword. He charged forward bravely with ferocious moves. Chapter 85 Hidden Mystery. Zhuang Tailai's sharp sword had a broad blade, 4 feet and 2 inches long, and the elongated hilt required 2 hands to hold it, and it was not even as big as the blade of the mountain-splitting spear. He defended himself hastily, and the two fought hand to hand, with the sound of metal clashing and the sharp sword breaking on the spot. Zhuang Tailai was born with supernatural powers, but he was knocked back dozens of steps with just one move. His palms were numb, his whole body was shaking, and he was terrified. Seeing this, Cheng Bai hurriedly said, "Let's go out and fight, but don't hurt Xu Jing. The yellow turban warrior is extremely powerful and has a huge weapon. If the fight leads to the breaking of many crystal pillars and the appearance of a large number of poisonous crystal insects, complications are inevitable." The 3 of them quickly exited the poison crystal cave, and the yellow turban warriors followed closely behind them. When they reached the wide area beside the falling star lake outside the cave, they engaged in a fierce fight. Although it avoided triggering an insect swarm, the spacious space instead brought out the combat power of the yellow turban warriors and the long-handled weapon advantages of the mountain-splitting spear to their fullest extent. It casually swung its spear and knocked Zhuang Tailai away, and then used a series of slashes to force Fang Wanjun to retreat. Its attack and defense were rigorous and its force was so strong that the two could not get close to it for a while. With strength alone, it can rival Cheng Bai. Its martial arts skills are no less superb than any master in the realm of heaven and man in the world. No one can stop it wherever it goes with its mountain-splitting spear, and it can charge forward with ease. Cheng Bai used the 8 Immortals tour to test the situation and found that the yellow turban warriors were not as strong as the corpse puppet, but their advantage on the battlefield was very obvious. He gave them high praise and said, "How powerful. If these puppets could form a large army, they would be invincible in the world." Zhuang Tailai was surprised and delighted, and hurriedly said, "If we can obtain the yellow turban warrior, our sect's weapon-making skills will be greatly improved. We must not destroy it." Cheng Bai thought he could defeat the yellow turban warriors alone, but after hearing these words, he didn't know how to start and was helpless. Fang Wanjun said impatiently, "If you want to suppress it, it's not possible to not destroy it at all. Just do it just right, let me do it." He drew out the Tianwang sword, pointed his finger, and flew the sword as fast as lightning. The green sword light missed the Kaishan spear, swept across the neck of the yellow turban warrior, and instantly cut off his head. The sword light returned to its owner's hand, and he easily won a great victory. The yellow turban strongman swayed, knelt on the ground, and the mountain-splitting spear in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Fang Wanjun ordered, "It has stopped functioning, so it is considered to be preserved intact. Bring it back to the headquarters to study the results of the weapon refining in detail." Zhuang Tailai stepped forward to inspect it, took a breath and said, "It is made of golden crystal carbon. The main altar is not able to refine this material. The structure is ingenious and will last for tens of thousands of years. The body is stronger than star gold and burning iron." Fang Wanjun picked up the splitting spear and said, "It's not a bad weapon. It's made of shadow-transformed black gold and has exquisite runes engraved on it. It's already a top-notch magical weapon without a crystal core. Palace Master Chao's Kanglang axe can't keep its place among the 7 treasures. And this spear has a number engraved on it. It's a standard weapon for the Cloud Realm army. This means that there have been many Kaishan spears of the same material and similar technical specifications, and the power that controlled the continent in ancient times was unfathomable." Cheng Bai was terrified and asked, "Does the yellow turban warrior have a high status in the army?" Fang Wanjun had seen the world and seemed absent-minded. He continued, "The most basic soldiers under the command of Emperor Yunman are of this standard. The so-called masters of Qiongqi continent are insignificant in strength in the entire Yunjie. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, it is really out of reach. The key is what is in front of you." Cheng Bai suggested, "Do you want to continue opening cluster crystals?" You can open another one according to the quantity. Of course we have to open it. The harvest is so good, wouldn't it be a pity to interrupt it? The last one depends on the luck of senior brother Zongzong. Zhuang Tailai was thinking about making up for the daily opportunities. Fang Wanjun pondered and said, it's not that simple. Those who came to the Poison Crystal Cave in the past were all outstanding teams. Who could have gained so much? Even 1,000 taels of silver might not be found. I'm afraid there are mysteries hidden in it, and there are even more amazing treasures, and everyone is deceived on the surface. Zhuang Tailai was shocked and said, is there such a thing? Could it be that the treasures in front of us were all misleading, and the precious or dangerous things were revealed in order to get rid of us? Even the Insect King and the Yellow Turban Warrior were sacrificed. Isn't it? Isn't it? The more he talked, the more frightened he became. Every secret place hides extraordinary secrets, and he might be facing the truth now. Fang Wanjun nodded and said, it even deceived my 6 virtues magic. It's so powerful. I'm afraid there must be a sacred soul weapon hidden deep in the cave, and there must be a spirit of the weapon causing trouble. If this is true, it would be incredible. The rare treasures in the legend are shocking, psychic and wise, able to take the place of someone else, and their methods are beyond belief. Zhuang Tailai's heart was beating wildly, and he said seriously, today will be a great opportunity. Cheng Bai thought about it and shook his head. If even the Insect King and the Yellow Turban Warrior are just pawns, we may not be able to deal with them. Fang Wanjun stopped walking into the cave after hearing this and thought, that makes sense. Don't force yourself. We have made a good trip so far. Let's stop while we are ahead and return with a full load. If we really find it, I'm afraid we can't save our lives but take it away. Since we can mobilize the Insect King and the Yellow Turban Warriors to die in their place, it's not difficult to launch an insect tide. If we go deeper, I'm afraid we can't avoid a bloody battle. We've already got a lot of treasures. Isn't it courting death if we are greedy? As the sect leader, Fang Wanjun has to consider the overall situation. Why should he risk his life? Those who are content with what they have will live longer. The 3 did not enter the cave again. They packed up their spoils and boarded the sky-patrolling spirit boat to set sail for the return journey. After a brief discussion, Cheng Bai got 2 poisonous crystal insect cores, one for the Insect King and one for the adult insect, which were exactly what he wanted most. The rest belonged to the sect, and everyone was happy. The sky-patrolling spirit boat returned to the 3 Sages Valley. Cheng Bai returned to his room, feeling heavy-hearted. He took out the gap knife and examined it. Seeing his complicated expression, Lu Maiating offered him some tea and jokingly asked, what are you thinking about? Are you holding back on something bad? Cheng Bai checked the cracks on the knife and laughed dryly, what's wrong with that? It's just some risky plans. Lu Maiating thought of Xiao Bai, but she couldn't bring it up again. She just warned him, it's good to take risks, but as a hunter, your first priority is to survive. Don't do things you're not sure of, otherwise you'll be courting death. Cheng Bai laughed softly and said, so I'm considering whether to go or not. I have to use up all the crystal cores I've saved so far. Lu Maiating also pointed out, you have to use it when you need to use it. If you want to gain something, you must first be willing to give it up. Only by giving up can you gain. Cheng Bai made up his mind and said, I'll go after dinner tonight. Watching Lu Maiating pack up the tea set and leave, Cheng Bai put away his knife and put the crystal core of the poisonous crystal worm together with the crystal cores of the tidal beast, blood face of death and other crystals that he had accumulated recently. He then expanded his domain and devoured them all, absorbing a large amount of vitality. His cultivation gradually improved, and Zhanmu grew again. This batch of crystal cores included the 3 kings of demon beasts, which contained power far beyond what had been obtained before. The cyclones condensed in the giant branch claws hanging down from the bottom of Zhanmu, which had not yet formed runes, stabilized and took on a state of turbid air. The path of cultivation is like the ladder of all things, progressing step by step and never ending. It is too early to break through to a higher realm now. When his spiritual consciousness looks inward at himself, let alone a breakthrough, he has not even reached the great perfection of the 5 realms of heaven and man. His state is mysterious and profound. It is also acceptable to regard this stage as a separate realm. Cheng Bai pondered and said, I wonder what kind of runes this inner pill will encounter in the future. Maybe it would be better for me to cultivate a completely new rune. After making preparations for the response, Cheng Bai was instantly teleported to the entrance of the Poison Crystal Cave in Griffin Mountain. I kept some tricks during the day. The ancient text that Fang Wanzhen opened in the cluster of crystals was not only a dual-ranking list, but also recorded the whereabouts of several top-ranked martial arts after a major change more than 10,000 years ago. Cheng Bai did not publish the translation when he did it, but memorized it silently. Now that the ancient characters have been scattered, he is the only one who knows it. There is no need to say more as the 6 Paths of Bliss Fist and 8 Immortals tour have already been obtained. The Li family took the Qiongqi divine art and the Xiaoyao Ling sword technique to Shanwei City, and the Mo family left a copy of the Molten Gold Hand secret book in the Poison Crystal Cave before moving to Shanwei City. Cheng Bai came here to get the Molten Gold Hand. The Poison Crystal Cave at night is almost the same as during the day. There is still a faint refracted light source, and even ordinary people can see it roughly. After passing many clusters of crystals and approaching the center of the poisonous crystal cave, he found the crystal pillar that sealed the molten gold hand. It is also light gold in color, less than the thickness of 2 palms embraced together, and its slightly transparent consistency makes it almost impossible to see what is inside. It is inconspicuous at first glance and is easily overlooked by others. What makes it different is that other crystal columns are 5-sided or 6-sided, but this one is 7-sided. If you pay attention to the details, you will not make a mistake. Cheng Bai stretched out his finger, about to break the crystal column, but he heard someone calling out, "Young man, please stay. I see that you have a very unique aptitude, and you are a rare genius. I have something good to give you." There was no one in the poison crystal cave except himself, so who was talking? Could it be the soul weapon spirit that Fang Wanzhen guessed? Cheng Bai looked around, and with his spiritual eyes he found a clue. The sound came from the central area of the poison crystal cave, where there were continuous stretches of thick clusters of crystals, glowing faintly and colorfully. They were different from the surrounding areas, with a more mysterious luster and color. They surrounded the largest crystal column in the middle like stars surrounding the moon, and the crystal was no less thick than the one that the yellow turban warrior had opened during the day. Cheng Bai slowly approached and looked up at the crystal pillar. There was an unknown force inside the crystal that blocked all perceptions. Even his spiritual eyes could not see clearly. It was obviously unusual. The voice seemed to not care about being discovered by Cheng Bai, and asked, "Do you want to open the cluster crystal and take away the molten gold hand secret book inside?" Cheng Bai said frankly, "That's right." The voice was clearly disdainful. There are 5 levels of the molten gold hand. If you practice it to the peak perfection, you will only reach the nirvana realm at most. It's not a good skill. What kind of realm is nirvana? Cheng Bai has never heard of it. If he can't reach such a high realm, what's the use of more advanced martial arts? He said disapprovingly, "My martial arts are low, and this martial arts will be enough for a long time." The voice urged, "Instead of asking for the melting gold hand, why not take me away? I have many records of this level of martial arts in my stomach. I have everything you need." Cheng Bai was suspicious and asked, "Who are you? Are you the spirit of a Horcrux?" The voice sneered and said, "You dare call a mere Horcrux a holy relic? It is not worth mentioning. How can you be compared with me? How can I believe it if you refuse to tell me who it is?" Cheng Bai was doubtful. "I have a supreme immortal weapon. With it, you can traverse the world and be unrivaled. Everything you wish for will be as you wish, and you will be successful in everything you do." The voice spoke slowly. "Great. Do you want to open the largest crystal column in the crystal cluster and see what's inside?" Cheng Bai's eyes turned and fell on the 7 crystal pillars that he was about to break, and he smiled innocently and said, "My temple is small and cannot accommodate a great bodhisattva. I only need simple martial arts that can be used. Turn around and walk towards the original 7-sided crystal columns." His voice was a little anxious, and he hurriedly said, "If you miss me, you will have to live in the poor mountains and bad waters of Qiongqi continent, depressed and frustrated." Cheng Bai shook his head and said, "I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. I'm free and unrestrained in the wilderness. How happy I am with the beautiful mountains and clear waters." He took a few steps to the 7-sided crystal pillars and broke the crystals with unwavering determination. There was no surprise inside, but a jade plate with the entire, melting gold hand, practice techniques engraved in densely carved tiny characters. Cheng Bai would rather believe in what he has fought for than accept what others have given him. Moreover, there is only one chance left to safely open the crystal column today. He can slowly find other suitable targets in the future. There is no conflict between the two, so why be greedy for the moment? The voice disappeared without a trace and no longer guided me. Cheng Bai looked at the jade token carefully. It was made of the finest pure white jade. The ancient characters on the back were slightly larger than those on the front. There were 8 characters engraved on it. Use this token to open the secret door. Secret door. Where is it? Cheng Bai glanced at the central cluster of crystals, and the voices died down. He learned that the whereabouts of the secret door seemed impossible, so he opened his spiritual eyes and searched around for any suspicious places. After wandering around for a long time without any results, he pondered for a moment and returned to the half-broken 7-sided crystal column. If there really is a secret door, it shouldn't be too far away. From the perspective of the voice, it would only start talking if it had an influence on it because of the token. Otherwise, why would we bother with it? Cheng Bai slapped his palm and shattered half of the 7-sided crystal column. The shattered crystal clusters scattered like water, revealing a groove at the bottom. The size was just right to place the jade plate, fitting perfectly, as if it were an integral whole. The sound of heavy metal and stone turning came from the poisonous crystal cave. A circular altar as big as a dining table slowly rose in front of the 5 colored crystal clusters and stopped at a certain height. Cheng Bai watched as the space door opened on the empty altar, and a dark green metal cube appeared, deep yet shiny. Dark blue is a mysterious color with red and black, and dark blue is a gray-blue color close to black. The combination of the 2 colors is mysterious, like the vast night sky weaving beautiful dreams, and looking at it seems to fall into deep chaos. The so-called secret door is a dimensional space that is more advanced than the treasure bag. It exists in the cave yet not in the cave. It can only be opened using a jade card. What I finally got was this treasure. It is spotlessly pure, without a single impurity, like a beautiful work of art. It is about the size of a human head, with perfectly consistent length, width and height. Cheng Bai picked it up gently. The absolutely symmetrical proportions made his pupils constrict. Whether it was the weapon sect on Earth or the Qiongqi continent, it was definitely impossible to achieve such perfect craftsmanship. Even the knowledge learned in Qizong cannot determine what material it is. Cheng Bai asked directly, "What exactly are you?" "Young man, you have passed the test and obtained the supreme inheritance." The metal block made the same sound as before. Cheng Bai curled his lips and said, "Don't be pretentious, speak human language." He didn't really believe that the sound must come from the central crystal cluster. If they could block the spiritual eye from spying, how difficult would it be to make a feint to the east and attack in the west? The crystal column that tempted him to open might contain a deadly trap. Chapter 86, Inheritance Cube. The side of the metal block facing the white surface changes from smooth to matte, and the color changes in depth. Countless tiny cubes roll and combine, like pixel units, to show an exquisite bluish-white baby face with complete facial features, delicate eyebrows and eyes, and lifelike. I am the inherited magic cube spirit, named Li Tong. I have collected 500 million years of Pengu tribe wisdom, and I know everything about astronomy and geography. I am omnipotent. Does that mean that this weapon spirit that boasts of being an immortal weapon is already 500 million years old? What about the 10,000-year-old monster? Ancient monsters are all weak. Cheng Bai was surprised and said, "Inheritance. Which storage device preserves information the longest?" The USB flash drives and hard disks on Earth can be used for thousands of years if they are of good quality. Optical disks made of certain special materials can store information for tens of thousands of years. But this is not as good as some special paper and ink used in ancient times, such as high-quality parchment. The ancient high-quality printing technology can preserve information for more than 100,000 years. Throughout the long cultural history, the longest way humans have been able to preserve information is by carving text patterns on stone, which can even transmit text patterns that are millions of years old. The Heritage Cube integrates all the advantages of civilization history. No matter the material or craftsmanship, it is far better than the above ones. It has passed down information from ancient times to the present, which can be said to be time-honored. Cheng Bai stroked it, feeling as delicate as water. The texture was something he had never seen before. He couldn't help but ask, "What precious material did you make it from?" Li Tong explained, 5 absolute wonderful gold, treasure hardness 18, made from immortal iron, 3-element true gold, divine ice iron, gold water, and 5-color stone." Cheng Bai's eyes twitched. Some of these materials were unheard of in Qiongqi continent. He then revealed the truth. Inside that large crystal column is a yellow turban warrior. At this time, there was no abnormal ability to interfere. The spiritual eye identified that the crystal contained a burly human figure, who looked similar to the guy whose head was cut off during the day. Li Tong smiled flatteringly and said, "That is the last yellow turban warrior left in the poison crystal cave." He is a general-level warrior and the strongest in the history of Qiongqi continent. He is much better than other soldiers. I can give him to you as a guard. Just now, I was not firm in my will and was fooled, so I have to get the lunch box." Cheng Bai cursed in his heart, questioning, "The poison crystal cave can only open 9 crystal pillars a day, otherwise there will be a tide of insects pouring out, isn't it a big trouble?" Li Tong said truthfully, "It's okay. I was the one who started the insect swarm. I drove people away to control the number of cluster crystals. If I leave this place, the poison crystal insects will be out of control." Cheng Bai asked suspiciously, "Can the yellow turban warrior listen to me? Just recognize the master. It hasn't started yet. It's very easy to control it with spiritual sense." It was easy for Li Tong to say as his white eyes rolled around on it, making the baby-faced boy feel flustered. Cheng Bai suddenly asked, "How do you recognize me as your master?" This is what Li Tong was worried about, and he hurriedly said, "My situation is more complicated, and I need to meet the conditions. I can't do it now." The refusal was straightforward. Cheng Bai took the inheritance magic cube, put away the molten gold jade token, and shook off the water on it. Li Tong pointed out, "That's a cluster of crystal fungi. If you want to remove it, it's best to wash it with vinegar." Cheng Bai teased, "You know a lot. Of course, I have taught several immortals and saints. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning." Li Tong was quite proud to hear this. If a real insect tide is triggered, it would be easy for Cheng Bai to teleport away. He resolutely opened the 5-colored crystal column. The yellow turban warrior inside was slightly different from the one seen during the day. He was equally tall and burly, and his golden armor was even more majestic. The material of the mountain-splitting spear he used was Lihuo Yujin, which was better than Yinghua black gold. The material was so outstanding that Cheng Baiduo took a closer look. He thought to himself, "It is made by adding burning iron to the shadow-transformed black gold and refining it. The process is not complicated, but the material is obviously of a higher level." Li Tong instructed the yellow turban warrior, "As long as you probe your spiritual consciousness into it and imprint the mark of sovereignty, once you acknowledge the master and are loyal, you can come when called and leave when dismissed." It was indeed easy for Cheng Bai to control it with his spiritual sense. The yellow turban warrior knelt down to express his submission. After recognizing his master, the yellow turban warrior's huge body can be shrunk and transformed into the shape of a pea, or a soldier bean. It is easy to carry and can be used at any time to turn the beans into soldiers. Cheng Bai said happily, "This is clearly also a spiritual weapon. If we can use this as a model and refine a large number of them in the future, wouldn't it be possible to dominate the world?" Li Tong suggested, "That's a good idea. We need at least a top-notch spiritual weapon-grade refining cauldron to be competent for this task." Cheng Bai hesitated and said, "It's a pity that the natural resources and treasures are far from enough, and the cost is too high. We can't afford it." Li Tong was full of contempt when he heard this. "You are really unsophisticated. You have become poor because of just a spirit cauldron and a yellow turban warrior. You will not think so when you leave the barren land of Qiongqi continent in the future. You belong to me." Cheng Bai stuffed the inheritance cube and soldier beans into the treasure bag unhappily and teleported back to Sangxian Valley. It is late at night, the moon is bright in the sky, and the autumn wind is refreshing. Cheng Bai sat in the room and counted the items. He placed the Rubik's cube on the table, cleaned the jade tablet, and carefully read the recorded martial arts. The gold melting hand is extremely powerful and can generate high temperatures to melt gold and iron. A master can reshape real gold. If you can obtain the source of divine fire, the power will be doubled. However, it is difficult to practice. The deeper the fire, the higher the physical fitness required. Cheng Bai's vision was constantly improving, and he quickly judged the advantages and disadvantages, wondering, this martial art focuses on the mental method of the individual, and the protective effect is relatively weak. If there is no deep skill to support it, it will easily damage the body. Li Tong at the side interrupted and said, "The Mo family's martial arts are somewhat self-destructive, and they are even more extreme when combined with the corrosion fire qi. Fortunately, every few thousand generations, there will always be an immortal demon body in their family, making it difficult for them to die, and the inheritance of incense will protect the family from falling. Otherwise, this kind of martial arts will kill itself before being beaten to death by others." Thinking of Li Tong's words at that time, Cheng Bai asked, "Didn't you say that there are many records of martial arts at this level, and everything is included?" Li Tong smiled and said, "Of course there are. 5 thunder palms, golden plum swordsmanship, fighting the void bright art, etc. are all martial arts of the same level. Do you want to learn them? I will select them. Take it out and let me see. Cheng Bai was of course interested. The inheritance cube floated in the air, Li Tong's face was hidden and invisible, and countless tiny cubes on his body rolled and recombined, instantly doubling in size, and the smooth surface turned into a soft mat. Cheng Bai looked closely and saw the hidden space inside the Rubik's cube open to the outside. The shocking nanoscale microscopic cube units were pieced together to form the densely packed exquisite text on the surface. Various martial arts are classified into categories and grades, and are divided into 5 major levels: art, science, body, origin, and spirit. Cheng Bai smiled and said, "The way of martial arts is endless, and learning has no end. There are different opinions on what constitutes a master. The 5 realms of martial arts, martial body, martial essence, and martial god can be used as evidence." Li Tong said, "Yes, no matter if it is sword, knife, spear, fist, or martial arts, all kinds of skills and the degree of integration with oneself are included. However, human power is limited, and the martial arts practiced from beginning to end, and the peaks that can lead the practitioners to climb, also determine the superiority. Martial artists are proficient in boxing and weapons, good at fighting moves, and make friends through martial arts. People of this level have comprehended and mastered the changes in details. Although practice makes perfect and they are very skilled, they are only superficial. A sword is still a sword, a knife is still a knife, and the person is still a person. This is truly worldly martial arts, and they have just entered the realm of the master. A martial arts student should know the rules, understand the principles, cultivate both internal and external aspects, and study martial arts. People of this level are not stuck in external things, nor trapped in their inner selves. Their rationality and tolerance are very different. They are inclusive, their martial arts are smooth and fluent, and every move they make is a clever one. They can be said to have just arrived at the great world. A martial artist is one who combines body and skills into one, and is able to kill and kill as he pleases, using martial arts to train his body. For people at this level, when practicing sword skills, man and sword become one. When practicing knife skills, man and knife become one. Their martial arts temper their bodies, and their blood and energy may be as strong as a dragon, or their bodies may be as hard as iron. Their every move and gesture is murderous, and can be as powerful as a blow from a spiritual weapon. Wu Yuan means returning to the original state, allowing Qi to manifest all things. Winning is achieved by giving form to all things according to their shapes. This is returning to the original state through martial arts. In this state, the vital energy of the body is integrated with heaven and earth, transformed into various kinds of spiritual energy and released naturally, returning to its true nature and appearing like all things in the world, appearing colorless and invisible, killing enemies and winning in a myriad of ways, with endless magical uses. The god of war, with his thoughts and intentions moving, creates his own path. The heaven and earth let him roam freely, and he becomes a god through martial arts. At this level, wherever the spiritual consciousness and power go, one breath can transform into 10,000 swords, one movement can cut 10,000 knives, one thought can break all the laws, it is invisible and formless, and even gods and immortals cannot defeat it. Cheng Bai laughed and said, "I really don't know how long it will take to cultivate to such a magical state. Show me something practical." When practicing martial arts, the higher the level, the better. The best is to choose the one that suits you. A level that is too low is not worth learning, and a level that is too high cannot be learned. The 6 sides of the inheritance cube each showed a martial art. Li Tong said, "With your current cultivation level, the most suitable ones to practice, apart from the molten gold hand, are these 6. They are all the pinnacle of martial arts." Cheng Bai looked carefully and found that they were 5 thunder palm, killing 1,000 hidden ones, pulling mountain strength, golden plum sword technique, floating life knife technique, and fighting the empty bright art. Some were brave and swift, some were decisive in killing, and some were varied. Each had its own characteristics, but each martial art had its advantages and disadvantages, so it was difficult to be perfect. Cheng Bai compared the pros and cons and said, "Melting gold hand is not weaker than these 6, and it is very suitable for me. This martial art itself is the pinnacle of the continent, and it is also the nemesis of the 7 treasures golden body. The 6 paths of supreme power is enough to protect the body and practice without hindrance. The art of refining weapons has reached its peak, and has special requirements for spiritual and physical cultivation. It is best for a master of the weapon sect to cultivate the 7 treasures golden body, but as a registered disciple of the weapon sect, the possibility of obtaining this direct inheritance is extremely small, and Cheng Bai does not want to be an old virgin. The molten gold hand perfectly compensates for this deficiency, and it is more useful when combined with the weapon refining technique. Besides, the resurrection rune is not afraid of damage, and the weapon refining technique is very beneficial when combined with this martial art. After repeated comparisons, I still decided to practice the molten gold hand. There are many spaces inside the inheritance cube, which preserve many categories of knowledge, far more than just martial arts secrets. There are also many records of weapon refining techniques, including ordinary weapons, treasure weapons, magic weapons, spiritual weapons, soul weapons, and immortal weapons, from low to high, covering astronomy, geography, skills and miscellaneous arts. Coupled with the guidance of the human spirit, its value as an inheritance treasure is immeasurable. Cheng Bai flipped through it for a long time and picked out the method of refining the cloud-piercing shuttle. This magical weapon is easy to use for transportation, and is the simplest and cheapest among all kinds of flying treasures. It requires the spiritual cultivation of the Guangfa realm to control it. Even the 7 hall masters cannot use it, and it is quite rare in the Qiongqi continent. The main material is corrupt silver as the skeleton, and this material is left over from the last time dragon steel was refined. It is shaped like a simple flying boat, with a shell made of siliconized carbon. There are 47 other miscellaneous materials, which can be purchased within the Qizong. The finished product is about 3 meters long and can be reduced to less than 3 feet when stored, making it easy to carry. The inherited magic cube records techniques that are more complete than similar treasures known to the weapon sect. It not only has a detailed refining process, but also has several developed variants, namely the slightly larger cloud-piercing boat and the smaller cloud-treading shoes, each with its own merits. Cheng Bai was secretly impressed after seeing it. The cloud-piercing shuttle alone was more exquisite and sturdy than the carbon fiber helicopters on Earth. It was of moderate grade and could be a good transitional subject for practicing weapon refining techniques. Are you the best treasure in Qiongqi continent? Cheng Bai just asked casually, but Li Tong unexpectedly became serious and talked a lot. There are 2 more immortal artifacts of the same level as mine on the Qiongqi continent. One was taken away 180,000 years ago, and the other remained on the continent. It still stands to this day in the south of the 7-colored forest and can be seen from afar. It is at the east and west ends of the faceless Rift Valley, forming the boundary that divides the northern and southern continents. It sounded like a building that could be seen from afar. Cheng Bai had a vague idea of what it was and asked, Shengjian Pagoda. Li Tong said excitedly, the Shengjian Pagoda has many functions, and its material is not as good as mine, but it is just bigger in size. Cheng Bai had learned about the properties of the 5 wonderful gold materials from Li Tong's knowledge base. The treasure had a hardness of 18 and was times stronger than diamond. This magical alloy was full of spirituality and had the ability to control space. It was the best material known so far. The rhododendron carbon used in the Shengjian Pagoda is a magical diamond chain structure reorganization evolution material. The hardness of the treasure is 12.5, which is 3072 times stronger than diamond. It has the ability of self-recovery and controllable growth, and is also mysterious. After studying martial arts and refining weapons for a long time, Cheng Bai remembered that he had not finished reading the Yang's Internal Classic, given by Yang Kaiping, so he took it out and browsed it. There was a gentle knock on the door. Li Tong stopped talking, folded up the text on the surface, restored it to its original size and placed it on the table, as if it was just an ordinary piece of metal. Cheng Bai put down the book and opened the door for Lu Maeyating. Dubai, you haven't gone to the academy to hand in your mission yet. The Shengjian Tower is about to open, don't lose the title of Hunter King, or you'll miss out on important things. The academy only has 3 places recommended to Shanwei City. It's said that after being promoted there, you can jump directly to the Zhui Emperor Star in the Yunnan Star region. It's much faster than going to other big cities in the Star region, but it's also a difficult road. Lu Maeyating reminded, with a fiery light flashing in her eyes, and handed over a new thick quilt, saying that the weather was getting cold. Cheng Bai looked into her eyes, which contained a desire to succeed, but not for herself. It was as if he had seen it in her parents' eyes. He reached out to take the blanket and smiled, I will hand in the task tomorrow, and Shengjian Pagoda will surely win a great victory. Anyway, the 9-level secret technique of the Qiongqi treasure scroll is already in hand, so there is no need to consider anything else, just exchange it for points. Lu Maeyating was about to turn around and go back to the house when Cheng Bai hurriedly said, wait. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 87, The Vicious Ancient God. Anything else? Her eyes sparkled, as if she was expecting something. Cheng Bai took out her black iron spear. This is your weapon, I found it. Thank you. I'll take this as a gift from you. After Lu Maiyading left, Cheng Bai turned back to the table, only to see Li Tong opening his mouth and swallowing Yang's internal classic with a crunching sound. What are you doing? Cheng Bai was shocked. He didn't expect Li Tong to eat the book. Li Tong swallowed the book in a hurry, smacked his lips and smiled. This is a new book, I don't know it yet, after swallowing it, all the knowledge will belong to me. As long as you want, you can check the contents of the book at any time, there will be no loss. The book was a gift from Yang Kaiping, and it had the meaning of a master-disciple relationship. Since it was eaten, it didn't matter. Cheng Bai hurriedly put away the molten gold jade plate. Li Tong said in a roundabout way, although jade treasures can be eaten, jade is not as delicious as paper. Besides, I have already collected the molten gold hand, so don't worry. What are you going to the Shungjin Pagoda for? I will definitely help you. Cheng Bai said bluntly, the last stage of the martial arts hunting competition is the Shungjin Tower. The opening time has not yet arrived, and the guild has not announced the tasks. There are still more than 10 days. Li Tong suggested, the spirit of Shungjin Pagoda is called Siqi, and he is a little stubborn. I will help you tame him when the time comes. Cheng Bai teased, aren't you guys at the same level? Do you have this ability? Shi Kai is very principled. He will go with you if the conditions are met. Li Tong looked confident and said, the girl just now was very concerned about you. Cheng Bai thought for a moment and replied, I also take good care of her. Li Tong instigated, aren't you going to take her into your harem? Cheng Bai was quite embarrassed and changed the subject, show me the pattern of the refining cauldron you collected. Li Tong floated and grew larger, and the 6 sides of his body turned over, showing various furnace and cauldron refining methods, with more details than what Qi Zong knew, with various materials such as metal, jade, flesh and blood, and a wide variety of styles, each of which was extraordinary. In comparison, the several black iron refining cauldrons commonly used in Qi Zong's main altar were obviously much cruder. Cheng Bai's eyes were opened wide and he secretly admired it. After browsing it, he became quite interested in the 4 symbols cauldron and checked the relevant requirements in detail. This treasure is made of Lihuo Yujin as its main material. It stands out among the magic weapons of the same category and grade. It is large in size and rich in functions. It is obviously much superior to the Chilean ding which can only make pills. It will be of great use if it is successfully forged. It is a further pursuit after completing the cloud-piercing shuttle. Cheng Bai was secretly delighted. The materials for Lihuo Yujin are not too difficult to make. I have the burning iron, and I have enough ingots for refining the black gold throne. I can also find the 4 crystal cores of earth, water, fire, and wind, and collect the Wangni, and then I will have everything. Not only can I make elixirs, but it is also suitable for making magic weapons. In the future, I can also refine the yellow turban warrior. The next few steps have been planned. The next day was a sunny day. We went to the Hunter Academy to verify the seeds and register the results. There were obvious changes in the hunting rankings. Cheng Bai obtained 60 seeds of the 5 extreme treasure tree and 69 guild points, for a total of points. There was a stir in the academy, and the 3 winners of this year's Hunter King, Hunter Master, and Hunter General were about to be decided. A passerby said, Thunder Blade King, Light Blade King, and Mad Staff King are definitely the top 3, and the other hunters are left with soup. Another person said, it's good to have soup to drink. There are many people who are rich and powerful who can drink it. If you are weak, you are not qualified to go. There were also cautious people who said, there may be more changes. The treasures in Shungjin Pagoda are the most precious. Someone may turn the tables. Someone who knew the inside story whispered, so you guys placed your bets. Hearing the rumors spreading in the academy, Cheng Bai didn't care at first, but the last sentence made him shift his attention to the martial arts field. It turned out that the college had opened a betting for the participants of the conference, and the venue was at the martial arts arena. Regardless of whether they were inside or outside the college, and regardless of their status, there were quite a lot of participants. This was a long-standing practice, and the events on Sky Island and Giant Beast Island had already ended. Cheng Bai was out in the wild all day, killing monsters and picking up treasures, so he hadn't noticed these things before. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly remembered something and covered his face when he passed by. It is not uncommon to see people betting and collecting prizes in a mask in such places. As the saying goes, wealth should not be shown off. Cheng Bai stood aside and listened to the dealers boasting for a while, and felt that it was all exaggerated. He then learned to inquire about the odds of betting on himself. "Excuse me, what is the odds of Thunder Blade King winning or losing?" The dealer looked at him from head to toe. Occasionally, some people would come over to play without showing their faces. Often, because of their status, others would not care. As long as the money and goods were paid, it was fine. He said truthfully, in the last 2 periods, because of the dark horse of Thunder Blade King, some people made a lot of money by betting on him. At that time, the odds were more than 300 times. Now the opportunity has long passed. Most people think that Thunder Blade King will win for sure, and the relevant odds have fallen to a mediocre level. Cheng Bai felt a little regretful after hearing this and inquired about the current market conditions in detail. There are many different betting methods. Cheng Bai is an amateur, so he picked a few easy-to-understand comparisons. Most of them are based on winning the first place, or ranking second or third. There are also some unpopular bets on Thunder Blade King falling out of the top 3. Unless there is a dark horse, the top 3 in the conference are almost certain, so the former has low odds and the latter has high odds. Cheng Bai didn't want to lose the tournament, so he calculated the data silently, and after a moment he said, "Bet 20 taels of gold, buy the Thunder Blade King and get the Hunter King." The dealer smiled happily when he saw the money and said, "Brother, you are a steady person, but the odds this handicap are the lowest, only 1.5 times the original amount. If you bet on the Thunder Blade King to fall out of the top 3, the odds will be 8 times the original amount. For gamblers, the latter is more attractive." After Cheng Bai placed his bet, he asked, "Are there many people who bet on Thunder Blade King who fall outside the top 3? The dealer just smiles and says nothing. Of course it's rare, the odds are enough to speak for themselves. Cheng Bai had calculated that even if he deliberately fell out of the top 3, 20 taels of gold, even if multiplied 8-fold, might not be able to catch up with the value of the longevity iron ore, so he should fight hard to become the top hunter. Betting was just a side benefit. Then go to the guild to exchange for a new hunter mark, which can be upgraded to level 34. Such a level is extremely rare in the Qiongqi continent. The looks cast by many hunters are not only of admiration, but also of awe as they look up to the big boss. Only a handful of powerful hall masters or sect leaders have been promoted to such a high level. They no longer bother to organize teams and run around. They just need to raise their arms and call for help, and they will have a huge number of followers. Cheng Bai suddenly realized that he was too much of a loner. If he had organized teams like other hunters, he would probably have been famous enough to establish his own sect by now. But he doesn't care. What's wrong with being a maverick? Now Cheng Bai's guild points are as high as 90, which can be used to exchange for a lot of resources. The guild has all kinds of crystal cores, elixirs, rare metals, 5 elements materials, etc., but the prices are expensive, and not all of them can be exchanged for points. The purchasing power is far less than that of gold, and it is more like an additional welfare subsidy. Cheng Bai looked at the resources that could be exchanged, and finally decided, exchange all for star gold. He only got a little over 2 taels, which was the best material that could be exchanged for points. I bought 2 more large treasure bags and asked the governor, any special news recently? If nothing unexpected happens, I will go to Giant Beast Island to hunt for treasure again. In my spare time, I will practice martial arts, refine pills and magic weapons, and have endless fun. Knowing the facts, he said honestly, apart from the construction, there is nothing major happening in Qiongqi City, but Yuhang City is plagued by constant disasters. Worse still is the volcanic eruption at Strange Rock Mountain, which has destroyed the surrounding one-eyed jungle. We can no longer take that road. Cheng Bai thought of the lava giant that climbed out of the crater that day, and vaguely remembered that he had once been the chief of the one-eyed jungle. His heart was pounding. He took out the handkerchief given by Ningxiang, which was embroidered with a little bear with charming eyes. The volcanic eruption and the flow of magma have had a great negative impact on the ecology around the one-eyed jungle. Most of the freshwater resources have been destroyed and the water source of Sheila Lake has been seriously polluted. The sky was covered with dark clouds, red lava was flowing from the top of the mountain, volcanic ash was floating in the air, the smell of sulfuric acid filled the air, and the corpses of weak animals starved to death were everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. The monsters in the forest migrated out in groups. The quick-witted giant wolves were the first to act, and the strong and violent cyclops could not escape unscathed. Under the command of their leader, the Bear People tribe moved southward in an orderly manner, planning to venture across the Harvester Wilderness and migrate to the Watch Forest, a place that was green, vibrant, and full of hope. Their former leader, the Bear Priest, has retreated to the second line, and the young and strong new leader, holding a bone scepter, is leading the tribe forward courageously. Cheng Bai looked at the bone staff she held high in her hand from afar. It was inlaid with the crystal core of the Queen of Dark Spiders. This was an extraordinary and high-grade spiritual weapon, made of mirage dragon bones, which could transform the user's appearance. On the surface, she looked like a stout female bear, but with the spiritual eyes that could distinguish the true from the false, she was clearly the goddess in his mind. He did not hide his body, and the monsters here could not hurt him. Ningxiang was secretly delighted when she saw Cheng Bai, but she pretended not to notice and continued to give orders. After a while, she found an opportunity and ran over to say, "What is the last chief doing here? You've been away for too long, and I took your place." Cheng Bai laughed dryly and asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Ningxiang lowered her voice and said, "It's a long story. I'm too busy right now. Trust me, I'll tell you at dinner." Well, Cheng Bai didn't have time to go anywhere else, so he helped Ningxiang. With Ningxiang's encouragement, everyone in the bear tribe burst into tears of gratitude. The previous chief was a really good beast. He came back to help even after retirement. The bear tribe gathered into a long team, followed by some vassal races. There were many giant wolves and one-eyed beasts. They moved in an orderly and fast manner, and walked out of the one-eyed jungle to the south. Far behind him, a dark red lava giant as tall as a mountain strode past. Its mass of hundreds of thousands of tons crushed the rocks and trees beneath his feet, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Its footprints melted into rolling magma with overwhelming power. Cheng Bai felt the power of all things. The son of the volcano was full of desire for destruction. He was secretly shocked. That is the legendary son of the ancient god. He must be the strongest one I have seen so far. I cannot compare with him. The direction it is going. Not good, that is Yuhang City. Ningxiang saw where he was looking, guessed what he was thinking, and consoled him, that is an irresistible force. If it wants to destroy Yuhang City, we can't do anything about it. Cheng Bai was worried and said frankly, "My master is in the city, at least he can be teleported away." Ningxiang did not object, but only warned, "The sickle monsters in the harvester wilds are stronger than the bear people. If you pass by rashly, it is easy to cause conflict. I must escort the tribe to the Watch Forest and cannot leave with you. If you can't let go, go quickly. I know your ability. Protect yourself first." Cheng Bai suggested, "Let's meet somewhere afterward." Ningxiang thought for a moment and said, "After arriving at the Watch Forest, I will go to see the Forest Father to ask for protection. We will meet under the spiritual plum tree in the evening of 7 days." After agreeing on a time, Cheng Bai was quickly teleported to Yuhang City, and the scene before him surprised him. The city that was once bustling with people has now become dead silent, with no one in the streets and alleys, and the sound of melodious dance music coming from time to time. An ignorant commoner, unable to bear the loneliness, quietly stuck his head out of the window to peek in the direction of the music. Immediately, a thin string pierced through his head, turning him into a puppet. He jumped out of the window dancing and ran towards the city center to join the chaos, until his flesh and blood disappeared and he turned into a skeleton. In the spacious square outside the Yuhang temple, there was a burly giant sitting on the ground. To be more precise, he was a strange oversized human figure made up of bones and muscles. He had no skin or fat. His white skeleton was clearly visible, and the red muscles were attached to the skeleton and bleeding. It played with nearly 100 human-sized skeletons in front of it like puppets. The controlled skeletons jumped around happily, sang and danced, and seemed to be enjoying themselves. The scene was eerie and strange. Sensing that an extraordinary strong man was approaching quickly, the ferocious head of the skeleton turned around, and the bloodshot eyes rolled around, staring at Cheng Bai and roared, "The boy who can turn invisible, see you again." Cheng Bai became more and more sensitive to the power of all things. He vaguely sensed that there were many lives in the temple that were motionless and weak, including Shi Ziyu. He was anxious in his heart, but pretended to be calm and said, "Senior, you are the ancient son of the god in the Howling Ruins. How are you? What should I call you?" No matter who it is, the secret art of communication can help them have a conversation to some extent, even with mortal enemies. "I have long forgotten my former name. You can just call me Bone King." Bone King was very surprised that the person in front of him was so good at chatting, so he couldn't help but talk too much. Cheng Bai tried to test him. "The Bone King has boundless magical power, why did he come here to embarrass the people in the city?" The Bone King said unconcernedly, "This place is a prison, and it belongs to my bone prison lineage. We are just waiting for my ancestor to come. Anyone who enters without permission will be imprisoned. It's not just the prisoners, the entire city has become a ghost town, and the people have turned into dry bones and are being manipulated by strings without knowing it. Cheng Bai coughed and said with a smile, my relative's house is nearby. I'm just passing by and will leave soon. I hope you have fun, senior. Bone King sneered, want to slip away invisibly. Daydreaming, wouldn't it be nice to turn into dry bones and stay with the prisoners? The previous invisibility is ineffective against it, but what about the assassination after the enhancement of the dissipation? Cheng Bai disappeared, not only disappearing from sight, but also disappearing from the perception of the power of all things. Compared with his previous concealment effect, the difference is like heaven and earth. The Bone King's bloodshot eyes seemed to act independently, searching at different angles but could not find any trace. He asked in surprise, this doesn't look like invisibility. What did you do? Where did you hide? Chapter 88. Both sides suffer losses. Cheng Bai ignored it. He was unable to deal with the Bone King head-on now, so it was better to avoid it for the time being and walk straight into the Yuheng temple. Shi Ziyu, Zhengxi and others were all in the palace, but they had lost their consciousness and remained motionless in the same posture as many days ago, as if they were sleeping. Cheng Bai also met a few acquaintances. The three demon kings, He Long, Qi Bin, and Ku Kong, as well as the old black turtle whom he had met in Qiongqi River, stood still in a posture of confrontation with Shi Ziyu and others. A chilly cold air emanated from the great hall of the conferred god altar deep within, as if imprisoning the entire temple. However, it was not a freezing effect, but a powerful spiritual power control. Cheng Bai unfolded the beast head domain, protected the purple palace sea of consciousness, and slowly devoured the suppressed spiritual energy. Looking with his spiritual eyes, he saw a cluster of ghost fire burning on the altar, flickering gray and white. That was the culprit. It closes the mind, makes life depressed and helpless, loses thinking and intuition, gives up struggle, and falls into endless confusion. Cheng Bai recognized the essence of things and whispered, destroy the ghost fire. It is said in the weapon sect that this source of divine fire is sinister in nature and corrosive to the mind, making it unsuitable for use in refining weapons and best avoided. According to Yang's internal classic, the dark ghost fire belongs to an ancient god. It appears in mountains of corpses and seas of blood filled with resentment and has the power to destroy the world. They couldn't stay here for long, so Cheng Bai left his invisible state, took Shi Ziyu and Zhengxi with him, and quickly teleported to Bamen Pass in the south of the city. Most of the disciples of Yuheng Temple were stationed in this small town. The two men quickly sobered up after leaving the temple, exhausted. Seeing that it was Cheng Bai, they felt relieved. Shi Ziyu fell into the control of the dark ghost fire and had no memory of the passage of time. Only after he recovered a moment did he reflect on his experiences over the past few days. That day, He Long came to provoke trouble. Fortunately, some friends around helped us and sent him away. Unexpectedly, a few days later, He Long brought 3,000-year-old demon kings and came again to mobilize troops. Cheng Bai asked, where is the Bone King? Shi Ziyu stammered, that ancient godson actually helped us a lot. How could I be a match for the 4 demon kings? Just when we were in danger, the Bone King came uninvited, the conferred god altar was awakened, the ghost fire was ignited, and both sides fell into unknown control at the same time. Zhengxi looked far in the direction of the temple and sighed, do we have no choice but to give up Yuheng City? Cheng Bai felt the power of all things. The aura of death with numerous bones lingered in Yuheng City. The living should stay away from it. He advised, that is not something we can provoke. Worrying about it will not help. Shi Ziyu smiled bitterly and said, we are all abandoned pawns. It's hard to protect ourselves. Let's just go with the flow. Cheng Bai felt that there was something else behind his words, so he thought about it and replied, I have an appointment with someone else, so I'll leave first. After leaving Bamen Pass, Cheng Bai was teleported to the Yuheng Temple. This time he took the old black turtle with him and came to the Qiongqi River. Thank you for your help, little friend. I almost starved to death there. Haha. Zanbo was extremely happy to have escaped from danger. He asked Cheng Bai for some meat strips and ate them with relish. Uncle Zan, I didn't expect you were also a demon king. Cheng Bai could now sense that the old black turtle's strength was not inferior to He Long. Zanbo gradually recovered his strength and said frankly, the so-called monster kings in Qiongqi continent are mostly kings of bandit tribes who have only practiced for a few hundred years. Strictly speaking, only those above the heavenly man realm can be called monster kings, and there are only a handful of those who have practiced for 1,000 years. Cheng Bai asked, the 4 demon kings headed by the demon race on the continent are you 4. Zhanbo admitted, the 4 of us are just ranked at the top, but we are only small demon kings. We cannot compare with the ancient gods like the Bone King who have cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Cheng Bai said goodbye, senior, we will have a drink together someday. Now we will say goodbye. Zhanbo hurriedly said, I hope you can help rescue Heilong, Qi Bin, and Ku Kong. They are not bad by nature and have great control over the lower monster tribes. They are just doing things under the orders of the monster sages. If we lose them, the monster tribe will be in chaos, which will be bad for the human race. Cheng Bai felt no psychological pressure to save Qi Bin and Ku Kong, but he hesitated to save Heilong. Thinking about it, he had no hatred against Heilong, so he put aside his prejudice and said, how dare I refuse Zhanbo's order? Please wait for a moment. Soon, Cheng Bai teleported over and brought 3 demon kings. Qi Bin and Ku Kong burst into tears of gratitude and said, Brother Cheng Bai, you are so kind, we will never forget it. Heilong was stunned for a moment before he bowed and said, thank you for your help. I will definitely repay you in the future. After saying this, he rode on the clouds and led the other demon kings away. Cheng Bai thought that if he could repay evil with kindness this time, he might not have an enemy when they meet in the future. He thought, it has been a long time. The lava giant's legs are so long that he should be able to reach Yuhang City by walking slowly. Although he was no match for the 2 ancient gods, he thought he was more than capable of protecting himself, so out of curiosity he teleported to Yuhang City to check. The majestic figure of the lava giant has arrived outside Yuhang City, and the majestic city wall is as small as a threshold that can be stepped over with just a single step. Bone King noticed a powerful enemy approaching, so he stood up and was on guard. His huge body was 400 meters tall, and the skeletons under his feet were staggering and fleeing in all directions. Ju, you are going in the wrong direction. Go to the other side of the strange stone mountain. Your master, the Fire Stone Wizard, is in Qiongqi City. This is not your territory. The Bone King called out the lava giant's name, obviously an old acquaintance. Who dares to stop me? Not you either. Ju didn't care and continued to walk forward with big strides, with thick smoke rising from where his feet stepped. Seeing that it didn't appreciate his kindness, the Bone King took the initiative to attack, flattening houses wherever he went, and turning all objects he stepped on into mud, charging towards it like a bull. Violent and savage attack. Bone King's moves were simple and hit the target exactly. The overwhelming force even made the lava giant lose his footing and was knocked hundreds of meters away. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky, shaking the earth. His huge body flattened everything he touched behind him and burned it into boiling magma. It feels good. I haven't had a fight in over 10,000 years. Let me get back some feeling. Ju was hit hard, but he didn't care. He laughed and stood up. His burly figure was slightly taller than the Bone King. Although Bone King seemed to have the upper hand at the beginning, his attitude was more solemn. He only pushed back a short distance with his full-strength charge, which was equivalent to an ordinary person being knocked back 2 or 3 steps away, and it did not hurt a person of his size. Use all your best tricks. How can a son of God only have the skills of a barbaric bull? Ju looked down on him, thinking that his strength and defense were superior to those of the Bone King, and he punched him hard, attacking with reckless abandon, often with raging flames. You chaotic and disorderly guy, don't be so arrogant. The Bone King snorted coldly and used his secret technique. Hard bone armor formed all over his body. The dense bone spurs were as sharp as blades, blocking the opponent's offensive and making people discouraged. Ju's 2 giant fists attacked with the might of heaven and earth, forcefully breaking the sharp bone armor condensed by the Bone King. The bone fragments mixed with blazing flames flew everywhere like a torrential rain of fire, falling into the city and igniting a raging fire that spread to the surrounding houses. The 2 behemoths gradually used all their means to stretch their muscles, but the surrounding mountains collapsed, the houses collapsed, and the scene was horrible. The big gods fought, the little ghosts suffered, and the people of Yuhang City were lying dead all over the ground, suffering terribly. Cheng Bai's eyes twitched as he turned and left, muttering, "This is none of my business. I don't have a saintly heart anyway, so I'd better get out of here." But after walking 2 steps and thinking for a while, he turned back and said thoughtfully, "I can't beat it, but I can always do something bad to it. Maybe I can lead it away from Yuhang City and stop the dispute." With a good idea in mind, Cheng Bai found a good angle far outside the city, quickly pointed his finger, and used the secret sniper technique. The armor-piercing bullet formed by the vibration wave was more powerful than before, accurately hitting the buttocks of the lava giant who had the upper hand and was feeling complacent, and creating a small pit in the hot lava body, overflowing with boiling magma and emitting green smoke. The needle-like attack frightened Ju so much that his fists were immediately exposed. How could the Bone King miss such a good opportunity? He immediately released a more powerful secret technique. Ghostly claws poured towards the torch, finding gaps and hitting the lava giant. Even his body, which was harder than gold, was covered with scars. Ju suffered a loss and was so angry that he used his secret technique and shouted, "Angry Red Lotus." Flames suddenly gushed out from the ground, and the Bone King was rushed into the air like a fountain. The scattered sparks were like red lotus blooming. The tremendous power caused Yuhang City to shake violently. Countless houses were collapsed or burned to ashes, and the Bone King crushed a large area when he fell. Ju used his secret technique to knock down his opponent. He touched the small dent on his butt and then noticed someone was attacking him from behind. He shouted, "Which villain dares to attack me? You don't know how to live or die." Cheng Bai saw this from afar, and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, this old monster is getting more and more ferocious. The Bone King has been beaten down. How can we make it retreat? I wonder if the yellow turban warrior can match it. Compared to the past, his skills have improved to the point where he can cause minor injuries to the son of ancient god, but not enough to pose a fatal threat. But he saw Torch turn around and run towards him, and the lava giant's heavy steps did not slow down at all. Cheng Bai immediately teleported further, using the sniper's ultra-long-range advantage to fire multiple sniper bullets, attacking Ju from different angles. The lava giant punched to block the vibration wave, feeling a slight pain, and in anger he took big strides and chased after him. The Bone King, who was forgotten on the ground, gradually recovered, stood up, and his whole body seemed to have been roasted. The burnt and smelly bones and flesh fragments fell off one after another, and then returned to its original appearance at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was defeated in a head-on battle. The two ancient gods were at similar realms, but Ju was slightly stronger after all. Bone King roared unwillingly, "You are such a jerk, relying on your own backing to be so arrogant. This is in front of my ancestors, how can I allow you to be so presumptuous?" The flames of the extinguishing ghost fire on the altar of the Yuhang temple shone brightly and emitted bursts of ghostly howls, amplifying the power of the nearby Bone King and causing its right bone arm to mutate into a crescent bone blade that flashed a bright white light. Suddenly, the bone blade arm separated from the body, spun in the air, and slashed towards the back of the torch at lightning speed. Cheng Bai used his spiritual eyes to see clearly from a distance and increased the intensity of his attack. The vibration waves generated by the sniper shot towards Ju's face like a storm, attracting its attention. The lava giant used his hands to protect his face from the vibration waves, and had no time to look around. By the time he realized it, the crescent bone blade was already close behind him. He hurriedly turned around to resist, but the left giant hand was cut off at the shoulder, and magma splashed out from the broken end. This method is similar to killing people with a sword, and the moves are brutal. Even the ancient god's son fell for it. Cheng Bai was quite satisfied with the result, but he saw that the crescent bone blade had succeeded in the attack, as if it was still unsatisfied, and ran towards him as if it had eyes. "I helped you, but you chased me and came to kill me." Cheng Bai was not surprised by the Bone King's ruthlessness. He hurriedly summoned the yellow turban warrior who was hiding in a secret place and preparing for an ambush. The golden armored puppet stood in front of Cheng Bai, wielding the mountain-splitting spear with great power, and picked up the crescent-shaped bone blade that was coming to chop him and threw it back. His martial arts were superb, and his strength was even higher than that of the two ancient god's sons. "Li Tong didn't lie to me. This guard is truly amazing." Cheng Bai was overjoyed. After blocking the attack, he teleported away with the yellow turban warrior, leaving the two monsters to fight each other. The crescent bone blade returned to the Bone King on its own and stared at the lava giant with a fierce look. Ju suffered a great loss and was furious. He shouted with a voice like thunder, "The meteorite explodes." Tens of thousands of miles in the sky, stardust fragments were pulled by the secret technique and quickly fell to the ground, burning fiercely in the air and smashing down heavily on the head of the Bone King. There was a short time before the meteorite reached the ground. Cheng Bai sensed the strange changes in the power of all things in the sky. He was frightened and looked up at the sky. He said in a trembling voice, "Yuhang City is about to be destroyed. I should have stayed out of it if I had known earlier." This meteorite is not small, and its impact is equivalent to the power of hundreds of thousands of tons of nuclear bomb. With the knowledge of Earth's civilization, we can even calculate the horrific crater where the meteorite landed. The powerful shock wave will cover an area of more than 10 miles in radius and reduce everything to ashes. If it crashes into Yuhang City, the result is predictable. It depends on luck how many buildings and survivors are left in the city. Bone King shouted angrily, "Torch, you are so cruel." The lava giant snorted coldly, dropped his broken arm, abandoned the battlefield, turned around and strode away. Even if the Bone King could withstand the meteorite explosion, he would not be safe and sound. Suddenly, several tall, crystal-clear blue figures rushed out of Yuhang City and fled away in a hurry. It turned out that there were diamond men hidden in the city. Bone King ignored them. In its eyes, the diamond people were just bigger ants. It didn't matter to him. He just looked up and noticed that the huge fireball in the sky was getting closer and closer. Taking into account that the altar of the gods in the center of the city would be affected to some extent, it raised the crescent bone blade again, which left its body and spun rapidly toward the meteorite in the sky. The killer weapons of both sides collided violently, and a deafening explosion broke out in the sky, bursting with brilliant sparks, energy raging, winds raging, and meteorite and bone blade fragments turned into meteor showers and scattered, bombarding the earth and destroying buildings. Earthquakes, fires, meteorites and other disasters occurred one after another, plunging Yuhang City into a sea of fire, leaving behind ruins and broken corpses all over the ground. Both sides suffered losses in this fight. The Bone King's right arm, which had turned into a crescent bone blade, was also shattered by the meteorite. Neither of the two ancient gods gained any benefit. The Bone King took a look at his broken arm, bent down to collect a large number of skeletons in the city, extracted the essence of the bones and added them to his own body, gradually growing a new arm again. The lava giant also has its own method of regeneration, and such a powerful creature is not so easy to defeat. Cheng Bai groaned and said, "Even if the two monsters lost one hand, I would at most suffer skin injuries and be unable to do anything. Besides, there is an ancient god behind them." He came to the fallen arm of Ju, identified the material, and determined that it contained a very high content of dark refined gold. The lava giant lives in the lake of fire all year round to absorb the essence of the earth. How can his body be ordinary? It is enough to smelt a considerable amount of black gold. It is really a case of the fisherman getting the upper hand and becoming the biggest winner. Cheng Bai was overjoyed and thought about taking it away, but unfortunately the huge broken arm weighed nearly 20,000 tons and could not be put into the treasure bag, so he couldn't even move it. After thinking for a while, he relied on the teleportation secret technique to the limit and took great pains to get it to the vicinity of Mount Qi and hide it. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.